comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
It's the double-header weekend we have all been waiting for. Collegiate Rocket League has returned with a bang. We have action today and tomorrow with multiple teams facing off against others multiple times. I mean, we have Concord with a back-to-back appearance. We have Winthrop with back-to-back. Tomorrow we have Northwood back-to-back. We have so much action here, Novanta. How can we handle this all?
Oh man, nothing better than one day of Rocket League on the weekend. It's 2 days, and of course, I'm going to be here both days. You're welcome. You're absolutely right. A lot of rivalries, a lot of action. I can't wait.
It's going to be a great time to see exactly who rises to the challenge and prove themselves, at least the front runners for that fall championship. But let's talk a little bit about the format itself. Bass, for those who are new here, what can they expect for Split 2 of the competition?
Well, Split 2. It is not Split 1, so as long as you've been paying attention at least a little bit here, you recognize the fact that we have now moved into November, and that October League Play Split 1 is officially over. Included with that are all of our 3v3 opens, which led into spots for our closed qualifier. Closed qualifier took place last weekend, literally a day before we had CRL League Play Split 2 start back up, and that's where we're at right now. 2v2 Open number 1 has already concluded, but 2v2 Open number 2 will be this upcoming week. But we're in the midst of League Play Split 2, all leading up to that fall championship at the end of this month. And like you said, Vaughn, it's already been chaos with only a single day of play so far, and we get 2 days this weekend, not just one.
There's going to be a lot of action happening throughout the last couple of weeks of competition, which are a bit condensed because we have a lot to go through. But we did have that first 2v2 open. Taco, you had a chance to watch some of the action. Talk to us about the winners of each of those brackets.
Disgusting is what I have to say about these matches, because we were broadcasting it. These players are going for ridiculous clips. Davenport and Cumberland mainly were basically just going for highlights. I think they were actually just farming for social media and being able to get those because they looked comfortable. They were able to win their pool. Granted, Davenport was playing until into the wee hours of the night because they had to win against Baylor, then bracket reset them, or lose against Baylor, then bracket reset against them, and then win the final one. Whereas it seemed to be a bit more ordinary for Concord and Winthrop. Ultimately, we have a lot of these teams come in, and it's really fun to see the 2v2 because you have these teams that are like, wow, you're really well compiled, but when you shrink the teams down, it really is able to tap into their strength. So no surprise, I don't think anyone is witnessing these teams win it and say, yeah, that makes sense. These guys are absolutely twisted on the 2v2 ladder.
Top 4 also got prizing, so congrats to those teams who made it into the money as well. We saw some insane high-flying plays. Definitely recommend checking out the Danger Taco on Twitter for those highlights. But we do have to talk a bit about the League Play standings as well. We got to see some of the action to start off for our semester, and well, seeing how things were going before with Winthrop, it's so surprising here, Novanta, to see that they're already 0-1 with a -3 game differential. They haven't won a game yet this split.
Yeah, surprising. I got that prediction wrong last week, but you're absolutely right. You know, you think about this is going to be kind of just more of the same when it comes to the split format, and this is split 2, but we already got them surprises, which makes it's a little bit more treacherous for our teams involved. Got to give up to Northwood. Not saying they were an afterthought, but they were kind of the second and third and fourth team on some people's minds when it comes to ranking, already getting a dub on their scoring sheet. So a lot of surprises, a lot of things we're used to. This one here is shaping up to be one of the more contentious splits we've seen so far.
And we could talk a little bit about these standings that we have currently. We haven't seen West Virginia face off against anyone yet, Bass. They play Concord later today. We saw how that went last split. Concord came out on top. But West Virginia, they've struggled recently in some of the outside leagues, but did get a win at DreamHack Atlanta. They came out on top in that collegiate competition against some other squads, and they lost in a sweep themselves beforehand. So how do they really turn their semester around to make sure they get into those fall championships?
This is crazy. We're talking turn their semester around. Well, again, they still haven't played. I think a lot of this is just outside hype, or I guess doom, whatever you really want to call it at this point. But I'm very much a person of, until proven otherwise, I will give these guys the benefit of the doubt and state that, yes, they did not look great on land in Atlanta, but they turned it around, and that is a lot better than a lot of other teams who were in contention for CRL did at that LAN. I hate to point it out, but Fisher and Kennesaw both played at that LAN. They took losses on day one, just like West Virginia, and then bottomed out of the competition. West Virginia did not. They had one of the greatest lower bracket runs we've seen in collegiate history, up there definitely with a Ball State run in CRL, I think all like 2 years ago. So West Virginia, for me, is not cause for concern. quite yet. I do think their win today is going to be a necessary one. I think if they take a loss to Concord like they did to end the last semester, then there's some cause for concern. But until then, West Virginia is still the team that finished in second place last split. I've got full faith in them.
Okay. Well, there's a couple of these teams here that are playing on land at the Bluegrass Boost Battle. Got to give a shout out to those people from the University of Kentucky putting that on. But Concord and Oklahoma Christian are the ones that will be there. And Concord playing their doubleheader. It's going to be a bit of a different journey than we typically see them in their own environment at their own facilities. Taco, do you think that's going to really affect their mental going into these matches today?
We've gone back and forth, I think, on this desk and otherwise, just in social media, about how often we do see teams try to just have it all. You want to have not only your cake and eat it too, you want multiple cakes. You want the whole bakery, the smorgasbord of things where you say, okay, I can play on LAN, I can also play on CRL, and sometimes it really does backfire. I get really concerned about teams that are playing on facilities or on PCs that are not their own. And so I do think that might be a factor, but ultimately, I think the warm-up is more important. As long as they're on for a sufficient amount of time, they got some scrims, or they just got some tournament games to play, I think it shouldn't affect them too much. But of course, questions get raised if I start seeing missed aerials.
Yeah, so we'll look at the schedule for today. We've been alluding to it for some of those double-header actions that we see today and tomorrow, but these are the ones you can witness throughout the competition today. Northwood versus Winthrop, a rematch of the Game 5 overtime stunner that we had before. Oklahoma Christian versus Winthrop. Oklahoma Christian, I mean, they looked decent against Winthrop before, but then they couldn't really put up too much resistance. So now that Winthrop are 0-3, a lot of questions remain there with their current start. Ball State versus Concord. Ball State in the competition. They 3-0'd Concord to send them to the lower bracket in that close qualifier and qualify themselves. This will be a rematch of that. And then West Virginia versus Concord. We talked about it, the West Virginia battle. We've seen Concord win it every single time since these two programs have been able to clash against each other. Will things change? Navato, what's the series that sticks out to you the most here?
Well, I remember last week around this time, I had to come to reckon that maybe my ranking of Ball State was a little bit unfair to them. But that's definitely that match right there, Ball State versus Concord, right? It looks like they are becoming the boogeymen in this split. There has just been good things said about that squad and that chemistry thus far. I want to see they're able to repeat their success from last week, because they did start off with an impressive performance. Can they double down and keep their momentum going?
That is the question. Can these teams double down, keep the momentum from last semester, if they had any, and keep that going forward as well? So let's talk about Northwood versus Winthrop, our first series on the day. The Timberwolves versus the Eagles will be a battle for the ages. These were the two teams that were thinking at the start of the semester, hey, they have the best chance to be the top of Collegiate Rocket League. We saw after with the interview from Creams, once they took the victory against Winthrop, that they said, we're going to be the best team in Collegiate Rocket League. We own this league. Everything else doesn't matter. But then we really saw how things happened. They barely squeaked their way into the top 4. How do they change their fate this time, Bass?
I think, again, consistency is going to be a big thing here. I think for most of the teams that we've seen participate throughout these two splits so far, it's been about not necessarily being able to put your best foot forward every time, but not put your worst foot behind yourself and then trip over it on your own. It's one of these concerns of just kind of seeing what the middle ground is for these teams, because if they can play to that, there's a pretty good guarantee here for both of them to have a decent performance. Again, the concern is that we just watched Winthrop not do that, and they got kind of embarrassed on stage because of that, and we've seen Northwood do that, unfortunately, multiple times. Not to say that they're going to do it again, but of the two teams here right now, it does still feel, despite their 3-0 loss last week, Winthrop are still in a pretty good form. Northwood, I wish I could tell you what their form is right now. Honestly, it's all over the place. And yes, they are currently undefeated, but it's one game, so I'm not really sure how to feel. I don't know how I feel about that. Creams was just in lobby talking to us about the bright pink Northwood shirt that he's got. Dude, I like it. That's a vibe.
Got the drip. Maybe that'll be the lucky charm for them to come out on top for Northwood. But speaking of Winthrop, since they started 0-3, they haven't gotten a game in their favor. And yes, we did see a similar start last split, but I'd say St. Clair, a bit of a different team that they got to face off against in comparison to the early struggles here, Taco. So talking about how they make up for those mistakes in the lost time, because this is the split that actually matters. You could have gone with the most insane record like they did last split, but to get top 4, that is the only way to make the fall championships this go around.
Yeah, and I don't think Winthrop, if we really talk to them as of right now, that they're really freaking out. I think you take a loss, that's one thing. I think it's really just the manner of losing 3-0 and not being able to get within a goal of any of those losses against St. Clair. Granted, St. Clair, they are our spring champions for a reason. They're very good. But when you talk to Winthrop, I think they're usually the team that says, when we walk in any lobby, we know we're capable of winning. And Northwood playing them in the second week, the other team that has beaten them, because there's only 2, that's got to raise a lot of questions. I think for them, they just have to be able to focus on being able to get back to clean rotations, making sure they're not making any mistakes, and more importantly, not playing scared after a while. It was the first time I've ever seen Winthrop against St. Clair kind of back off some challenges, and they paid for it nearly every single time.
Well, let's get into the predictions here and now. Novanta, I know you might be a bit hesitant. Last week didn't go as you wanted for your predictions, but are you still going to be backing the Eagles this go around?
Well, when it comes down to it, those 2 teams are can be arguably on the top. I mean, Northwood is a brand and nameplate. There are legacy, there are pedigree, but Winthrop is just too good. The only thing I thought that was kind of not themselves last week was just it felt like the chemistry was off. That usually relates to lack of playing time. Hopefully, they got corrected. So on any given day, 8 times, 9 times out of 10, I'm going with Winthrop here. That's what I'm doing that today.
Okay, we got 1 for Winthrop. Do we have 2, Taco? Do you think Northwood or the Timberwolves will be able to take it? What are your thoughts?
Northwood's a weird team to root for and root against, mainly just because it is 3 players that have been almost major qualifying at one point in NA within TSM and also Cloud9. They had runs going on, or at least some competitive atmosphere in NA. The thing is that sometimes they don't really capture that. Week by week, they can be a little spotty. I think Winthrop had the alarm rung for them. They lost last week. I think they understand they can take nothing for granted. I think they clean it up here, albeit I do not think it's going to be a neat one. I think this is going to be a banger series, although I do have the Eagles on top.
Okay, 2 for Eagles. Do we have 3? Is the desk going to be starting a sweep here, Bass? Can you save us?
I'm really tempted to switch my prediction last second here, and I want to, but I'm not going to because I will stick to my word. I also have Winthrop on this one, and honestly, again, I think it's a number of factors here. I agree with Taco that the alarm bells have been raised, and I think that's probably the biggest thing for me is not just the pure skill of the team, because obviously that's been spoken for. Number 1, coming out of the first split, this is obvious how good this team is, but the big thing for me is I think they recognize the circumstances here. They already took a loss, and they can't really afford to take another one, considering that teams barely squeaked into our top 4 with a 4-3 record last time. You can't really afford to take extra losses here, and I think Winthrop knows this. If they take a loss here, then all of a sudden their chances of making it in the playoffs diminish drastically. It's not that they're guaranteed out, but if you want to guarantee yourself a spot there, you cannot afford to start the league 0-2. We saw how that punished Concord. Winthrop, you might be a better team, but that doesn't mean you are immune to the consequences.
1 loss versus a top 3 team. You can shake that off, come back from it, and I think that is going to be the case here for Winthrop. They needed this victory against Northwood because it only gets harder from here on out to make it to those fall championships. So give me Winthrop. I think they're going to take it, but we're sweeping the desk here, which is a dangerous situation to put them in predictions-wise. We'll see if it pans out for them on their side of things as well. But we've seen Northwood, we've seen Winthrop, we've seen what they can put up. Game 5 stunner before. We'll see if that happens again. Last split, it went all the way to overtime, and Northwood reigned supreme. But now, rallying behind the world champion of Garrett G, Winthrop need to soar above the competition. It's time to take the field and see who will take the crown. Let's get into it.
Predictions one-sided, skill neck and neck. Northwood and Winthrop are 2 of the prestige programs in CRL, and now in Split 2, they have a chance to course correct, or at the very least, start the momentum that will carry them through right to that fall championship, Bass.
There's no guarantees at this point, though, and again, that's why we emphasize they need to get this win. A team that beat them last time, so it's obvious they are capable. The problem is, so are many teams in this league, and if you start off league play losing to too many of these teams after going nearly perfect in the last split, it's going to cause some concern, it's going to raise some questions, and it might just ultimately drown you out, and take away your chance of making it into the playoffs. Let's get it started. CRL Saturday starts right now. Still feels weird to say that.
Yeah, honestly, I thought you made a mistake, and then I was like, oh, it is Saturday. So it is a good thing to keep in mind. Yeah, we are doing 2 days of CRL, and we're kicking off our first of 8 series across the weekend, and we'll see really how fast we can start off the action, at least in this game. But it feels like Northwood, they're shutting down the aerial space. The defense is top-notch, and we'll see how Winthrop fares as Creams gets the back pass.
Good touch from Hockey here. He's got a lot of boost and a lot of space to work with, and this was a lot of what we saw with Winthrop losing to Northwood last semester, was Northwood just kind of making the right decisions in the right places, not giving time for this team to cook, because we've seen how capable they are. If you give them enough chances, they'll do something. However, chances only in favor of Northwood so far. Shot does go a little bit high, but I don't think we've seen Winthrop escape their half yet, and they may not. Hockey looking for the bump, cannot find it. T-Carell, steadfast as ever on the line, does not allow the first goal.
I love T-Carell getting someone going for the demo and then a 50, and he just kind of stone-faced stared it down and said, take your best shot. I don't really care. You're not going to be able to get there. Creams might, though. Percy, he's jogging back. You need to have a full sprint.
This felt inevitable. We talked about it. It was just all offense from Northwood as soon as this game kicked off, and you can understand Garrett going for this as the last one back, but if he can't make any contact, that's the result. 1-0 to Northwood early, and I'm already wishing I had changed my prediction, just for the sake of I feel like we cursed them.
But the flow of the game is definitely going toward the Timberwolves. Right now, the biggest thing is how fast Northwood can play and how coordinated. I mean, this team with a lot of semesters of experience together, so therefore it is up to Winthrop to be able to fight that, because this is a brand new team. Granted, ridiculously high-level team. I still think on paper probably the team that could be the best in CRL, but you got to prove it. Maybe with a passing play, Garrett, I think, wants to go back to Percy, but knew that angle was shut down.
This is one of my favorite parts of watching Winthrop play, is that you talk about, again, the chemistry may not be 100% quite yet, but it's clear that they're trying to use that chemistry as one of the main ways to ignite their offense. Really good passing plays, really good coordination as a team, and it's rare that you see them out of sync. Great example is every single player getting involved. T-Carell needs to put this one back center, but we'll leave it to Garrett G. Garrett G, a touch over one. This is off the backboard and free, but Creams will get there first, and now things have started to equal out a little bit here. Both teams getting their chances on either end, but Winthrop maybe conceding a second. Scary scenario there, is I'm not sure what T-Carell was doing, but I guess he had faith in his teammates.
He knew that Creams might get it over the top, and he knew that he was kind of running out of momentum. The problem is Creams also did the right thing and slowed things down and played for a little 50. If that goes in the wrong angle, could go in your net. But for right now, we'll keep it a one-goal scoreline, and honestly, you can see Winthrop trying to avoid crashing the net. You see how deep their third man is rotating, trusting the first two to cause disruption. Maybe have a third to be able to bury something through. Problem is, I think when Northwood's playing like this, you either need demos, like just happened off camera with Percy, to then open up this space. T-Carell, a little bit of a touch, but you need a second, and again, they're not there.
He's looking for the reset at the end of that one, maybe to just kind of force the 50 afterwards, and that's been the big issue, is that as much as we are seeing that opening for Winthrop, it's always contested. Somebody's there for a 50. Great example is Creams comes diving again. T-Carell, though, knows he's got his pass out center, and it's Creams in the way again. We talked to Creams after the win when Northwood beat these guys in the first split, and he was pretty passionate about it, stating, no, this one means a lot to us, and it's clear in the way he's playing right now. He's been by far the forefront of the offense and defense for his team, so if Creams keeps playing like this, Winthrop, that might be some cause for concern. We're not there quite yet with about a minute 45 to go, but more offense from Northwood. Creams the one to the shot, and Percy the one to deny.
Neil and Hockey both get dusted there. Now it's a fast break. If T-Carell can only get there, no boost in the tank. Percy slaps to the corner, and you can see how close Winthrop is getting. It is a game of pixels, and right now they are running out of time to be able to actually make those pixel touches count. Maybe with another passing play, but almost simultaneously, the hive mind of Northwood shuts that down.
I like the triple commit there, and then somehow Hockey goes, no, but I still have enough space to pinch this directly at net. And it works out, but it gets no further than the corner and then to the backboard. This one will get to the backboard again. Is there a follow-up? Absolutely! Zanil to slam a second home with only a minute to go.
Harder finish than it might seem, but really like the setup here from Creams. He leans into it, and right at the end, be able to push that front bumper forward, beat out T-Carell, and Zanil just has to put that top shelf behind Percy, which he does so flawlessly. Northwood, when they play like this, you understand why they have run collegiate for so long. It really just takes them to lock in a little bit, and you can see Winthrop is backpedaling through most of this game. Only 4 shots. Creams has them beat by himself.
Yeah, Creams is having a heck of a game number 1, and again, it's not surprising considering he does see this one as a bit of a personal back and forth. He's talked about it a lot. He wants this team to be the number 1 in Collegiate Rocket League, and although they haven't lived up to those expectations yet, it's games like this, it's series like this against Winthrop where they really prove they're still at the tippy top, and if you sleep for even a moment, they will wake you right back up screaming, shouting, kicking, and just making you punished on every single mistake. So far, they've done exactly that. The over-egregious challenges out at midfield, the openings off the backboard, they have shot on target and done so with ferocity every time. With 26 seconds to go, there's still technically enough time to turn this around, but especially with challenges like that at midfield, I fail to see an opportunity.
The speed, immaculate right now from Northwood, and it's only going to continue as they use that speed to get the first read, and then after that, just tend to play a little bit slow, play for 50s, but not necessarily playing for space. They did leave T open, but I think he was between options there. He didn't choose either effectively. Percy on the near side will not get it, and therefore we can close the books on game number 1. Northwood starting off strong, a 2-goal margin to extend the streak of game losses in CRL Split 2.
And the biggest thing about it for me is not only the fact that they get the win here, it is a shutout, meaning Winthrop, despite all of the efforts on offense, still did not find an opportunity. And you can really go to show with that with 4 total shots, 4 total saves. It wasn't just that they were missing the targets, that Northwood were prepared for pretty much every shot that was thrown against them. In particular, Hockey, a save for medal here as he picks up 3 on his own. And really, again, like you said, not a lot of offense from anybody but Creams, but apparently that's working for the Timberwolves.
And being able to just facilitate who's feeling on, who's feeling quick enough is exactly what I do like. A lot of people are saying, well, I mean, it feels a little top-sided. I don't care. If my teammate is getting every single aerial, every single shot, and they're producing pressure that is leading to ops and, more importantly, goals, then go at it. I will gladly play third man and get 140 points at the end of the game if we're able to keep that rotation up, which they did. It's the same thing that I commented on last time when Winthrop and Northwood were playing. The reason why I think Northwood plays them so well is because they control the midfield supremely well. Notice how often Winthrop, when they get forward, really only has a counterattack to facilitate, or they get one touch and it's immediately intercepted. Northwood knows how to be able to position themselves, and I think it's partly due to their chemistry. Their comms are locked in, and therefore Winthrop is really going to have to dig deep, and unfortunately, with no timeouts, you got to do it in 60 seconds because we're already loaded into Forbidden Temple.
You had the full 60 seconds to try and discuss this, but like you said, it's about snapping a streak at this point. 4 games in a row that we've now seen as a loss for Winthrop here, and it's a bit odd in comparison to what we saw at the beginning of last semester for them, which pointed them clearly to be the favorites going throughout the rest of the semester. Now here in Split 2, as we continue through the semester, you got some questions, and they are not going to be answered if they keep getting shots like that fired against them. Barely a save from T-Corel as we already have action here in Game 2.
That is also a player to watch for this. T-Corel has actually been racking up the defensive stats for Winthrop. He has probably been their best defensive player throughout all of their games in Split 1 and now going to Split 2. The thing is, defense might win championships, but offense actually makes sure you stay in contention for those championships. You need to be able to put something on the board. You need to stop Creams before he lands, and maybe even gets a plan B. We'll never see how that ends up with another clear. Thing is, can you mount anything from it, Winthrop?
I need to see them start challenging more in midfield right now. It feels like every single dive that we're seeing from Northwood is going uncontested, and if it is contested, it's far too late by the time that Northwood can get a good grip on it. Great example there. Percy, you've got almost a full tank of boost, and you're just letting Creams flip right over you. You waste boost to try and then get there, and all of a sudden, your whole team, low on boost, trying to dive forward and has no option. The team just feels very hesitant, and that's not a thing that we normally associate with Winthrop, so it does feel rather odd to see them have this happen, not only in Game 1, but here to start Game 2 as well.
Ooh, but that's an awkward read, Percy. That's a golden opportunity, and Creams still gets the squishy to save. How about a counter? That's a hefty flick off the bar. Percy there for the rescue.
I'm going to believe that Garrett knew that shot was not on target, because he does flip it initially and then backs away from it, and I start to think, okay, maybe he just conceded the goal, and then it goes high. That's only the expertise of a man playing Rocket League for 10 years could have, and I'm going to stick with that story, even if maybe he didn't intentionally make that miss. Either way, the scoreline stays 0-0 here as we clips 100 seconds in Game 2. It's definitely a better start here for Winthrop, but only marginally.
And especially now that Northwood's starting to force some demos. Shouldn't hurt Garrett too much. He should have the beat, but after that, who really knows? Hockey hits that one of the corners. Neil will turn. I think T has an angle, but decides to play for the slow play. Hand it off to Percy with a deflection. T, only one with boost. Percy lurking in the middle. Could maybe he get a pre-jump? Who really knows? It'll deflect anyway, and with a catch, Percy will again try to play for the 50, and yet Cream's just so patiently waiting to throw it right back in the midfield.
And he's been so much better with his boost total as well. Every time I see a player go up into the air for Winthrop, it's their entire tank depleted. Great example there is T-Pro goes up, doesn't do much with it, and now he's got nothing left in the tank. Versus, I've seen this from Creams multiple times, he's been so smooth with it. Again, an aerial that gets it all the way downfield, clears the lines for his team, he's still got 50 left. So just an overall, I would say, cleaner play style here for Northwood. That can change in the blink of an eye, though. That's a second triple commit in just about 5 minutes' time. They do need to be careful. They haven't been punished on that yet, but it could happen, and, well, that's going to probably go punished. That's, never mind, a shot on target. Winthrop, you got away with that one and still gave Zanil the goal.
Oh, man, you want to play in triangles, and you want to be able to have everything covered, but T spawns in. He can't reach it in time. Percy's too far upfield getting back, so he can't reach it in time. And then Garrett just has awkward timing. I don't think he expected to have that shot come in, and after all that decent play and kind of back and forth contention, we do give up a little bit of an awkward one, and maybe another. Percy's get this angle right. Zaniel is playing for that 50. Ever dangerous. T-Corel trying to prove he can be as well, but he's going to run out of boost. Garrett takes the handoff right into the bumper of Hockey.
Hockey has been so solid on defense for Northwood so far. It's been 100% goal participation between Zaniel and Creams, but I was going to say, Hockey's locked it down on defense, so it hasn't made much of a difference. The problem is, the one time he's not able to get involved, this is what happens.
This is legitimately my least favorite shot to take in all of competitive Rocket League, where a ball's coming right at you. You know you have to hit it strong. There's players in the way, so you have to find a way to get power on it while also having enough placement. T-Corel does so spectacularly, which is good since Winthrop has not had a lot of opportunities. Granted, the shot's a lot more even around this time, but the thing is, you need to make sure they count. You need to get through that Northwood back line, a team usually very comfortable with playing defensively and locking down their half. And right now, Winthrop is just trying to find a way to unlock that back gate of that Northwood defense. And right now, seemingly found a way, at least with some 50s. How about a double tap and not able to wrap around it as Percy.
I do like this, though. They're starting to make those challenges midair like we were asking for. It's not necessarily out of midfield quite yet, but the fact that they're doing them at all is a huge improvement. That being said, it could have all been erased in the blink of an eye had Zaniel hit that shot, but he doesn't. Percy now gets a chance to chase downfield, or maybe instead it's Garrett Jean. No T-Corel is there and is probably going to try to go for the pass or the bump, and he does make contact, but no shot is found. Instead now it's a race the other way with the same physicality being displayed. Both teams trying to just get that final bump to remove a defender. But the minutes go, that goal could make the difference here as Creams goes again for the double. This one denied, and same with a follow-up. Percy on the line, and goodness, Winthrop, they are starting to improve their defense, but it is still very last second.
And that was also a perfect play by Percy, because I was watching Garrett and T, but they both had 0 boost for about 5 full seconds on that last attack. That's why they were kind of just hoping and praying that ball was a miss, and hoping Percy can also do the same on offense. That bump play nearly opened everything, but instead it gets rejected, and so too does the next follow-up. Garrett digging it back out of the corner, maybe hoping for a 50. Percy does get that flick, but he also is getting the brunt of that car, allowing Creams to now start up a counterattack with a flip reset, trying to take on Percy and trying to take on everybody to, some middling success.
I think Creams might just do this himself at this point. He has been able to get through almost the entirety of the defense, but if you can't get through the defense, how about you delete him? The double demo opens the line, and Percy closes the door on game 2.
I don't know how we can show this to children. It's disgusting to see how much violence we see nowadays on social media. But regardless, if we put that aside, kind of a sweet pass and play. I really do like that from Winthrop. But that's what it takes to be able to get through the defense. If you cannot go around them, you kind of do have to go through them, Bass.
That was an unbelievable play from Winthrop, and it might just give them game 2 as long as this ball hits the ground. Easier said than done, though, because a decent amount of boost on Hockey means he can keep this up for at least a second longer and then pick up even more boost and keep it up even longer. Zaniel now here to assist him, and I thought this game would be over, and it will be. Winthrop will get it to the ground, and a little bit of a shaky end there, but either way, they get the job done. Winthrop, a win here in game number 2, and I would say much needed one considering the circumstances.
Yeah, I do like how they do that. It's multiple goals in different avenues of play, getting these awkward forced angles and ultimately trying to then demo players who are playing a little too relaxed. The thing is about exit rotation demos is that everyone knows you're going for them. But the thing is, at the end of the game, some teams, even teams as good as Northwood or Winthrop, will delay rotation, specifically saying, hey, let's not go crazy. There's only 10 seconds. I'm going to stay back a little bit, which makes you a lot easier of a target for those exit rotation demos, but you still got to make them. Well done by T-Corel, and of course Winthrop will gladly breathe a sigh of relief in saying, okay, now we don't have to focus on the reverse sweep. We can just reset. It's an effective BO3.
Again, still not an easy task here. Being able to shut down a Northwood that in game 1 very clearly could dismantle you is not something you want to have happen again. But I do think the strategy we saw in game 1 is starting to dissipate a little bit here for Northwood, at least success rate. We talked a lot about how it was Creams and Zaniel, the only players getting goals for their team. They've got 100% participation through the 3 goals in 2 games. Creams, while fully defensive, not a bad thing. Hockey, fully defensive, not a bad thing. I do think we need to see them have all 3 players get involved in offense. And I'm not talking about the triple commits on the line that we've seen now a handful of times, but I need to see all 3 of them get involved in passing plays. That's what made Winthrop so effective in game 2. It's what could make them effective here in game 3, and it might also be what makes this a bit of a closer series if Northwood can pick that up. Let's keep it rolling here. This one for series point to whoever can get it.
Oh, we didn't have to wait long here. Another demo, but this time it's the captain being able to get our opener 7 seconds in.
I was not anticipating this. I saw Garrett take the shot, and I'm happy for it because he has not been very involved in the offense so far, but it's the demo in the net that actually opens up the space, so maybe it is the physicality that will make the biggest difference here in this series.
And now you have Northwood being able to answer it back. Hockey delayed flick, and he tries to skim it. T. Carell was waiting until the last possible moment, and that had a lot of danger laced within it.
This one's looking like an all-timer so far. We're not quite even into Game 3, and already both teams are taking shots at each other. Degrell, take this one to the air. The backboard, he will not get it, but to the corner at least, and Percy can follow up the 50. Notice how much quicker we are seeing Winthrop get to these balls. We asked for them to stop being hesitant in Game 1. Here in Game 3, that is barely a concern.
Ooh, especially now Percy just playing for the tech, be able to get that reset and the lob over, but will get paid with a bump. That's a deflection, actually. I don't think T's ball cam was on. Maybe gonna backflip that one in. Missed opportunity, but I'll see really how the stakes line up for that one. If this does turn out to be kind of a neck-and-neck game, despite the breakneck pace we start with.
Oh, T. Carell! My boy, you can't just flick it out of the corner like that. I don't think a single person here thought that was even an angle. You clearly did.
And just being able to honestly cut this one early. Sometimes you don't really need a fancy flick. You don't need to set it up like a Moxie or anything. You just need to understand when is this defender going to full commit, and that's when you flick. It's why early flicks are so effective in 2s and even in 3s on the counterattack when everyone's rotating back in goal. Sometimes the early flick is the last thing the defense expects in their structure. That's why it can float right in. Off kickoff, they can also float in if you're not careful. T. Carell used the last of his who's to get it, which means no one's up for this, but I will say hockey, you need at least more than 0 to be able to reach that high.
Dude, I am loving the way Garrett is playing here in Game 3. He was, I'm not going to say a non-factor through the first 2, but was definitely quieter than usual. In this game, he has been all over the ball, offensive and defensively. He has been a huge, huge difference maker for the success here in Game 3. Another great example is he gets almost 2 demos. He went head-on for Zanil there. Maybe a bit over-ambitious, though, because now it's opened some space on defense. Percy to take it away, and maybe extra touch through the corner. Pass out center. Garrett is there again, and just have to keep remarking it. The speed at which we are seeing Winthrop play right now is night and day difference to how they started this series.
They're playing the beat and just being able to say, okay, well, we're just going to get it past that first defender, and even if we don't have an immediate counterattack, as long as it's not in an in a non-awkward position, aka right down the middle or right into a rolling ball, we should be fine. The thing is, they're still giving up a decent amount of space in the midfield, and usually that is going to be punished. This time, though, Zanil does not calculate the angle, runs out of momentum, and now here comes Percy, looking for the redirect, looking for that reset. I don't blame him, but that time you got to wonder what would happen if he just leaned a bit further into it.
Oh, I love the idea of just everybody in CRL, honestly in Rocket League, has gotten so into just hitting skims from the weirdest angles. You hit that one, it's probably skim of the year so far for CRL at least, but no guarantees here. It's not like they need it though. Halfway through this game, and I think a third goal again. The speed at which Winthrop is just catching Northwood off guard has worked 3 times in a row now.
Again, when another team is playing quick, you use against them by just getting a simple flick. Off the wall, slows it down, keeps it close, and I gotta say, third man, you're in an awkward situation. You're moving upfield, expecting a deflection. When done comes, you have to make a decision. I don't really blame them going for it immediately. The thing is, Garrett is banking on that exactly, making it yet another easy tap-in.
This has been such a different game for the first 2. Again, Winthrop did win game number 2, but it was relatively close. And not only was it close, but it didn't feel like they were getting their goals through stuff like this. It was the physicality that opened the final goal of the game and won them it overall. Now it's just pure passing plays, pure speed, pretty much everything right now. It just feels like individual play from all 3 of the players is on point, and that's a problem if you are Northwood. You not want to have to play against any of these players while they are popping, especially on low boost. This one just above the bar, and Garrett nor Hockey are able to read it. Tigro puts it high again, and Percy, thank you for ending my sentence. I didn't know how much longer I could go on.
Percy's like, guys, come on. Fine, I'll do it. Steals the boost, turns back around, says, all right, third time's a charm. That's top shelf. And yeah, at this point, this is something where I really say this is for the mental. This is for the morale. You don't really need to play this aggressive. You don't need to pinch up, but you really want to assert with Northwood, like, hey, you might have gotten some wins, but we have it figured out. This is how it's going to go. So we're going to put in as many goals as possible, and Northwood can try, but they're not having as much success. Only 5 shots here compared to the 9 coming in from Winthrop. So clearly, the offensive wins have shifted, but mainly it's just the fact that right now Winthrop is playing well on both sides of the ball. Nice backward save to keep that one way. I thought that was surely going through.
Yeah, this is the moments where I start to understand people talking about Garrett G like a cheat code. He was not necessarily that through the first couple of games, but right now he is just on point. You gotta be kidding me! You get the save from inside your own neck off the pinch on the bar. All right, you know what? I'm starting to believe it. We might need a petition.
Yeah, that one is just really funny to be able to see, like, well, it's one of those games where you're like, surely we'll get a goal, and then everything just impossible gets saved away, get pinched off the post. It's a tough thing to deal with, but ultimately, hey, Northwood, they're not going to be too bothered, especially if they get one. No, Hockey going top corner. He can't find it. No,
come
not
on.
the fake T. Don't do it to him.
No! You can't do that! You can't!
Oh, disgusting, but exactly what we expected. Zanil was doomed the moment he went on that back wall. Obviously, the scoreline doesn't matter, but I would say that's just a little cruel. That's twisting the knife, T.
Oh, T. Carell. I didn't know you to be a cruel and unusual punishment type of guy, but apparently that's how we're rocking today here. And this game has been all that. 5 goals to the good, not a single given up. And of course, I'm going to cast or curse it with 42 to go. Finally on the board, Northwood get at least one.
Bass, you're ruining the clean sheet stats. Lock in.
I'm sorry.
You can't be saying that, especially off a kickoff, because, you know, anything can happen. I will say comeback's not happening. I don't think that's in the cards, but Winthrop has played spectacularly. Northwood has started to step up. In fact, they are out shooting Winthrop within this game now. The thing is, you have to start off early, and you have to have shot accuracy. That one would have been an all-timer for Hockey if you just, ignored the score.
It's been a while since we brought up the can somebody keep track of how many shots go to the crossbar statistic, but I would like at least somebody in chat maybe to make your best guess of how many of them pinged off the woodwork in this one, because it's got to be at least 5 to 10, somewhere in that range. Had they put those shots on target, we could have been talking about a very different game, but instead, we're talking about domination. Let's make it 6, another one for the road as T. Carell just rubs even more salt in the wounds. We're close to going to South America. Brazil's 1 goal away.
And being able to have a spectacular game. I don't know how he's not over 1,000. That is his 3rd shot, 3rd goal, 2nd assist, along with 2 saves. So he has been really doing everything. I mean, I had mentioned how good he is on defense, but apparently he's more than capable on offense, which is exactly what Winthrop needs. Not only a game win, the one to push them onto match point on their journey of revenge against Northwood, who took them down last split.
This has been revenge and a half here. Winthrop, a statement game number 3. And like you said, as much as it is obviously the T. Carell show for the performance he put up, I have to commend him again. Captain America stepping up after having a very uneventful first 2 games. 0 goals, 0 assists through the first 10 minutes. Here in the 11th to 15th minute, he gets 2 goals, 2 assists, 3 saves. The leader for saves on the team, tied for the assist, and only 1 goal behind T. Carell. And that's even more impressive when you realize every player on the team got at least a goal here for Winthrop.
It can be really tough, especially because you are seeing shooting becoming a factor here. In fact, when we do look at the Northwood stats across the past 2 games, Bass, they're shooting 8% on target. So that is really a problem in which that's not sustainable. I would say the gold margin, you'd have to hit around 30% to have an effective offensive game. That is typically what you see out of all teams that are able to scrounge together a victory for the most part. That being said, when we do look at this game, I think the problems start way beyond the fact that, oh no, they're giving up a lot of goals, they hit the crossbar. It's the fact that how many times did Winthrop getting a counterattack in the midfield with 0 opposition? They're not getting 50s, they're not getting these rotations, and half the time, the reason they're getting caught on these counters is because they're all the way back. You can't rotate that disparately from each other because ultimately, Winthrop will notice that and they will take their space. And unlike most teams who will have varying degrees of success, Winthrop will bury those every single time. So going into Neo Tokyo, such a fateful arena typically to see if we can extend these series, and oftentimes where we end these series in CRL, Northwood's got to lock in one more time, give us another Game 5 edition.
And Winthrop, in comparison, really do not want to go to Game 5. Okay, well, I was going to say for the sake of their likelihood of winning this, but I guess a couple other things as well. I can tell you this much, though. They definitely did not like this start.
Well, you can take the scenic route, or you can take the direct route. Kareem's just twirling in the air before launching one top corner back post. Goalkeeper not ready for that one at all. Honestly, such good contact on that. I think if the player got up and made a save, the ball would have demoed them.
Probably. However, it might just be an eye for an eye. T. Carell somehow denied on the line. Well done to Zanil there. Thought maybe the follow-up would get the winning goal here for Winthrop, but instead, the pursuit on. This one off the backboard, Green trying to carry this way past midfield and does a good job of at least forcing the challenge out of T. Carell. G will go for the follow-up, and that bounce out's a bit awkward. Luckily enough for Northwood, Zanil is back and trying to take this off the sidewall. Percy, again, another good challenge, and T. Carell going headhunting. A success on the physicality so far here in game number 4, but you can tell Winthrop are not taking that first goal sitting down. They are immediately back on the press.
Well, T-Girl's in the sky, but a little bit off camera. Creams is chasing down Percy because he knows that was the main passing option. Intelligent play by Northwood, and it might lead to a lot of space for Creams. Doesn't have a lot of boost, but he doesn't need it off the ceiling. Delayed flick right down into Percy. T has to reach this one, and Northwood, I think, is understanding their spacing. Let's not dive in on anything we don't have to.
Trying to play this one slowly. Forcing the touch out of Zanil, knowing Garrett G is there for the backup, and Creams, an eye for an eye. He'll do the same type of fake out this time against Garrett, and it will give an offense now to Northwood as this one ricochets off the ceiling. Hockey there, bounce right out to Zanil, perfectly played, but I think trying to go for maybe the slow approach when you should have just shot it on target. Maybe didn't realize how awkward the defense was, but the awkwardness is only compounding here. Low boost totals for everybody on Winthrop. Meanwhile, Northwood, multiple options of how to approach this. How about just a double on target? Denied by Percy, and maybe that's why you don't take as long an approach. Now Winthrop prepared on defense for whatever North would throw at them.
That was like a police chase coming in from Winthrop. They're trying to lock down Creams, and he was going all the way to the back post. It took all players kind of shadowing him to actually get that one away. Creams, he feels possessed on this one. Really excellent touches every single time, even if he is getting stopped right at the end. Zanil, flip reset. That's past everybody except for Percy, who's just lurking back. Winthrop taking a lot more defensive of a stance, but I think they're getting more and more comfortable with that because really that's how these series always tend to go against Northwood. Creams being able to see that pass initially get through. Ultimately, some more rejection, keeping it a one-goal game.
We really, or at least maybe myself, I anticipated that this would turn into a bit more of a just straight-up race between the two teams as you get to the ball first, speed becoming a huge factor. Instead, it's kind of the breaking down of that pace that has made a huge difference. Teams are starting to bait in challenges, starting to play a little bit more patiently for those moments where they know they can get a clean touch or they can at least get a 50, and made for this interesting back and forth of no you challenge first. And neither team wants to challenge first, but neither team wants to challenge last either. So it's been an interesting chess match here as we continue through the second half of game number 4. It's still just a one-goal lead for Northwood, but it feels like that could break at literally any moment.
Yeah, watch how spread out the rotations are getting. No one has boost. That's why the passing plays have to lock in. Garrett G slots it.
All right, the opposite of the cast occurs. This time it's the blessing. I knew this was coming. I said it a moment ago, and look how quickly Winthrop proved it. 1-to-1 here from all 3 players getting involved.
And that's clean, but also there's so much to do. Garrett G only has so many options on that one. If you can't take a touch, you can't play for a 50, you just got to make sure you roll it low. That is often going to beat out a free-jumping defender, and then off kickoff, you can do some more damage. Somehow denied. That had a blue trail. That was not a miss. It was a save.
Everybody's starting to up their defense here from Northwood. We talked a lot about it being hockey for the first couple of games. It's Creams and Zanil getting the biggest saves here in game number 4. But again, job's not done. 2 minutes to go. They want to at least see game 5. Goals here are a must. Shots like that just aren't going to be enough. T-Krell to deny it on the line from a 1v1 versus Creams. Now T-Krell to lead this charge into offense as well. Couple of interesting challenges in the corner. He only gets 1 with contact, but you can tell Winthrop, they're starting to up the pace of play. This could be a concern for Northwood if they're not able to match it.
Garrett, high flick. Wide open for Hockey to be able to take over. He's not going to be able to get the second one. He knows that, so he's going to send it high. Creams wraps around, tries to dunk on top of it. And Percy knew that was coming, and now Garrett knows this one is as well. Hockey chip up and over. Where's the follow-through? It's a miss. He's got to get in front. He does not. Off the bar. Creams the follow-through. Another 50. Hockey to the corner, just trying to buy some time for Zanil. Is this a dagger? Top corner. Back post. Bang.
If you don't succeed at first, try again. I don't know how many shots it was required for Northwood to get that one, but it'll come at the most opportune of moments. 1:06 to go here. It's only a 1-goal lead, but considering it took 2.5 minutes for Winthrop to get there first, that is a huge sigh of relief for the Timberwolves.
Persistence, name of the game, and now it's Winthrop that has to be able to capture that energy. They were playing well on defense, but the thing is, you can only play defense for so long. Any good offense is going to be able to pick you apart with enough opportunity. Garrett into the corner, but Creams says no again. Northwood just trying to allow nothing silly, and this one could be silly if Hockey doesn't get that read. Last second touch for Percy to try to pass across, but a bit too much sauce on that one.
Good thing is, though, everybody boosted up here for Winthrop, and I'm not going to say low boost totals for Northwood, but definitely not as opportune. The problem is that ball just kind of gets uncontested going out center, and I don't think either team was really anticipating it. Now the scramble back from Northwood with 30 to go. T-Crow, good 50, and this will bounce out center, and right into the hands of Percy if he can get it high enough. Absolutely. And you can see it, the panic starting to set in for Northwood. They know they need to make saves, and they're trying, and still Winthrop denied.
Creams catching, slowing play down. Everyone needs boost on Northwood, and that's exactly what Creams is trying to do, provide time. Thing is, he has to give it away eventually. Hockey gets bumped, but it still gets the clear. Final seconds, that could do it as Creams sends it deep. He seals the boost and turns around. Buckle in, everybody. It's only natural. Winthrop and Northwood go to Game 5.
This is where we knew it was going to go. And this is honestly what I was hoping the rebound would look like from Northwood after Game 3 they would like to forget. Again, if you were not paying attention 5 minutes prior to this game, you would not imagine that Winthrop managed to score 6 in a 5-minute period and then turn around and only score 1, despite having an overwhelming shot total. Maybe not overwhelming, but definitely in their favor here, meaning they probably should have had more opportunities, but it kind of felt like Northwood were prepared this time. Last time the defense was just getting dusted at midfield, just continually getting challenged in places they were not anticipating. This time they were prepared for it, and you can see it made a massive difference in the success of their defense.
I really do like Northwood just being able to stand up and be like, okay, everything is going to count. We know that all eyes are on us. And of course, that makes sense. Creams is wearing a shirt you can spot from space. But outside of that, being able to actually take your shots and make them count is the name of the game. Yes, you should build a little bit more complexity into your gameplay. Get some resets, start some air dribbles, get some air dribble bumps, whatever. Other times, you might just have Creams in the midfield knowing, hey, that defender's a little off his line. Let's just rip one. Zanil, hey, everyone's kind of flailing around. Let's just place one delicately, high lob to fake everyone out on the changeup, and it works. I think those lessons are something Northwood does have to consolidate. The thing is, Rocket League is not always just fast-paced action game. It is a chess match. You adjust game to game. How does Winthrop answer back? All I know is last time we were here, Bass, it had to go into OT and went the full distance to be able to be decided.
And again, we have to reiterate how important of a series this is for Winthrop. If they lose this one, they are 0-2 to start league play, which doesn't guarantee them out of playoffs, but for a team that was the definitive #1 team in Collegiate Rocket League through the first split, it would feel very weird to think about, could they even make playoffs? We get going here in game number 5. See, this is why we have to have CRL on Saturdays more often. Look at the bangers we're already delivering.
I know we've been really complaining sometimes, being like, man, we're not getting a lot of Game 5s. And yet the series that we would want the Game 5s out of, expect them to, we do see them deliver in that regard. Thing is, it's going to see how dramatic things can get based on how this first goal goes through. Maybe it's Hockey with a lot of time, but not a lot of touch, though. Percy still gets a save. Zanil put back, and T is ready.
Very smart play from T. He did not jump too early. He knew the shot was going to be awkward, so he just wanted to make sure he was in the right place, right time, and my goodness, was he. Speaking of which, Percy, right place, wrong angle. Can't get the shot on target despite the awkward defense, but you can see it. Winthrop, they're going back to their speed, trying to lean into what got them their success in the first place. The problem is, if you're too far upfield with all that speed, nobody's back on defense.
Filthy tap down by Creams, but look at this slot by Hockey. You cannot place it any better. There are 2 defenders, and neither of them had a little splinter of a chance at that one.
Excuse me, let me correct myself. It was not just the fact that there was nobody on defense, it was the fact that the shot was too good. I don't know what the facts are for this one. I guess I can just call it a kickoff goal and we move on.
And therefore, you cannot be able to count on any team when there are kickoff goals to be had. Of course, we're going to reset. It's fine. Ultimately, we're just restarting this time with only 4 minutes on the clock. And that is also highly deflating in a series that has been decided mainly by just 1 or 2 opportunities. You get your goal, you're saying, okay, now we just got to focus on defense, and then everything resets. So both teams just taking a deep breath and saying, all right, well, locking back in, I suppose, maybe with an air dribble, cross the map, although Zanil might want that reset back.
Percy, a lot of boost to work with. We've seen him do some disgusting things from positions like this. That one, just not enough mustard on the mustard flick, though, and continue on with 90 seconds gone and still a 1-1 scoreline. Garrett through the corner. Initial catch, but maybe not anticipating a follow-up challenge from Hockey. Definitely anticipated that one from Zanil, and that gives space now for Percy to challenge. Negro, again, I like this, that they're starting to challenge out of midfield. The only problem is if the defense can't respond, Creams is going to double top it on your head.
Really do like that one from Zanil, being able to set that one up. Thing is, Cream still has a lot to do, and also, that can be a difficult read. You don't know if that's going to go far down, but no, it perfectly goes out despite the sound effect playing. Really well finished by Creams, and now Northwood, the finishing, getting better and better, seemingly. This is really a dangerous prospect for Winthrop to contend with, especially if this kickoff can lead to something. That 50 is going to go straight down, and Creams needs to get shut down. Percy says, yes, I will gladly pre-jump that.
Holy touch from Percy. I did not think he would get that from the sidewall. Apparently he did, though. That was his game plan from the very first touch, and you can see Winthrop want this equalizer. If they're going to go down here, they'd rather do it in OT. Or maybe they can just win it in regulation. 3 minutes to go. It's not like they don't have a ton of time. I think they would have probably wanted that one back, though. Instead, Garrett not going to go up for this after the pop-up from Percy. I thought maybe a shot would be found, but instead, Screams another double touch attempt. This time denied, and Hockey to finish it instead. 3-1, Northwood are surging.
And this is something I was complaining about Winthrop in game 1, but apparently not a problem for Northwood. You get a ball, you immediately crash. Look how close Hockey is. That was a dunked play. That wasn't a passing play, but you still had to be right on top of it because he trusted Creams to get that double right in front of net, and that's what happens when you truly believe in your teammate's ability to put the ball in a dangerous situation.
Good challenge from Percy, but the job is not done yet. This team needs to keep those challenges up and start to find success with them in the other half. Defensively, they haven't been poor. It's just been the utmost shots that have gotten by them, but again, the offense needs to get explosive. Needs to look a lot more like game number 3, where they just scored 6 in such a quick succession and just continue to put the pressure on. Not a lot of pressure against Northwood right now. It's only out of midfield that they're really seeing a contest, and finally, at least somebody from Winthrop wins it and then doesn't go for the follow-up. Hockey's there immediately. Creams is ready downfield, and you can just see it. The chaos that is exploding on defense is permeating throughout the rest of the pitch as well. Winthrop need to find a way out of their half, and they need to do it fast.
This is one of the few times where I feel like I would want a mid-game timeout. I know some of my teammates has brought up at times, but this really feels like the exact situation right now. Winthrop is backpedaling. They don't really have anything to be able to regain things, and usually that's where a goal comes in to reset the momentum, but right now they're in the thick of it, and right now the worst part is they need offense while also keeping as much time as possible. 2-goal margin in a game, or series rather, this close can be so dangerous, especially if another one goes in, saved by the woodwork twice over. Percy another save, out to the corner and through.
Feels like a miracle right now for Winthrop, and they got to do something with that. Seacrow shot on target, denied by Creams. Everybody back from Northwood, so that was never all that threatening, but now they need to set up shop. Can't let plays like that keep happening. Not only is it the pop down field, but it's the boost totals now back from Northwood. There has to be some sort of suffocation here for Winthrop. They need to disrupt this team, make them uncomfortable. The constant challenges out of midfield that are just giving away boost totals, giving away pads here and there are just feeling so awkward and are starting to compound here for a Winthrop that cannot afford to keep letting this happen. A minute to go. They need 2 goals instantaneously at this point.
Garrett trying to kickstart that one. Bateson 1, wins that 50 past another. Seacrow has the option, but was getting interfered with. Hockey, I think he catches up to this one, and indeed he does. Cream's gonna try to catch this one, but to middling degrees of success. He'll pay for it with his life. 50 into, I would say, the middle. I think that was the plan, though Garrett has to spin back around, and all these times, these remaneuverability of Winthrop. It's great to be able to stay in the play, but the problem is it's not the direct path they need, and Northwood knows it.
Oh, another ball downfield, wasting even more valuable seconds off the clock, forcing Winthrop to restart, and Nicorel got space and time in a flip reset, and Zanil right in his face. Percy, again, relinquished to that defensive duty, and I think that's going to unfortunately end the game. Winthrop, try as you might, it still seems like this shaky start is going to continue to rock the boat. Their second loss through the semester against Northwood, and this time, it's not even close in Game 5. 3-1, the Timberwolves do it again.
And we will say, in the last interview we talked to Creams, he says, we own CRL. I don't know if that's true, but right now, I think they might have actually signed the adoption papers for Winthrop, if nothing else. They really are a team that just locks in. Winthrop is one of the hardest teams to take down, and now Northwood becomes the first and only team to be able to beat them twice now. They are undefeated, quite the record, and now the question is, can Northwood continue to replicate this going forward and turn their season around, especially from a fairly disappointing split number 1?
Yeah, this was not the split 1 that Northwood were hoping for. They were happy to even get into split 2, not having to go through that close qualifier, and it's clear they have done some studying. They have improved since that, I would say, less than stellar start to split number 1 here. This was an incredibly impressive game for all 3 of the players from Northwood, but I really want to highlight again, I talked about Creams coming into the series, how he might be the difference maker. He was the difference maker exiting out as well. Averaged an assist per game. I believe the only player to do that besides him was Ticarel on the other side, and I think it wasn't even assists. I think it was technically goals, which is great, but it kind of goes to show Creams is getting 3 goals in 5 games and the 5 assists. This man is just doing it all. He was involved in offense in every single game. He was the facilitator for a team that I would say desperately needed it, because we talked about it in game 1 and 2. The punch just wasn't there for all of Northwood. The punch was definitely there in games 4 and 5.
Yeah, every time we do see this series come up, I expect it to be a banger in outside competitions as well. But within CRL, we knew this one was going to be a classic. I wanted OT, but apparently Northwood, they were done with that. They wanted those early goals, and I will say it does come at the back of Creams playing spectacularly. He is in a team of really high level rank X, rank S, RLCS level players. Kind of a superstar sometimes. He really does pop off. He makes the plays that need to be made, and ultimately, Winthrop did not have that answer. And I will say, they're going to have to come up with answers pretty soon. 0-2 record is something I thought, honestly, I would never see out of this team coming into this season.
And the problem is that Winthrop don't get much of a break. After we come back, it is Winthrop versus OC. It's the Battle of the Birds here as we continue on with CRL Saturday. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Racing, I used to making sense of who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun. Thinking this is just a part of me you love. It's not my night, but in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. Judgment is next to nothing. It made me realize instead of finding something, I'm pushing buttons like it's my state of mind. All you're hearing are my lame excuses. Got every reason why. Thinking how you want me in your life. Yeah, it's not my night. Up in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. It's not my night. I'm in the backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try? It's not my night. In the backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you got it? You say I'm dramatic, you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. Why do I even try to think that you got it? You say I'm dramatic, you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight.
All I want is you. 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 Is you. All I want is you. All I want is you.
Welcome back to CRL Action. Novanta here with probably, I would say, an upset, I guess, going with the desk was going on. Coach Nick from Northwood, first of all, congratulations on the victory here today.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't say that's an upset. I mean, we beat them last time, and based on just talent, we should be number one in CRL. So, I don't know. I wouldn't count the first split as really meaning anything, especially when it was only for prize money. Like, this is the split that really matters coming into championships, but I think us losing to anyone is an upset.
Well, let's talk about that. Split 1 and split 2 seems like two different sides of the moon. Were there any adjustments you had to make with the boys to make sure they were locked and loaded for championship seeding?
I mean, honestly, caring a lot more. Like, this is a team that has always performed under pressure. It's why they're champions. And that split 1 really didn't have that much that changed. Like this, we're playing for champs. We're playing to win CRL, right? First split, it's just for a little extra money. It's not the same intensity. So I think we'll keep continuing to do better. But all that matters is that we're able to show up against West Virginia later today.
And hopefully you have a chance to do that as well. So I'm sure you're familiar with a show called Champ League. And this week, you're pretty much locked in that 4th spot. Must have been a chip on your shoulder. Do you think about rankings when you go onto the pitch, or just kind of take it one day at a time?
I don't check the rankings at all. So I had no idea where we were ranked. And honestly, it was probably pretty fair because we finished 4th in league. But we kind of did suck the first split. We got lucky that Oklahoma bailed us out in the last game. So it's probably a fair ranking, but I wouldn't say we have a chip on our shoulder. Like, we just need to be able to perform at the level we know we can.
All right, well, so walk me through this series here today. It looked like it was a gritty win, to say the least. It wasn't exactly high-speed Rocket League. I mean, what do you do to make sure everyone locks in, even if the level of what you're used to isn't what you're seeing on the field at that time?
I mean, pretty much through the series, we started game 1 really well. We executed what we wanted to do. I think when they scored the first goal in game 2, we started to play way too aggressive. We were trying to push them, and being realistic, we have a more talented side, like mechanically. Like, you can say whatever you want about the actual level of players like Garrett, Percy, and T. Carell, but at the end of the day, I have more mechanical players, which means I should win. And we were trying to just force aggression, and we were playing into their strengths on the transition. And we got killed in game 6, and that was stupid because we were just playing overly aggressive pushes. Even the goal in game 4, it was against what we were trying to do, and it was just not how you play against a team like that who's just begging to counter you. But once they have the ball, they don't have the ability to truly break us down consistently. I think they really only have one player who's able to take people on. So once we kind of forced them into that role and we were able to play on the transition, then it just basically becomes a 1-to-1 match, and we're more talented, so we should win 9 times out of 10.
Hey, you say you're more talented, more mechanical, and it was not an upset, and now you're locked in because you're playing for championship seeding. Last couple words for anyone watching the stream right now. What's going through the minds of everyone at Northwood?
We're back.
Simple to the point. I love it, man. Thanks so much for your time, man. Good luck with the rest of the series.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Oh, man. A man on a mission, a team refocus. Fellas, what do you think about that one?
That's what we like to see. We like to hear that they are locking in for the second split. And that is the big thing that was on a lot of people's minds is, okay, maybe they're just not taking it as seriously in the first semester. And the proof is in the pudding. We've seen them show up and show out big, and they were dominant in that final game, where it seemed like at the halfway point, the game was pretty much over. 3-1, defense struggling for Winthrop. What was really going on there, Taco?
I think the big thing as we watch through these highlights, you're seeing Winthrop just take them apart in that game number 3, is that they're excelling on the counterattack, as we mentioned. That was something we talked about, and Nick said, yeah, that's always going to happen because that is a strength of theirs. The thing is, when you start to notice how well they're playing in the midfield, it's the same blueprint by which I think Northwood beat them in the last series. They're very good at forcing awkward challenges and following up quickly. Winthrop just doesn't seem like they're really quite there, and I think that's more a matter of chemistry than really anything else.
Chemistry seems to be on lock for Northwood this go-around. Winthrop, they have to change their fate moving forward. How do they pick up the pieces here, Baz? Because they're starting 0-2. They were the number 1 seed last time.
Honestly, just play normally. That's like the only thing I can state at this point here is that like
man, Coach Bass over here.
I love Oklahoma Christian. I was the former coach for this team. And even despite probably being the biggest OC supporter in CRL, I think we could just look at the base level here and know that this should be Winthrop returning to business and getting their first win. problem is we said that at the end of last semester about Cumberland, and we saw what happened. I'm not saying Cumberland and Winthrop are necessarily levels here, but I don't know if I can necessarily give the same guarantee that I once had when it comes to teams just beating up on OC. They have proven if you sleep on them for a day, they will put you to sleep.
We'll have to see if that's going to be the case for that. We do have our next series on lock. It is going to be Oklahoma Christian facing off against Winthrop, who both teams need a bit of a resurgence in this second split to make their presence known in the rankings, but also move up that leaderboard. Both of them underneath the top cut. The top 4 will be the only ones moving on to that fall championship. So the series matters even more so now for Winthrop, who started out their semester 0-1, now 0-2. Yes, they got a couple of games, but they are tied with Baylor at the bottom of the leaderboard. Seeing the performance from there on to now, I mean, yes, Oklahoma Christian, last time we witnessed it, Navanta, we got to see Oklahoma Christian just getting destroyed. It was a 3-0 sweep in favor of Winthrop. That was the only team who took a sweep against them. How does Winthrop repeat that performance when they are so down in spirits after that last loss?
Yeah, down in spirits and definitely reeling, right? It wasn't the fact they lost that last series, it was how they were losing. It didn't seem like the team from Split 1. It doesn't sound like it was a year ago. It was 2 weeks ago. What's going on? So, yes, a lot of that's going back to fundamentals, but more often than not, Oklahoma Christian likes to lie in wait and look for mistakes, and that typically comes from gaps on the offensive attack. What Winthrop has to do is speed up. Even though you may not have the mechanics all ready to go, you gotta put yourself in a position like E. Honda's 100 hand slap in the old Street Fighter games. Be wherever you can't be and try to confuse your opponent.
Try to confuse your opponent. We'll see if that'll be the case. I mean, talking about some of the positives and negatives of playing in a LAN environment, the good thing for these Oklahoma Christian players is that they are all together. So they are going to be warmed up and ready. They played through all their series through today. They won it out, made it into their bracket for tomorrow for that BBB LAN that they're performing at. So they don't have to worry about anything being in the way. Now they can just focus on the series. And Bass, I mean, you talked about it being the former coach for this team and having that experience playing on LAN against some tough competitors. I feel like that's some of the best warm-up that they could have going into this series.
I mean, either way, this is a W for OC, in my opinion. Either they get a win against Winthrop, which is the former #1 team in the Rocket League after the loss to Northwood. I think there might be some shakeups in that conversation. But either they get the win against them, or they get the loss against them, and then get to use it as a warm-up going into LAN. It's a win-win situation here for OC, especially considering that they're probably not the favorites coming into this. So even if they can keep this close, even if they can turn this into a contest, I think it's going to turn some heads within the scene, not only to show that, hey, Winthrop is vulnerable, but once again, you just cannot sleep on anybody on the OC team, as I think a lot of teams did last semester, and well, saw the punishment. A team that not only was able to knock a team out of CRL, but then if you guys watch those qualifier for the community streams, they did not care about anybody that they faced in the community stream. They lost to Ball State and then went, all right, goodbye Fisher, goodbye Akron, goodbye Davenport. After their loss against, I believe, Fisher, they went 6-0. They did not drop a game after lower round 1. Just like, again, wow, they are a good team, but they need to make sure they live up to expectations, and it's easier said than done.
It is easier said than done. So we'll have to see what they can do going into this series. And as they're getting prepared here, Taco, I mean, win conditions for Oklahoma Christian after watching that previous series for Northwood and Winthrop. How do they make sure that they emulate the performance we saw from Northwood and try to take down the former champs of CRL?
Well, they're a cagey team, and they go for a lot of demos. They're really physical. They want to be annoying. I think that's the best way to define it. It's a play style, in fact, I think they almost like inherited and kind of just absorbed from Akron, which is another team that typically is in their position instead. But they have swapped, but they do play similarly. But I would say the most important thing is when you're playing a Winthrop, when you're playing a Northwood, you're playing St. Clair, the worst thing you can do is pay them too much respect. And I think there's so many times where I watch Oklahoma Christian play, and like 75% of the series, they're locked in, they're playing well, they're keeping it close. But then there's the occasional moments where they're saying, let me fake challenge here. Actually, I'm going to shadow a little bit more. Actually, I'm going to give them a little bit more space. And then they just get destroyed on a flip reset, on a passing play. Like, you need to make sure you're in their face, forcing them into weird situations, because it might not make them crumble down, but at least it gives you a shot to not to give the best players that we might have in the entirety of CRL unlimited space to create out of, because they will always find a way to do that.
Well, we'll see what they can do. Let's get your prediction out of the way here, Taco, as we go down the line. Do you think Oklahoma Christian have it in them, or will it be Winthrop?
knowing the personalities of Northwood, I know that Winthrop is probably a little tilted since Northwood tends to be very cocky, but they back it up, and it's got to be tilting to lose to him 2 times in a row. I think that might be a factor in this game. I don't know if it's going to be super clean, but at the same time, I do think Winthrop still has the quality to beat Oklahoma Christian. It's not so much that I'm doubting OC, it's just that Winthrop is still so good and consistent. They still did take that last series to 5, and I don't think it's going to be a problem for them this series.
Okay, don't think it's going to be a problem this series. Do you agree or disagree, Navata?
Not going to bear the lead. I agree. I have Winthrop, but I'm telling you, I have not been this unsure with going with Winthrop for a long time. Everything sounds like they should be the one to come out with the dub. I'm just not so sure, but I'm going to go with them, so I'm going to double down.
Okay, doubling down, trying to see if you can bet on the odds there. I mean, what about you, Bass?
I'm also doubling down, not only
Okay.
on Winthrop winning, but on the exact same argument I had with them versus Northwood, which is that it's, you know what's worse than starting 0-2? Starting 0-3, and I think Winthrop knows that. If they lose this one, I will make the prediction they don't make playoffs. There are far too many teams that have been good enough to knock them out. We saw a 3-way tie for 4-3, and the problem now becomes it's not just that they have a 3-way tie for 4-3, it's going to be a similar scenario to Concord, where you're just dropping your game differential. An 0-3 to St. Clair does not feel good. A loss here to OC would somehow feel worse. If this team loses here, Winthrop, your semester is up in flames, and I just don't see them as that chaotic team. If they don't lock in now, yeah, they're probably not making playoffs, but they gotta, right?
We'll have to see, but for the sake of not cursing things again, and also
Thank you.
knowing the team of Oklahoma Christian, I'm going to go with them and say, hey, they have a shot. If there was any chance for them to take down Winthrop, this is it. Won their matches today, looked really strong doing it as well. Now we got to see them in the driver's seat for the series to take on the former #1 seed in Winthrop, who currently are the #8 seed. So a lot of different chances for them going into this matchup, but only a time will tell who is going to rise to the challenge and take the victory and turn their split around in our second week of competition. Previously a 3-0 sweep went the favor of Winthrop, but OKC have been warmed up through a LAN environment. Will Winthrop save their semester, or will Oklahoma Christian become world beaters? It is time to find out as we take the field and see who takes the series.
Welcome to the Battle of the Birds. It is Eagle versus Eagle here for our second series of Saturday. And Novanta, it is you and I to take everybody through the action. We've stated that the stakes could not be higher. For Winthrop, this is a must-win. For OC, this would probably be an even bigger upset than theirs over Cumberland in Split 1.
Yeah, I knew we said CRL was going to be unpredictable, but Winthrop being in a must-win so early in the season, so early in the split, I couldn't see it coming, man.
No, not a single world. I mean, we've talked about this a lot through various different means, whether on social media and podcasts and shows and somewhere in between. We all kind of thought, yeah, okay, Winthrop loses St. Clair. It's not a great look, but they can bounce back, right? And then they lose to Northwood. And if they lose here to OC, we've got some questions. Game 1 is already looking like they may not get answered.
Well, the last series was a song, this series a remix. We've seen this already. It's an open, unmarked net is not what you do at this level, and actually OKC scores early. And I gotta tell you, Bass, it does look like it's a free-for-all happening from the other side.
This is the biggest concern, and I think Taco brought this up pretty poignantly earlier, talking about not only the fact of, oh, hold on, wait a minute, never mind, not a goal, thought I might be interrupted by Winthrop responding, but it's not just the fact that Winthrop's obviously going to be a little bit tilted from the loss that they just took, it's also they're playing a team that is known for tilting out teams. This is how they play. OC is an annoying team, and I don't say that negatively. That is a compliment in the highest of degrees. They will demo you, they will bump you, they will chase your third man on the team until you are so frustrated you can't escape. And if they tilt this team out even further, I would not bode well for Winthrop. That being said, it's 3 guys who have played in RLCS, one of which has a world championship. Theoretically, they should be a bit prepared for the tilt being thrown at them.
Yeah, I gotta say, look, Oklahoma Christian is my second favorite team to watch here. Saying, what a shot on frame! And that scoreline is double. I was gonna say Oklahoma Christian's kind of like a jalapeno. Sometimes they're mild, sometimes they're spicy. But look at that goal. That's spicy to have. Tag team plays win the day.
They said coming into this one, they felt prepared. I was talking to them a little bit in the pregame lobby, and they're like, look, it's been a long road for us to get here to Kentucky. It's taken a while for us to get set up on land in a completely different state, 13-hour trip to get here, but it doesn't feel like they've made it affect them whatsoever. 2-0 against Winthrop. Not to state that this is the beginning of the end here, but it's feeling very similar to what happened in Game 1 of the last series they just lost.
Wait, how many hours did they drive?
13.
No, thank you. You're absolutely right. They're looking every bit the team, and the time they have to some type of team build is always a way to get yourself locked in. And what a shot across the frame, not across the bow. And Bass, I wonder this. I know it's early. I know it's game 1 of the best of 5, but I have not seen Winthrop so out of sorts for such an extended period of time.
Yeah, this feels odd, not only for the sake of them not really being able to get the... Okay, there's the first goal. Finally, they get one. I was going to say, it's also the 100% shooting on the side of OC. This is not 100% shooting. It's actually 1 for 5, but at least the one they do get gets them a goal.
Yes, a rare heavy touch by Chile was definitely intercepted. Something you don't want to do all too often. You kind of allow that mistake just because of the run of the play, but that said, a desperate goal for Winthrop if there ever was one in a game 1 situation.
All right, chat's agreeing with me. Wake up, Winthrop. It's time for you to start playing, and they finally have. 3 minutes left here in this game, and they do get a goal, but job's not done yet. It could be at least tied if G-Man misses that touch off the backboard, but he will not. Will Chile miss his challenge off the ceiling? Absolutely not. He might even get another touch. The extra one puts it on target, but T. Corral prepared for it and will flick it past midfield to at least cause some calamity. And it's a lot of calamity. He gets a demo afterwards, and Percy gets a touch through the corner. G-Man, not a lot of boost here, but should get a touch at least out center, forcing Garrett to go to the ball, and nobody to follow up. I think there was an attempt from Percy, but not a ton of boost in the tank, not a great angle, and it's up to Garrett on nothing to try and take a shot. It's denied, and as we get to the halfway mark, it is still OC in the lead.
Is it just me, or does Winthrop feel like they're playing with the gravity mutator doubles, right? They're just
Yeah, for real.
They're not going up to the sky. They're waiting for balls to come to them. And oh yeah, that may work with some teams, but this is not a team we want to experiment that strategy with.
Yeah, this is a team that'll chase you down. If you start to give them extra room, all it's going to mean is, okay, sick, more time for us to demo you, more time for us to steal boost, more time for us to annoy you, as we talked about before. The best Mosquitoes in CRL are proving it so far with 2 minutes left in this game and still a 2-1 lead. Let's make it 3 if G-Man can get around the final defender. Absolutely not. Captain America steps up and maybe gets a goal, if not for North being back.
Yeah, North knew exactly that play was going to look like. Drop back as soon as it can with the half lip, was ready for them. And that may be another issue that we're not even talking about. We're talking about the issue about the rotations from Winthrop, but what about having other teams seeing tape and seeing how they maneuver and finding ways to adjust?
I gotta say, this is a team that definitely has been doing that again. Shout out to Coach Taylor. He is, I've talked a lot about how, I used to work with OC. He's the guy who took over after me, and it was a recommendation of myself, the players, and everybody involved. We really had a lot of faith in him when he came to taking over the organization as coach. And my goodness, has he made a huge difference. You can see it in the strides that the team has taken to find a good coordination on top of the individual play we've been seeing out of North in particular. We've had this conversation a lot throughout this season, but last year of Collegiate Rocket League, he was a bit of a liability. At times he was great, at other times he was less than that. This year, the consistency from this player has made OC a night and day difference and a contender for sure. G-Man's always been this good, he's just proven it again.
Yeah, look at that. We're talking about how good North is, but look at his bang play from Chile and G-Man, and that really goes down to Taylor's kind of system. It's someone who can encourage you and doing it positively, but finding ways to rely on your teammates on vertical planes of the pitch, that's something you don't see all too often, but when it works, you have opportunities like that.
Dude, and it's working for sure. 45 seconds to go, and this is going to be the same margin Northwood won in Game 1 versus Winthrop if it holds. There's no guarantees, but there's one thing for certain. OC said they were going to make this competitive. They did not care if it was Winthrop or not. They're proving it so far. Another save, and they're not going to finish it off. All right, understandable. 30 to go, and it's 3-2.
Well, the effort was commendable, right? But sometimes you're just kind of in an awkward position, didn't have enough power to clear that. A little bit of miscommunication. Would have been able to bail that if Percy hadn't broke the rotation, which they did. Again, it really was a spirited move from Winthrop, but it works out for them.
All right, it's a big goal for Winthrop to potentially save game number 1. They're only within 1, but with 30 seconds to go, a kickoff goal would have gone a heck of a long way for them, and instead, now they got to battle out at mid. G-Man beat to the challenge here, which means this could be awkward for Northwood. He's getting harassed by T-Corell. They'll avoid the bump, and that's going to be a lot of extra time wasted, but the redirect in front of net could have caused some problems. Instead, G-Man going downfield. Will he rub salt in the wounds, or will his teammate maybe own goal? A little bit, but either way, it's causing insane chaos here as out at midfield, Garrett will have to challenge. This ball almost to the ground, but T-Corell will keep it up. Does anybody else have boost on his team? Not quite. Percy will try to pop this high, and it'll work. North is there. If Percy gets his back center, there could be a shot. Tikarel will go for it, and Garrett still lurking around. The slam down will finally secure it. Oklahoma Christian, as they do in what feels like every series ever, will take game number 1.
Well, what's not surprising is Oklahoma Christian having the tools to take a game off of Winthrop. Well, what is surprising is how it's done. Oklahoma Christian is not doing any kind of new meta tactics. They're not inventing things. There is no aimbot. It's just solid Rocket League that's actually beneath the skill ceiling that Winthrop has. They just don't have an answer. So I always say when the situations like that, when teams are beating you with simple tactics, it could be a communication breakdown on that Winthrop side. But that said, it's a lot closer between these two teams than it was a series ago.
I will state, not as concerned for Winthrop as I was to start this game. The 2 goals instantaneously from OC made me go, and then, slowly we reel it back in and get a bit more to reality here as OC, again, do take game number 1. But, Novado, we talked about this a lot. They take game number 1 in like 90% of their series. It's the games afterwards that are the bigger struggle for Oklahoma Christian.
And that's the reason why they're my second favorite team to watch, because they are such an X-factor team. You need that, especially when you have splits, when you see teams kind of have the same dance partners week to week as we go through the rotation, making sure which one rises to the top. Oklahoma Christian is a classic wild card, if there ever was one.
We go back to North's camera for a second if we got the chance. I think that Bepic and Chipmunk just in the background just cheering on, just all excited here in the background of the cams. They're like peeping in. It's the casters for BBE right now. Just they want to see the action. They want to see the upset from OC. Love to see it. Love to see the support out in Kentucky here. But again, support is one thing. Results are another. Oklahoma Christian will start off game 2 here in Forbidden Temple, knowing that if they really want a chance in this series, they have got to keep this momentum going.
A bit of an aside, I kind of wish I had the swag of Mr. Bepic. You see that close? Woo-hoo!
Right.
Yes, man. But yes, game 2, which usually tells me there's going to be a lot more bumps, demos, and aggression. Winthrop has the chance to level the series, but has to start pretty early in this one.
Oh, and they could start early if Tikarel gets the double reset to go. Not quite. He's going to attempt it, but the barely saving the line from Chile will keep his team in this game. Not the same sort of success for Oklahoma Christian here. It's not an immediate goal for them, but it might be for Winthrop, if not for G-Man. The defense on display. We usually talk about OC and their offense, but the defense is showing they can do it too.
Yeah, absolutely. That lateral rolling play from Garrett, something we see work about 8 times out of 10, but the answer was there right in front of the net to keep this a level score line.
This one dropped down to G-Man. Not a 1v1, but close to it. And Percy, awkward here as he has to get the read off the backboard. Chili, good swing through the sidewall. He's going to put this one to the backboard and attempt to steal boost, or maybe not. I think he went for the bump on Percy instead, thinking that might be the optimal position. All it's done is give Percy a lot of boost going downfield, and now an offense that maybe Winthrop can work with. Instead, though, G-Man off to the ceiling. Off to Chili. Chili to himself, and the reset will force 2 from Winthrop. Even game number 2 so far. That's a little odd, though, as Northwood comes challenging off the ceiling. He doesn't get the ball away from Winthrop, but it's showing. OC, you sleep for a moment, and they will punish.
I do see a little bit of flashes of offensive brilliance, especially from Percy and the crew, but I just wish there was a little bit more judicious of being able to, well, never mind. I was going to say, Bass, take a little extra time, but if you shoot at one, you got one, and Winthrop's on the board first.
Tikarel. He can do it all himself. Gets around 1 on defense and then slams it over 2 on offense. The dunk of the day gets the lead here for Winthrop, but it's only 90 seconds in, and considering the chaos of this series so far, I am not guaranteeing them the win off that 1 goal.
Well, you know what? You can't guarantee anything in Rocket League. That's life, brother. But I will say the prospects do look a lot better at being able to beat the defense. We were seeing Winthrop was so good at getting behind Oklahoma Christian, but not finishing. So getting goal the way they did right there is a lot to do with the mental game. A lot of things to improve the confidence moving forward.
Again, we never thought that Winthrop was going to go 0-3 in this series and just not get a game. And if it's from this where they're starting to play precise on both parts of the ball, I'm starting to understand why. The offense has been good. The defense has been good. Everything's been good. But are you North greats? Well, I actually can't call North great for that one. The shot does go a little bit wide. The attempt at the double touch goes off target, and OC again still proving they are in this one, but so far accuracy has not been there for them another time as Northwood hits the woodwork again.
Let's talk about Oklahoma Christian for a second. We talk about how they're so good in game 1 because they are aggressive. They don't really do the whole waiting out period. They push forward in game 1 and then have a tendency to hang back on game 2 with the win in hand. And we're seeing a little bit of that game 1 flavor where skill keeps them in this round as we move forward. But I love to see they're able to keep that mentality, keep that tactic for longer in the series and hopefully convert to more dubs.
Chili, chance for the double off the backboard. They've gone for that a multitude of times, but the backboard being more hotly contested than ever before here. I think Winthrop recognized that's a lot of where they've been caught off guard. These bouncing balls through the corner, through midfield, through wherever, but they're just not prepared for the rebound afterward. Now they're prepared for it, and honestly kind of calling the bluff of Oklahoma Christian at certain times, being like, you're not going to get there for the double, and even if you do, you don't have the shot. So if you want to keep going for it, great. It's just going to waste boost, it's going to waste time, it's going to put you out of position, but that doesn't mean Oklahoma Christian aren't going to stop trying to go for these bumps, these demos, these goals. Another one off the backboard. T-Corral have to save Garrett G from what could have been disaster, but the 1-0 will still stand, and I'm getting close to eating my words. Maybe that one goal is all that it's going to take here in game 2.
Well, you do see this a lot of times when you have both teams being aggressive, pressing and pushing forward as much as they can. It ends up having a net negative effect on goal production. So it ironically becomes a defensive kind of game. No matter everyone's pressing, what a shot! I was kind of rolled in there, man. What's going on?
I think it's just a little bit awkward here. Chili's not sure when he wants to challenge. North does kind of challenge, but it leaves Chili entirely on an island by his own because there is no touch on the ball. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. An excusable goal to give up here for Oklahoma Christian, but it might just seal the deal here. Indeed, was not just one goal required, it was 2, and that may be enough with only 80 seconds to go. How about a third? T-Corral denied on the line, but it's more offense for Winthrop.
It does seem a lot of the goals scored in this series are kind of like crimes of opportunity, which is good because, again, all goals count the same, but it makes you wonder about the efficiency of these teams as we go into the back half of this series. Winthrop has a 2-goal lead, it's a minute, which means a lot of things can happen in the last moments here at Bass, but I will say as the score holds, it looks like a little bit of the old Winthrop's coming back.
It very much feels like Winthrop have figured out how to make their adjustments in game number 2, and they have really executed upon those perfectly. You think a lot about the goals that were scored in game number 1 by Oklahoma Christian, and it was counterattacks with a defense that was unprepared. Defense has been more than prepared for almost everything Oklahoma Christian have thrown at them, whether it's the midfield challenges, the touches in front of the net, or the doubles off the backboard that just haven't quite been there for OC. It's a very different game so far, and Winthrop, I think, are taking advantage of all the little adjustments. 30 seconds to go. This could be a goal if North can get it on target, but once again, the woodwork, the enemy of Oklahoma Christian.
Hey, even though shooting accuracy hasn't been North's strong suit in this one, I love the fact of being able to be a bit more brazen and go and put something on net to make everyone scramble back. Yeah, it burns some time for the clock, but has a lot about your personal confidence on the card.
Yeah, this has definitely been a good game for OC. It goes to show they're not quite buckling underneath the pressure of Winthrop's resurgence. It's more just Winthrop were going to do this inevitably. They were not going to get shut out of a series like this. They were going to find their form eventually. Now that they have, it's a very different ball game. 2-0, a shutout victory it looks like here for the Eagles in game 2. We can't really call either team the Eagles, I'm realizing. It's the same logo for both sides, so nobody knows who I'm talking about. You'll know who I'm talking about for this one as maybe this ball hits the ground. Yeah, all right, it does. Almost a goal for the road, but Winthrop get the shutout.
Yeah, they do, and definitely critical, definitely needed it, and definitely appreciated. That's 3 definitely back to back to back. Winthrop finds a way to equalize the series, but if you don't mind me asking, Bass, where is Captain America, homie?
He's been quiet today in certain games, and in other games, he's been a lot louder than usual. It's been an up and down type of day here for Garrett G, and I'm not necessarily surprised, because sometimes it's just about, dishing it to the hot hand, and I think T-Corral has been the hot hand for Winthrop today, so it makes sense. But I would like to see a little more involvement from him, especially for a guy who we saw once he stepped up in the last series to get involved in offense, he had at least a goal or assist the rest of the series. So maybe it's just about igniting Captain America. If he does, they might be able to clean out the rest of the series. Not looking like they need it, though, at the moment, Ovanta. Again, 2-0. This was a very confident win for Winthrop.
It was a confident win and definitely was a complete game. Not faulting that 100%. I just want to see a little bit more of that rotation. See, if you notice on the run of play, Garrett G isn't as marked as he used to be. It could be an opportunity to make something happen on the creative side, make some space happen in the mid-pitch. But that is definitely more of a wish, want instead of a need. Oklahoma Christian, like we were saying earlier, kept a lot of that game 1 DNA, got them a lot closer, didn't get the win. Let's see if they can put 2 and 2 together and have themselves a go-ahead game in this series.
I gotta believe in both of these teams to kind of keep this level of play up. I think for Winthrop, that's expected. For OC, it's about how do they adjust from here on out. 0 goals through 5 minutes cannot feel good. They have got to find a way to start producing on offense like they did in game number 1. They almost instantaneously scored in the first game. Second one, they didn't score at all. What about game 3? Can things change, or is it Garrett straight to T-Corral, straight to the back of the net? No, G-Man to deny.
Well, it was a good save, but it was a double commit deal, so there really was an opportunity to have yourself that counter-attack run. This is what we're talking about, Bass. These are kind of the small tweaks that can put Oklahoma Christian in that next tier. They got to find a way to make that happen because you don't get too many opportunities quite like that against a team like Winthrop.
Yeah, no guarantees in this game whatsoever. So far, this has been every opportunity must count. You must make the most of it, and opportunities here have not really been for OC. It's been all Winthrop for the first 30 seconds of this game, and it'll continue to be as the touch out at midfield goes to Percy, and to the back of, I guess, not near the net, not the back of the net, not the back door, somewhere in between there, but it'll produce even more offense. Tikro, a whole lot of boost to work with, but no card to. He's bumped off the ball, and maybe this is a bit of reprieve for this Oklahoma Christian side.
I mean, it's a bit of a reprieve, a bit of respite too, but you're seeing going back to the old formation, just hanging out by the net, hoping to be a counterattack team. Like I said before, if you get it working on the counterattack, it works, but what ends up happening is all these angles come out of absolutely nowhere. Everyone's left scrambling, like you see right now, just hanging around by the net, and it becomes a bad deal for Oklahoma Christian. This is kind of the start of how they end up losing series.
Dude, the amount of physicality I'm seeing here and the lack of boost I am seeing here for OC is concerning. I don't know how long they can survive. They've done it for at least a couple seconds longer, and Garrett G's all the way back. That is a miracle for Oklahoma. Had he not, that would have been a shot and probably a goal. They'll get it anyways. Percy off the sidewall, recognizes the weakness, and shoots it on target.
Percy with the absolute dime, right? No boost, everyone kind of stretching far on. This one had to be on target, and it had to be a long angle to make sure no one had a car up, and it was perfect. Absolute dime there for the P-Man.
This has been Winthrop's game already. 90 seconds in, and it is only one goal, but OC have looked worse for wear, both in their offense, defense, and everywhere in between. Boost totals extremely one-sided at the moment, and I don't see that changing anytime soon, barring a change in play style from Oklahoma Christian. Even North, now trying to make the approach downfield, has no boost in the tank, just has to opt for a 50. This one bounces back out, but it's Tikro to the ball first, and with a reset in the bag, they will not use it. Instead, Chili the other way. 1v2 as G-Man's looking for the lead block, but he can't get the shot on target. And even then, no physicality was found. Garrett was prepared for the save, and Percy prepared for the double. Right off target. Never mind, that's not going to make it in.
Oh man, so many opportunities on both sides of the net where you're just thinking, oh man, this takes one extra pass in front of the net, you would have a goal already in hand. But I understand when the ball's on, you got everyone closing in your space, you want to be a hero, but look, at the end, why not pass it? Like that passing play right there.
Hi, Garrett G. We've been talking about you getting involved in offense, and you finally do. And goodness, you do not miss the opportunity. Top right slaughter as it goes off the bar and in. The pass out from Tikaro was great. Still took a little bit of doing with the couple of players back. 2-0 here with 2:30 to go. Oklahoma Christian still on their drought. It has been 7.5 minutes since their last goal.
Oh man, that right there could probably weigh on you if you're sitting here to think about it. I've been in so many series when that has happened. And you say, man, we haven't scored in 7, 8, 9 minutes, and it becomes a cascading philosophy there. So you gotta make sure that you gotta take it one play at a time, one drive at a time. And more often than not, when you put that out of your mind, that's when its fortunes start to turn.
Yeah, things are getting a little shaky here for OC, and honestly, I don't even know if it's just a little shaky. I think it's a lot of shaky, especially considering even with the demos downfield that opened some space, they still can't even find a shot on target. T-Corral's back with a full tank in time, and it was entirely denied as Chili looks for the double touch, cannot find it. G-Man gonna look for the shot on. Chili's there to maybe cause some confusion, but can't even find a demo. A couple of bumps, though, do open space for North and Chili to maybe make the march again, but Chili instead has to focus on T-Corral, who's already diving to the ceiling. I kind of feel like the speed was entirely in favor of OC through the first game. Games 2 and 3 so far, entirely in favor of Winthrop when it comes to that pace of play.
It does seem like Oklahoma Christian kind of dug their heels in and becoming more of a defensively focused team, which isn't necessarily a crime on its own. But when you do that, you waste valuable time trying to get out of those trenches to go switch over to that offensive attack. You're not the fastest team in the league by a long shot, and all you do is eat up valuable seconds instead of getting goals on the board.
The chance here for OC as they have had a lot of offensive pressure. But the problem is touches like this out to midfield are not only going to alleviate that pressure, but it's going to waste boost that they can't afford. North, the only one with a full tank, he'll dive downfield and not even make contact. Chili on 20 has to make the save, and he does. But OC, again, wasting valuable seconds, not getting the offense that they need, and not really taking the most of these opportunities. This is a big one as G-Man tries to pop this to the backboard, and instead it goes to the corner. North doesn't get the boost steal either, and the passing play across net is not going to work as G-Man was going for boost. And again, the lack of coordination right now seems to be biting Oklahoma Christian. They cannot find these passing plays to connect. They can't find the boost to extend these plays, and the offense just feeling a little flat in moments where they cannot be.
Well, it's hard to be anything with a strong offense if you're already in your teammates' way all the time. Look, I love passing plays and connecting with your people on your side, but what you want to do is get out of each other's way. Too many double commits and defense, and too many people occupying the same quadrant of the grid of the pitch on offense.
This has been a game to forget, unfortunately, for Oklahoma Christians. Not a lot of opportunities here, and the ones that they did get do go off target. It's very similar to the narrative in game number 2, and it's especially similar considering if this one goes in, it'll be an even worse scoreline. 0-2 in game 2, 0-3 in game 3. Theoretically, they're going to go 0-4 in game 4 now.
Yeah, look, that goal was definitely unnecessary for Winthrop, but at the same time, that does have a bit of a mental kind of we are back and we have our foot on your proverbial throat. Oklahoma Christian scoring droughts and getting scored on late, that's a bad combination.
We talked about this at the beginning of this game, of you and I both being like, man, Garrett's been pretty quiet, and then I referenced that in the last series, game 3 was where he woke up. He got 2 goals and 2 assists in the last game 3. In this game 3, he does the same thing. It's 1 goal and 2 assists this time, but it is Garrett G getting involved in the scoring, and Garrett G embarrassing Oklahoma Christian. A good game from all of the players, but this was by far the most dominant game so far from Winthrop, and it's kind of proving, as much as OC get game number 1 in a majority of the series they play, finishing the series is a heck of a harder task.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I understand the tactic if you're Garrett G to distribute the ball because you may think, hey, look, you have the name, you're at the Wayne Gretzky on that ice. Sorry, Seb. People come after you. But we had so much space, so much time. I was wondering, why were you hanging back unless you didn't believe in the defense? But no, we saw Garrett G push up. We saw him being part of the offensive equation, which really tells me that he has to be just a little bit more selfish or a little bit less selfless to start taking opportunities for himself.
100% agreed. It feels like this needs to be a full team playing together, and that's what we talked about a lot in game 1, was that OC were doing a good job of having those passing plays, of utilizing all 3 of the players on the pitch. In game 3, we don't see that nearly as much. It kind of just feels like the team is going for individual efforts, and occasionally they do get some link up on passing, but oftentimes the third man can't get involved because they have to go back due to the counterattack looming. How many times did we see Chili just kind of left on an island by himself on defense, has to make the save, and he does, but you do enough of those, eventually a team will score, and Winthrop are more than capable of beating that team. They're more than capable of ending this series on Neo Tokyo. It could be 3-1 here to end the scoreline, and I mean, how many times are we going to see a 3-1 scoreline against OC? I feel like that's literally where they live.
You're right. No, you're absolutely right. Seems like it's almost automatic, but you raise a good point about defense. I love defensive-minded squads myself, but yeah, if you have bend, don't break offense and you don't score, defense, then your offense don't be any good at all. So you got to make sure that you got to put yourself forward, especially this one in Tokyo.
Yeah, there's absolutely an opportunity here for OC, but the job is going to be a difficult one, considering already it is Winthrop on the offense. Garrett G passed down to Tikra. I thought he might go for the shot, but instead it's all 3 players getting involved, and G-Man will make the save and put it in an awkward position where I don't think Tikra can do much with it. Garrett, though, with a full tank of boost and a fake out over the first, might be able to get the center for Percy. He tries, but there will be a touch in the way, and already it is Oklahoma Christian back on their defensive heel yet again. They need to find a way to not allow this to be as extended a pressure in play.
I'm glad you saw that and pointed that out fast, right? Everyone was hanging out the backboard like they were just on a car park. And when that happens, yeah, you can get some saves, you can get some blocks, you can get your outside 20 points, but there's no one else to follow up. So what you end up doing is just start playing ping pong with your opponent and giving them more opportunities to put things on the board like that.
How many times have we said this felt but inevitable? And it is another example of this. A minute of play. It is all offense for Winthrop. It took them 4 shots to get their first goal, but it's a staggering difference to OC with 0 shots through the first minute.
Yeah, I think Taco said about giving a team too much respect. I understand you want to make sure that you don't drop 5 or 6 or 7 goals, but in this league, it's about game differential, right? So why not try something a bit more bold, trust one person to be back, and push things forward to become much more offensively minded, much like your game 1 formation.
My goodness, what a challenge from Digaro there. Just absolutely dives at the ball, does not care what touch could come from OC, and probably the right decision considering OC did not really get a touch. Chili, though, might have something here. Good block, and if G-Man had any boost, probably would have been there for the rebound. But again, talked about boost totals throughout this series. It has been a problem for Oklahoma Christian and continues to be here in game number 4. Chances they march down pitch, though, in Chili to try and keep this one contained. Uses his entire tank, and there wasn't much in it, and all of a sudden it's Winthrop back on offense again with the boost totals once again in their favor. Whole lot of agains in these sentences here, because it just kind of feels like we're reliving the same story over and over and over.
Hey, you say get a lot, and I say definitely a lot. But the idea of the game is that there's a bunch of problems that lead to more problems, right? You have so many players in Oklahoma Christian occupying the same spaces. Double commits in net, double commits in front of goal, and even trying to travel. And when that comes in the same space, you take the same resources. There's less boost. So now you're slower, you're in each other's way, and there's no way to boost yourself out of it. All this comes up in the back half of a best of 5 or best of 7, and you can tell when Oklahoma Christian goes back to those bad habits, and that's what happens when they see themselves on the losing end of a series.
It does kind of feel like they're starting to stabilize at least a little bit here. I'm not going to guarantee anything, considering the boost totals still have been shaky at best here for Oklahoma Christian, but it does kind of feel like they're starting to be a bit more prepared for the defense that is required, and are starting to get more chances on offense as well. This one bounces off the backboard, the pass out, not going to connect with G-Man, but this time he's got boost and he is prepared for the counter, and Force can help him out. Great touch to the backboard, will disrupt any sort of offense that was being built by Winthrop, but you can't exactly allow them to get a free waterfall off the backboard, and you can't let them do it twice. 2 opportunities to clear this one out of harm's way, and neither one of them make
Shout out
contact.
to the Harlem Globetrotter to Cirque du Soleil. That ball was bouncing forever, but you saw that, right? Winthrop was trying to get something on the frame. You saw Oklahoma Christian flying around like henchmen in an action movie, but eventually we're just kind of delaying the inevitable. The scoreline's 2-0.
Yeah, inevitable is starting to feel like the word that's going to be the most poignant here. It does kind of feel like no matter what they try, OC, they're always doomed to get one game off the best teams in this league and then to lose the next 3 in a row. The only time that changed is when they got their dub over Cumberland, where they lost the first and then won the next 3 in comparison. So, unfortunately, the curse for Oklahoma Christian continues here, but with 100 seconds to go, there is technically a chance to break it. Not if the exchanging of demo leaves you a bit awkward and Percy can just dance around the defense. At least there's a demo on the other end, and maybe now a chance for OC to start some sort of offense? No shot found, and I want to get cleared again.
Question mark? Look, I hear you that 100 seconds or now a little bit more or less than that is pretty much a long time to get 2 goals on the scoreboard, but the goals have been so hard to come by in this series, full stop, that I think this may be the one at the final end of it all.
This would be a brutal feeling for Oklahoma Christian, not only to get the win in game 1 and then never get a win afterwards, but not get a goal afterwards. If they lose this game, it will be, let's make sure I do this right, 7 goals to 0 through a 15-minute span. Let's make it 8. Another 3 goals, and we're getting close to that prediction I had. 0-2 in game 2, 0-3 in game 3. How about 0-4 in game 4?
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, though, too, because you're going into this contest, we're talking about how much Winthrop was reeling, and they could have been tilted, and you weren't able to put that down. I wonder if that weighs a little bit heavier if you look at the season standings.
It's one of these things where I really do think Winthrop recognized the situation at hand. Not only was this a must-win series for them, but they needed to try and do it in as few games as possible to get their game differential back in favor. I think even if they win this one, which likely they will still be -2. Caster math is not my strong suit, so you're going to have to trust me on that one or fact-check it yourself and tell me that I'm incorrect, which is probably
That's the best caster job.
3-0 though, and maybe a goal for the road. G-Man, the shot denied, and somehow, some way, Winthrop keeping a clean sheet.
Man, Percy denying that goal like Santa, my present of Christmas Day. It's going the other way there, Vance.
Oh, no!
Wow.
I thought we'd escape the 0-4. Like, I don't even want to be happy that my prediction was correct, because this is basically not an own goal, but an own assist. Percy's downfield just looking for boost, and the touch from Chili is what gets it to him. Oh, disastrous here for Oklahoma Christian is, I mean, it was already stepped in stone, but, like, it's definitely
I
now.
just love being out of rotation just to get some boost and somehow getting a goal here. It's pretty awesome. Like, wow, this is great. Hot dog.
Everything's going great here for Winthrop, and they might even get one more to go here. Or maybe, come on, do it. Get one, OC. I believe in you. Oh my gosh, you're going to get a 5th goal. Oh my gosh, they're going to get a 5th. Tinkerell's not going to let it happen. Pulling it down. He'll keep the streak going. 0-2 in game 2, 0-3 in game 3, 0-4 in game 4, and 3-1 overall. Winthrop rebound from their loss and get their first in CRL split 2.
Hey, look, there's a lot of things to write home about Winthrop and how they still need to improve. This was a win they needed, a win they desired, and a win they went out and got. Had to dig deep and get the team that really was a wild card of CRL and does so with aplomb. With that said, Oklahoma Christian, again, those show flashes of brilliance. This wasn't their night once again.
This was not a bad series. Okay, all right. Actually, I'm going to take that back.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, I got to be a little bit of a realist. 0 goals through 15 minutes, and then also getting 9 goals scored against you. I can't necessarily give compliments. But again, it is more Winthrop returning to form, not necessarily OC falling off. This is how OC does it. If you've watched any other games in the last split, you recognize it's a team that can be competitive, but it's usually in game 1 that they catch things off guard, and then as the adjustments are made against them, they aren't really as quick to adapt as, say, their opponents against them. So it's not the worst series from OC, but it is definitely a good series from Winthrop, and a necessary one at that. We talked about if they had lost this series, there's a good chance they don't make playoffs. This finally reignites them in a way that was very much required.
Allow me to disagree there, Bass. I can't look up and see 3 battle cars just hanging out in the backboard like they're at a parking lot just chilling. That can't happen for extended periods of time in CRL. The game is too fast, it's too mechanical, it's too technical, and frankly, we deserve to see better from that team because they're so good in Oklahoma Christian.
We know how good OC is. Again, it's about finding consistency. We've talked a lot about consistency throughout the 2 semesters, and I do think it is one of the most important things we talk about, and we continue to discuss it for a reason. These teams need to be able to keep this going, not to just 5 minutes of play, not to 10 minutes, to a full 5-game series. And Oklahoma Christian, when they do that, have proven to be a threat. But when they don't do that through what was a 20 minutes of gameplay in this series, you can see the results. So again, not too down on OC for a loss there, but more happy to see Winthrop return.
100%.
All right, well, we're not done yet. We've still got more games here today on CRL Saturday. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to saying that, but you better get used to more series on the line. When we return, it's the end of the Winthrop doubleheader. Move into a new one here with Concord. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Racing, I used to making sense of who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun. Thinking this is just a part of me you love. It's not my night, but in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. Judgment is next to nothing. It made me realize instead of finding something, I'm pushing buttons like it's my state of mind. All you're hearing are my lame excuses. Got every reason why. Thinking how you want me in your life. Yeah, it's not my night. Up in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. that's the art of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. Never meant to disappoint ya. Smart enough to be a lawyer. Don't you waste your time on me, 'cause I don't care at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. You never know your full potential if you never dare to go for gold. The greenbacks come later. You just need some
We're back from the break, but also back from the brink is Winthrop Esports getting a 3-1 win over Oklahoma Christian, getting your first win of Split 2. Sitting here with Garrett G. How you feeling?
Pretty good. Stacked weekends coming up. I guess we're planning in tomorrow as well, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, there's no rest here. I mean, the doubleheader means obviously a lot of action. Thank you for being on stream as often as you guys are. Always fun to watch. But I do want to break down a little bit of that series and also the series right before that. So obviously losing a series can be irritating, but then you also get into Oklahoma Christian and you lose game one. What was kind of the comms like when you realized that you go into the new series and you're still kind of not really finding your footing?
I mean, I don't think we were worried in that series. I think we were pretty confident. After split one, I personally have been in a little slump. I feel like we're not like playing 100% right now. And a reward for getting number one seed is like playing a reverse seeding of the league play, which is weird to me. Played two of the top 4 teams first 2 series, which I think is interesting. But bad time to not be playing too good. But I think we were confident. I mean, I think, yeah, definitely an easier series than the one before. Probably needed that. So hopefully tomorrow we're feeling better.
It does boost your confidence. It does really help. But at the same time, we have to think about it in a way that we are still playing league play, but it's not a continuation. It is a split 1 and split 2. Do you feel like teams have shifted in their performance? Do you feel like there's something subjective in your own play or in other teams that you've noticed at least so far?
I mean, I think St. Clair definitely, because I was saying that in the interview after split 1 that I was like, I don't know how they're 4-3. It doesn't really make sense to me, but they were playing pretty good last week. And then, like I said, I think I'm personally definitely in a little bit of a slump. And I think as a team, we just weren't, I don't know, we just haven't been kind of peaking like we were before. But in terms of, I don't know, I think we had the Northwood Series 1, to be honest. I think the first time we played them 2, we kind of trolled. But they're a good team. I mean, it's Zanil, Creams Hockey, like they're pretty solid. So I don't know. I'm not too worried. I think 5-2 should be top 4, I think. And I think, hopefully that's our last loss of the split. Maybe we'll go all the way. So I'm feeling pretty good. I think we're still confident. I don't think we're like super worried about the other teams right now. But we just got to go series by series because, I don't know, one loss in league play can if you lose to it, like we would have lost again today, it would have been rough. So I'm glad we got that win.
I mean, behind the scenes, that's exactly what we were talking about. I'm like, if Winthrop drops this, I mean,
yeah,
I don't want to say anything.
Yeah,
but
it'd have to like reverse sweep league play.
Yeah.
We'd have to go 4-3 probably to me. So we needed that dub.
Yeah, and even then it can be weird. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're kind of like halfway through fall, and that also means halfway through the semester. I kind of want to broaden out because I believe yourself and Percy, this is your first semester going to school, doing CRL, and it can be kind of hard to adjust to college in general, but having to balance CRL at this high of a level, how have you found, and the team has found, adjusting between classes, life, and esports, trying to balance it all?
Yeah. I've gotten better at it now. The first month, I was like, I haven't been in school and I don't even know I can't remember what year I graduated. I mean, I'm Unk, so I can't remember when I was in school last. So it's been an adjustment, but now that I'm managing a little bit better, I'm enjoying it. So I'm happy with the decision. For a few weeks, I was like, oof, this is rough. But when you go from, I don't know, like playing games full time, it is you're playing a lot and stuff, but the time constraints are 2 to 3 hours a day of scheduled scrims. Outside of that, you're kind of, free to do what you want. You gotta kind of make use of your time. Whereas this, with deadlines and stuff like that, I started using the Google Calendar a lot. Definitely got a lot of reminders going on. So it's been good. I think I've adjusted somewhat quick. I don't know if that's quick. It was a little bit of a struggle at first, but I know Percy is getting better at it too. So I remember he was like, dude, how am I gonna do? Because I think he's taken 16, 17, 16 credit hours as well. He's like, how am I going to do this? Scrim for Sierra and scrim with the team. But he's getting used to it as well. So I think it just took us a little time. But now we're cruising now.
Excellent. I mean, it's good to see that you're doing that in your collegiate life, but also obviously in league play. You had mentioned that you're going to have to basically win out. You say 5-2 is achievable. In terms of, the gameplay, do you feel like you have to shift a lot, or is it really just like quick little, hey, let's lock in for us to league play and finish out split 2?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of do this thing sometimes where I think I'll randomly change my, I don't want to say identity in game, but like I'll randomly start playing different and I won't realize it. And I think split 1, I feel like we were playing pretty aggressive. Like we were pretty fast. And I think the last couple of weeks when I haven't felt off, I think I kind of like overcompensated, trying to slow down a little bit. But I think I don't think that's the move. So I think we're going to try to go back to like playing that fast and aggressive play style because I think Percy and T are both really, I think that's what they're really good at as well. So hopefully we can shift back to our split one. Split one, we were chilling. I don't know. Split one just felt like everything was connecting. So we got to find that again. And I think we can. I'm pretty confident. I was saying that before we played OK Christian. I was like, all right, that's our last loss. Let's get it. So I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you guys are done. But at the end of the day, you guys are also done with your losing streak. You're also done for the day. So we'll be seeing you tomorrow. But yeah, for right now, Garrett, thanks for sitting down with us. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you get back to your weekend?
I just shout out to Percy and T. I actually think T was playing pretty good today. So shout out to him, even though we caught an L. So I'm feeling good. Get it. See you tomorrow.
All right, excellent. Garrett, thank you so much. Have a good rest of your weekend. See you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Peace.
So you heard it from the man himself. They're feeling good despite a loss. I think rebalancing things with a win over OKC is great, but saying they're going to win out the rest of league play, I mean, that is the winner's mentality.
That's exactly the mentality that they need to have, especially after how things didn't go as they were wanting them to. And they talked about it themselves, like, man, if we had the same schedule that we did for the last split, would have been a little bit easier, even though Garrett was saying himself that felt in a bit of a slump. And we didn't see that through some of the previous series, but after game one, we didn't see that much at all during this Oklahoma Christian matchup. I mean, OKC, Bass, didn't get a single goal in those last 3 games. It felt like Winthrop just controlled the pace of the play the entire time.
I mean, it's just Winthrop business as usual, in my opinion. And I think that's the concern, is that we kind of have gotten used to, through 2 series so far, of them not necessarily being able to play at that level consistently. This series they did, and I do also think it kind of speaks to the level of, like, OC is good. We continue to state they're basically the gatekeepers for CRL at this point. But gatekeeping versus playing the former #1 team in Split 1, there are levels to this thing. And clearly OC realized that probably about, I don't know, 2 minutes into game number 2, because that was the last time they really had a glimmer of winning that series. After that, it was just, well done, Winthrop. That's all I can really say.
Yeah, every game just became a bigger and bigger lead in favor of Winthrop on that side of things. 0-2, then 0-3, then 0-4. I mean, Devonta, we got to hear from Creams on the other side how they're saying that they're going to be the best team, or not Creams specifically, excuse me, Nick on their side. We heard from Creams previously at last split how Northwood's going to be the best team and the team to beat. I mean, how does Winthrop now take that momentum, that aggression that they had in the first split and keep that going into their series tomorrow? Because they play against West Virginia, which is another top team out there.
Well, first things first, I gotta say every team has to put themselves forward and say, hey, we're going to win, we're the best. But that aside, I don't know. I'm not as bullish after that interview with Garrett. I'm not, hey, all due respect, he plays Rocket League better than I ever will. But when I trip and fall and I skin my knee and someone's like, you all right, homie? I go, I'm fine. And that's what it sounded like to me. So Northwood has every opportunity throughout the course of the season to really take the crown back, because Winthrop is reeling. They won just now, but I'm not really on board with it.
Okay, not on board just yet. We'll have to see if they do take that victory tomorrow. But we have a couple more matches to go today. Speaking about some matches that have happened in the background as well, though, we did get a result. Northwood, talking about them, got a 3-0 sweep over West Virginia. Apparently in game 3, they got a goal in the last 4 seconds to take that series. I mean, does that really change our thoughts, Taco, on where Northwood, West Virginia, and some of the other squads that we saw in the top 4 stand currently in those like power rankings, but also just in the greater scheme of trying to make those fall champs?
I would say this is more of a resteadying of a lot of different teams, because we heard from Garrett in that interview. He was saying, when talking about St. Clair, he's like, I have no idea why they are 4-3 in Split 1. And then they beat Winthrop in the beginning of Split 1, and they're continuing, hopefully, to have that upward trajectory. Northwood as well. You're saying, well, I mean, the talent that team has, we heard from Nick in his interview. It's like, we are incredibly talented. We should be winning a lot more games. So getting a 3-2 over Winthrop, getting a 3 over a team that is typically power ranked in West Virginia, 2nd or 3rd in the nation. I mean, it's putting out a statement that you can't mess around. There's no gimme series. There's no series you can kind of coast into. You got to prep hard all week, because it all leads up to these Saturday and Sunday games.
Well, we have 2 teams coming up that used to be big names in Collegiate Rocket League. One for the fall semester. They were the champions in Concord. They're playing on land, just like Oklahoma Christian. Hopefully they have better odds this go-around. Facing off against our new hopefuls in Ball State, who have been around the block for some time, but unfortunately didn't make it into our first split due to Baylor taking them in back-to-back series. Now, they took down Concord in a 3-0 finish to make their way through the upper bracket from the close qualifiers through to Split 2, and already starting off strong with a win themselves. Both teams have a win currently, but Only one of them can go with a positive record after this one. I mean, Bass, looking forward to this. This is a grudge match, I would say, for these two teams.
This has been a grudge match every single time that they play. I feel like you talk to the coaches of either of these teams, and they consistently will be like, nope, I hate Ball State. Nope, I hate Concord. Like, just back and forth constantly with this just barrage of the exchange. And, like, for the most part, I mean, we talked to BK about this, the coach of Ball State, and he said it's not really a rivalry because Concord just win 90% of the time, but that narrative has been flipped. Like, it's not necessarily overall that the record has now gone back in favor of Ball State, but as of recent, it's not even been close. Whether you attribute that to Concord's fall off or you attribute that to Ball State's rise, up to you. Either way, this is very much a series that is no longer just Concord all the way. Ball State have proved this, whether it's through the close qualifier where they take the win, or the fact that Ball State have already taken a win inside of CRL in pretty dominant fashion. I think this is going to be a really, really interesting series. I have no idea which way this goes.
It's going to be tough to really determine who's going to take the cake between these two squads. I mean, either of them have a lot to prove because last semester, or last split specifically, we didn't see Ball State. They have won lands before and been a top contender and then meddled out a little bit afterwards. And then once we saw that, Taco, they're like, hey, we need to make up for this, and then just dominated the opens, didn't drop more than a single series that entire time to make it back through. So I feel like getting the win here against Concord would be another statement made in their ledger as to why they shouldn't be doubted.
No, and that's the biggest thing is that when we're watching these teams, we look at recent form, and that's really how you do power rankings. It's how you also make a lot of predictions. And when it comes to Ball State, they are just soaring. They have yet to come down. They have yet to lose like really any series. They were able to get into CRL through uppers, so they're looking strong, and I think it only continues on until a team can actually step up. The thing is, Concord has also run a comeback recently, and I think that's why this is a match that I had my eyes on. I think really everyone, once the stream schedule was announced, was looking out for, because I think it really is a battle between two teams that have so much to prove. Concord did not have a good split. Obviously had to play in the relegation tournament. Ball State failed in the very first qualifier. So I think it's a chip on a shoulder, and there's nothing more spectacular than watching high-level players really prove how good they can really be, pop off on the biggest stage, and obviously under the bright lights of CRL. So I definitely think that that is the narrative everyone should keep in mind going forward about both these squads.
Yeah, they had to both play through that close qualifier. One who had kind of an upwards trajectory and one a downwards on the side of Concord. Thankfully, for Concord's sake, they were able to somewhat reverse sweep their first split, and they want to continue that run forward here on out. Again, I believe they are 1-1 at this point in time and 1-0 for the side of Ball State. So Ball State, they want to stay in that top four. They want to make it so that the first split didn't matter whatsoever. It's all eyes on that prize to make it into that fall championship. So, I mean, Vanta, talking about these teams specifically, what is the way that we could see Ball State overcome the odds? Because as we were talking about it, there was a rivalry between them, but Concord typically comes out on top in these.
Yeah, Concord has done that in the past, but the reason the flip has happened recently, it looks like they were re-energized Ball State versus for a philosophical reason. Eyebrows down in that close qualifier week. They really steamrolled the competition, but a lot of that comes from being able to put numbers on the board. The goals per game average has went up expeditiously compared to years past, which is something I've always been one of their biggest detractors about. So you shore that up, a team that's strong and they score goals can be just that difficult, that much harder to overcome.
Well, we'll see who is going to overcome the odds and come out on top in this one. Let's start with the predictions with Bass. Who do you got?
Taking Ball State, they've been on a hot streak lately, and on top of being on a hot streak, the last time these two teams played, it was not close. This was a 3-0 for Ball State in favor of them in the close qualifier to make it into this split. It was also the end of Ball State's unbelievably dominant run through the open and close qualifiers. In that, Ball State dropped one series the entire time, including the close qualifiers where they went 6-0. They did not drop a game, and at this point, it doesn't look like they will again. I think it's going to be a closer contest than 3-0, but I think Ball State have figured this team out, and unfortunately for Concord, I have yet to see a sign that they have figured out Ball State in inverse.
Okay, I respect it. We'll see if it stands up to the court of the best of five. Taco, who do you got?
Fun little fact about that open 3 and close qualifier run. Within that, in games, Ball State was 42 So they are not messing around. And on that conquest path, it was a 3-0 sweep against Concord. I think 1 week or even 2 is not really enough to figure them out. I think Ball State has the chemistry to work things through. I think Concord ultimately are a team with higher peaks, obviously, as we've seen what they accomplished last semester. But within this series, I have Ball State.
Okay. Are we going to get clipped on again, Novanta? Is it going to be a sweep? Are you going to save us? Who is taking it?
It's Ball State, man.
He's believing now.
I just look, man. I'm on a hot streak. I can't deny that. Numbers are numbers. So I'm going with Ball State, and I'm leaving it at that.
The stats don't lie, at least for now. So the desk is going Ball State. We've seen what's happened before. We'll see if it happens again. But the desk is
This is
sweeping.
Novanta playing 2 steps ahead. He's cursing them intentionally. He's doing this intentionally. I know it.
Bash, too smart. Stop.
Oh, man. But we do
See
have
through your plan.
another banger matchup between Ball State and Concord. This is the first time with the actual spotlights in front of them to see who takes the cake. If it's going to be Ball State, if it's going to be Concord, this is the grudge match we have been waiting for between these two squads. Concord, they have everything to prove. Ball State, they made it here. They're just having a good time and going to keep their journey going with what we've seen before. Ball State vanquished Concord during the close qualifiers to earn their spot in Split 2. Now get to see the rematch, which will determine who takes the lead in the race for the fall championship. Tensions are high and the stakes are higher, so let's find out which team rises to the challenge.
It's been a few weeks since Ball State put the whole league on notice, but now could be arguably their biggest challenge. Yeah, it's Novanta. I'm in the booth, the smartest man of all in Rocket League, the Paligo Burrito, the Danger Taco.
Man, see, you almost had me all blushing and stuff, and then you called me by the wrong food. Crazy. I don't know. You know what? It does flow a little bit better. I don't know in terms of syllables, but I expect the gameplay to be flowing quite cleanly. We predicted Ball State. Last time these teams played, it was a sweep for them, but I think there's just something about playing on the CRL broadcast that does elevate some teams. I think Concord is within that realm of teams.
I will say this, man. The whole thing about Concord, I know it's been a really Ball State heavy desk. They're really great. And the thing is about Ball State right now, they're just on this kind of run that I got to give a little bit of credit to. But Concord, mechanically, speed-wise, even character-wise, is a lot of fun to watch as well. So hard to see what's going to shake out.
Samas almost lurking upfield. I like that steal away that he was going for, but didn't quite click on that one. And right now, I think Concord, the biggest thing that they got to focus on is just making sure they get creative with their passing. We have a winner in the 2v2 open from Concord, actually. Samas and Crispy were actually able to lock in and win that for them. Thing is, now you're playing with 3, and you're third. Got to step up. How about that save from Helix right on the goal line?
Yeah, very dangerous to walk across the line with the ball in hand, and that could have been very, very critical, but thankfully got bailed out there with a bit of a pop.
Cut over 1, no air dribble past Helix. Woba might try to tap that one straight down. Problem is Samas saw that coming, and did not see that one. He had to turn around immediately. Nice save as maybe half second realized he might not be able to get there. Can he get to this one? Helix double, miss wide open for Samas, and yet reads his mind.
Oh man, Samas wish he had a half second to have a different direction for that shot off frame because that rebound was going to go in 9 times out of 10, but denial of the line keeps it level for a nice moment momentarily.
That is pandemonium on both sides, all these longer clears. I mean, I always say the best thing about playing high-level Rocket League is that the clear is always just kind of hit the ball hard, hope for the best, keep your defense on the other side honest. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing right now. But at the end of the day, the bread and butter for these teams is these high mechanics, all these dishes, as Crispy tried to feed it right back in, but is only going to meet the wall that is Woba.
This is a whole other level Rocket League where you say, I'm not going to wait for the second touch on the frame. And just like that, blink, you'll miss it. What a goal from Concord. They open the scoring.
You don't have to be as fast as possible on these offensive reads. You just have to keep knocking it into weird situations and manage that boost. Samas, only person that can get there. Really good putback by Crispy.
Something I like about them is being able to score early and often. And I will say this, Ball State does have a moment when they don't score in these little droughts. They've kind of been shoring up and been smaller compared to the last season split. Let's see if they find a way to have an equalizer right now.
Samas able to get past one, a little bit too far away, which means he's going to back away. Is that a definitely illness right there coming through as everybody gets a little bit of the sickness coming through when you are playing against Concord. I've noticed a couple players start backing off because the 2v2 demon mentality of Samas and Crispy can be a little intimidating. Looks like Ball State is able to shake it off temporarily, but right now you can see Concord starting to lean forward on these attacks, get a bit more comfortable, getting a lot more aggressive, and not able to follow the follow-through. Ball State trying to get out of their half, but only momentarily.
Oh, that with desperation, players are happening left and right from Ball State. These are some things that you don't want to have seen on any kind of VOD, because that would make any coach upset. But that said, the job was done, it was effective, no goals scored, but you wonder how long they keep it up.
Ooh, how long do you keep this one out? Oath is doing his very best, and that is a high-level save, especially on the follow. The thing is, you got to keep on doing it. Samas, flip reset, double tap, going straight down and into two defenders. Ball still has not left this blue half.
Man, Helix is just kicking themselves because they had that ball roll just a little bit on the defender. That could have been another opportunity at goal, which seems more than likely to go through that net the way the pressure's been applied.
The longer this goes on, everybody's starting to get uncomfortable in their seats. Last time it was a sweep for Ball State against Concord, but right now Concord, they are playing like the demons that we know they can be. This is the fall champions right here, and this is another goal as Crispy provides no way out on that clear.
Yeah, I was going to say, why is Crispy still in the go, but it was so close to being knocked out as well. You got to be your own insurance policy sometimes, and other times rely on your teammate to do it for you. 2-0 Concord.
And I do like Concord. When you are actually that aggressive on rotation, you can actually afford to occasionally space yourselves out more because you know the defense, it gets them into a rhythm. We got to get this clear immediately. And then when they send it back out, then you can just tuck it right back in. And that's what Concord is doing. They're in a rhythm. Ball State's got to find a way to knock them out of it. Problem is, they have free reign of these redirects right in front of the goal. Wova does tuck it past one player, but Helix knew that could be a danger. Nice recovery, and that will be saved yet again.
Yeah, you know what? In a lot of ways, it's kind of like music rotations are, right? You have standard rotations. You can actually cut that in time, 4th, 16th, 18th, if you're fast enough. And kind of see the rhythm, bump Concord, speed up and slow down. It's kind of been like the understated tactic or mechanic we don't really talk about enough. It's worked out for them. I wonder if Ball State can catch that rhythm in time.
Oath, really heavy touch. I think he meant to get a little bit less on this one, but now it's Guz's turn. Going for the pass down to Oath. I like the idea, maybe too much sauce on it. So it's up to Wova to try to clean things up with the midfield pass. Problem is, on transition, there's nobody there. That's a freebie.
Yeah, you don't get too many of those in a run of play like that. Helix didn't have to go all the way forward, didn't have to pocket the ball. Just a straight shot on because didn't seem anyone was around for miles.
Well, people on broadcast and in the chat can't see it, but we certainly can, Avanta, being in the lobby. No love lost between these two teams. We see Wova go up for that touch. He tries to pass it down. Samasa immediately hits him with the great pass text chat and allows his teammate to score. Concord are here to play, and they're not playing around.
And you know what? There's not many quick checks that aren't toxic. That's one of my favorite ones. Great pass, nice shot. But this one here, comprehensive win from Concord as they walk in goal number 4. What is happening?
Disrespect. Crispy just escorting this ball downfield. He doesn't even touch this, and God just has to play the 50 because why wouldn't you? Oh, Crispy, he knew he had him on a string.
Oh my man, someone clip that out please, because that right there is going to go on my X page right after this one.
Well, at the very least, we will have Ball State at least have time to get one if they can be so fortunate. And right now, they have really not had too many looks at the goal, 4 in total. And meanwhile, you have Concord absolutely dominating the statistics. 15 shots within regulation, and they might add a clean sheet as well, especially with Wova getting slapped to the corner and Crispy taking it out to the side. Concord are not happy about that last loss to Ball State. This is a statement game, and what a series we have ahead.
It definitely seemed like Concord went and watched the tape because everything Ball State did, it kind of gave us the greatest hits of both their offense and defense. Concord had an answer for and pretty much rendered them ineffective in game 1.
I think the main thing you got to pay attention to is just how well oiled the machine of Concord can be, in that it's just seamlessly moving through rotations, making sure they're stealing boost on every rotation, but also these high lobs. You see it on the replay in that first goal. That was just eventually you're running out of boost on Ball State's half. You're getting more and more desperate. You're reaching, you're spreading out on your rotation to cover your options, but ultimately, the more boost you use, the more it's stolen away, and the more high lobs are up. You're eventually just at a point where you kind of just have to hope they miss, and you don't even have an option to get a hand up and be able to save it away. So Concord really good at dialing that in. We saw that a lot in the previous season or previous 2 semesters of CRL last year. I feel like in this one, we haven't seen them. This seems like the return to form we were all kind of waiting for Concord to hit, especially it's a team as organized and as high chemistry as Ball State.
Yeah, you know what? That's kind of been Concord's special ability, except for the 1-2 punch between Helix and Samas. And the idea was when other teams saw the passing lanes and cut them off, they didn't really have any direction to go. So how do they counteract that? You're seeing them work a faster team. You're seeing them working irregular rotations throughout, and no one really knows when that pass is coming, and that has worked out for them. This year, there are no passes given out for complete passes in Rocket League, but if they were, Concord would be ahead in spades.
Well, it's the reason you say take a series one game at a time. One win doesn't mean anything. It's how you chain them together. It's exactly what Concord is looking to do, especially in a team that struggled heavily with game differential. A sweep could be in the cards if they continue forward on that momentum. At least right now, they certainly have the advantage on the attack. That's Helix dancing past one. Maybe a double tap in the middle, though Guh plays his angle well.
See, again, I got to give it up to God for seeing that and putting themselves in a position to stop that scoring play, but there really wasn't a follow-up. So you put yourself in a position as all or nothing defense, which is great, but very, very dangerous as this series progresses.
Both from the corner. Helix smelled that danger, but so did Crispy. That's going to be a double commit as Samas, really the only one with boost, is able to actually use it to maximal effectiveness. Gets the dunk. How about Crispy on the follow? Oath, you got to dig that one out. And he does a cross. Samas threatening that bump, and it will not actually connect, but ultimately everyone's going to back off to their side, reset the rotation as Guh takes the ceiling and right into Samas.
Samas with a clever idea of just covering as much ground right between the daylight, between the ceiling and the sky below it to stop that play on the run. You see, a lot of times you may not have all the offensive attack or options, but if you're able to stop and slow down the ball, almost be a tank, that right there can buy you some valuable time to reset.
Slapped it upfield. Fortunately, all these plays have been disrupted. Honestly, there's not too many air dribbles I've noticed from Ball State in which they haven't been interfered with. Someone hasn't chased him down. Helix actually just went for two different Ball State players on the back line. And even if he doesn't get a demo, it's still something that's just kind of annoying. It makes you have to pay attention more to the player instead of the ball. Right there, it's all in the ball. But you gotta pay attention to Crispy as well. Dunk to the sideline. No follow-up. Immediate shot from Guh. Maybe just trying to see if Helix is sleeping, but nope, he's wide awake.
Yeah, one of the things that we try to do that on lower level games of Rocket League, we try to be a bit of a terror and try to knock your opponent off of their square, making sure they're kind of off balance. We don't really see that at CRL level because the play is so high, you don't want to put yourself out of the play. But if you're as fast as Concord, doing that just gets you a little bit more edge. So props to Helix for getting his hands dirty and making sure they're kind of a disruptor on that pitch.
I don't think anyone had told Samas and Crispy they're no longer playing in the 2v2 Open from earlier in this week because they are half rotating on every single play. If Ball State takes even 1 second to get a touch off from their bumper, they're immediately getting chased. And I do like to see that, especially if the third is facilitating that and allowing them to kind of be let off the chain, chase that ball around and see what happens. At least for right now, there's a lot more stable of a game, and I think Ball State can take that as a temporary dub.
Got a question for you there, Taco. Now that you mentioned it, but hold that thought. What a goal by Wova.
And just being able to tuck that one in. Nice play by Guh. Not only getting the pinch, but then look at the follow through. Just one single tap. You don't always have to beat the defender. You just have to get around them temporarily, use that wall to your advantage. And good job by Wova to make sure that they're close enough to actually make that one count.
Yeah, before the goal, I was going to ask you, when you play 3v3 and it's kind of a standard rotation and a philosophy about things, and they always say those who do 1v1s are pretty much stronger in that mode. But yeah, you mentioned the point. If you're a doubles main, is there an advantage of going into almost that kind of a doubles rotation philosophy in the run of a game?
Well, it certainly can't help to be solo heavy because you can see Samas almost getting a goal. Even from an angle, that's doable from Helix. And I have to say, Samas and Crispy, I mean, all these players really are 2's demons. They play a lot of the game mode. It trains you to be fast, be improvisational. And the biggest thing is that you don't rotate 1, 2, 3, and 3s. You rotate based on who's closest, and you calm it out effectively. Like Guh, say, hey, hit me downfield. I'll make sure it counts.
Oh man, that's definitely something you say in the comms, like just pop it up and give it to me, and if it's me, usually whiff it. But Guh's just that better, making sure it's bottom 90, Ball State up in the lead, 2-0.
One thing you know is rely on Ball State is that if there is an open pass, they will find each other. They have the utmost faith in their ability to be able to deliver that one on a platter, but it's good when you have Guh downfield. He has been a scoring menace in all semesters that he's been active in Collegiate Rocket League, so he's a player you can really just throw it anywhere in his zip code and he'll make it work.
And that is something that, oh my gosh, Moz, being on the other side of that net, making sure that goal is cut in half on the run and gun. How do you recover and begin scored on? You score goals yourself. What a shot.
A little bit of a miscalculation on that approach from Guh. He was going to the corner, but I think he was playing the fake, thinking that Concord would back off on that or play a slow play, and instead they just full steam ahead. Take that 50, goes all the way back down. Unexpected from Guh, but especially the rest of the defense. Guh now trying to answer back that redirection. Gonna go right to Oath. That's a laser and a miss, but a clutch demo by Crispy is the only reason this is not a 2-goal margin again.
That's definitely a pro tip. If you have an opponent, you have a sizable lead or just a lead in general, expect them to do the Occam's razor, right? The most direct path to goal, because in their mind, they want to score as many goals as possible. Finesse really comes out for those who are confident or skilled more than anyone else in the pitch, or those in the far ahead lead.
Waiting that one out from Samas, Crispy taking over, past one, 50 past another, Gus turn around, Helix trying to make it count, another flip reset, double back post, and it's gonna have a little bit too much on it. That's a hard angle for anyone to hit, but I think Concord is content with building some offense, but notice they're not setting up camp like in game one. It really just comes at 1-2 shots, and then you gotta rotate out.
This right here is a whole other level of Rocket League. I love this. Being able to be fluid, being able to adjust on the fly. This is how you have creative plays, the ones we saw. And even though that angle didn't work for them, the fact that angle was even on the table should be a sign.
Another roller into the corner, slow, methodical play from both teams, but you gotta speed it up eventually. Samas will wait to do so, but he will steal that boost into the middle. Nobody stepping to Crispy, top shelf, but right down the middle. You got a top shelf or put that one where the defenders can't reach it. Unfortunately, he put it right where two defenders had an angle.
If that was 10 kilometers faster, that would have been the goal they so sorely needed. Wow, but ultimately the defense caught it in there in time and knocked it away.
Oh, the fake, and that's into Crispy! Being able to play that one down. The comms locked in, and so are Concord in the clutch.
Yeah, clutch extra crispy, going all the way around, making sure they had an opportunity to put things on frame. Oath tried as they might, went the wrong direction, just guessed wrong, and we have a potential overtime situation.
That's a trusty build by a lot of hours on the digital pitch together, but job's not done yet. In fact, this game isn't done. Final seconds, limited boost, and I think, Oath, I understand your feeling. I'm backwards, I'm near the ball. I'm just gonna jump and hope that this gets 50'd into OT. Everyone reset. We'll have to see if Concord can go up onto match point after Ball State seemingly had this one wrapped up.
Sometimes you kind of wish you were in an OT situation. I know that sounds kind of counterintuitive, but when you have a low time on the clock, you try to do things are a little bit ahead, a little bit aggressive. You need to be shot in front of the frame. It's like the way it's like, but Wova, clutch.
Being able to get this goal, but it's on no boost, getting a flick and playing this 50 so well. Samas does at least his best to put it to the sideline, but what was tailing it, he knew there was only one way that ball was going to stay out, and it's if he missed that shot. Ball State evening up the series. That was a battle from start to finish, Navanta.
Yeah, I was going to say, a lot of times in overtime situations are actually preferred because the ball gets set, you can get the clock out of the head and just say it's going to be pure ball at this moment. I felt these two teams would have appreciated that more, but Ball State found a way to make that short work. And so they have the go-ahead goal, they have the series tied, and frankly, it was well-deserved for them.
Yeah, being able to actually get all of that together and click is really difficult. I think the hardest thing to do in the Rocket League sometimes is when you really just get socked in the mouth and you are just trying to put some ice on it, say like, all right, we got to figure it out, and then come out the next game and address that one directly. It's a sign of a well-seasoned team, and I think being able to also lock in when it's most effective. I'm not going to say this is a full turnaround. This is not a full pendulum swing, but I think Ball State can feel a lot more confident that the goals they're giving up in this game were just well orchestrated for Concord or just a crazy counterattack they did not account for, rather than just straight up getting barraged with shots until eventually some find its way through.
I should ask everyone in our interviews, after getting punched in the mouth, how do you lock it? But you're absolutely,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right.
So hypothetically, I punch you. Thoughts?
About 60 seconds could be a lifeline for some teams to get themselves refocused. Ball State looks a bit energized. They now are matching Concord for speed, which was a mismatch in game one. Let's see if that goes on moving forward.
Moving into the new and improved DFH, we will have a game in just a moment. We had an immediate pause as Ball State is frantically typing. I think they, out of 4 attempts to type pause, they got it right once. So a lot of typos at the end of the day. Stay in school, kids. Anyway, we do have some packet loss, so we're going to be able to figure that one out and hopefully maybe re-roll the server. But regardless, that gives, in a way, an ideal time for the de facto tech timeout for both these teams, which I think they might need for different reasons, Novanta, both Concord and Ball State.
Yeah, I understand you could probably do that just to make sure it's a level playing field for everyone else, but those server resets can be a boon or a bust for a team depending on where they're trending. So this is going to be interesting to see how that affects the series moving forward.
And the one thing actually that I'm pleased to see is that Concord seems to be playing very well, but also they are not in facility. They are in a facility, but that is in Kentucky right now as they're playing on land, as we had mentioned. Ball State is actually more, I believe, entirely, I think they might be in the Ball State facility. I wish people turned on lights because right now it looks like they're playing from the broom closet, but either way, yeah, we do see the teams in a facility, maybe different environments. We were kind of wondering if that works, but apparently if you're good enough at the game, it really doesn't matter where you're playing and on what PC you're playing.
undisclosed location university. No, I hear you. That's kind of creepy the more you look at it. Like, where are you guys? But yeah, sometimes being in a facility can help with chem and maybe you can shout things out. But if you're willing to make dubs happen anywhere on the planet, that's kind of what makes this kind of cool that you're able to be in lockstep with your teammates. So.
And so going forward, I think as we figure out this new lobby, get people in, test this ping, and make sure everyone's all good, we will be able to see a continuation. But I think this is the interesting narrative that we often see, where game one is Concord getting a win, and I almost like, well, looks like everything's all together. Looks like they figured things out. This is going to be pretty clean and easy. Old Concord is back, and then they get a win back, and you're saying, okay, well, Ball State, they haven't figured it out, but this is the dangerous tipping point, I feel like, in a lot of series. Not just because match point is our next winner for whatever team cleans game 3, but it's because it shows, even if you're just eking out wins, if you're Ball State or something, that's still something that can be a little frustrating. It also shows both teams do have a lot of experience with each other. These two teams have like a rich history. So therefore, even with semesters going by and, different form coming in and out, it still comes down to the teams to actually look across the pitch and say, I know what you're good at. I know what we're good at. But at the end of the day, it's always unique. It's always different. And how do we handle that on the pitch today?
Yeah, in match testing or match preview, we were saying that it was kind of a grudge match, and rightfully so. And it's hard to not say that because we have so many teams that play each other many times in the season. But these two teams are what we say are good dance partners. To just find a way to make their speed work, their rotations work, their offense, their defense works. It is kind of a cool thing. They're like star-crossed lovers in that way. That is a literary reference. I'm not trying to say anything crazy. Look it up, kids. But that said, you talk about what it means to be good and have things work. That whole game one philosophy change. Concord has all the tools. And I do think this is the reason why Rocket League isn't best of one, despite the fact that it's a short game, if that's the case, is because it really comes down to being able to lock in for a longer period of time with the pauses, with the breaks, making sure you're still locked up with the teammates on doubles, on tournament play. That mental part of the game is so much more a part of the Rocket League culture that we give it credit for here in the booth, and it shows in situations like this.
And we'll have to see just how much of Starcross lovers rivals these guys are, because there's no love lost, because that demo right there is one of the first we've seen across these first two games. It's been a relatively mechanical, finesse-based game, but now it just seems like there's demos raining down, too, in the first 10 seconds.
Well, you know what? They got tired of waiting, so they came out swinging, and swinging they did. Bumps, demos, and smoke screens abound.
Samas reset, a lot of time, but says absolutely not. You are not getting that one through. Maybe Crispy can try, as Wova has absolutely nothing in the tank. Crispy going, I think, for the boost steal and the drop down, and maybe you want a little bit much more than you can actually access. Clear out to the midfield to go reset things at least a little.
Yeah, a little bit of a ping-pong action right in front of Neto. Samas had a chance, but that's knocked away by Gun. Epically saved at the top of the bar, and I thought for sure that was going to be the first goal of the game, the way that was just being kind of slotted in there.
And really credit goes to Gud to understand the psychology of a player in that position. You're going to want to be able to bring the ball up and then knock it behind the defender. Gud reaches back, gets the save, clutch playmaking, but now everyone else has to step up as well. Wova, limited boost, still puts that one off his backboard.
Man, you know what it is to be a hero when you try to do a save with like less than 30 boosts? It definitely makes you feel like $1 million, but what was almost upside down to happen, being able to technically work that down just a lot with their card control.
Oath down line, no double though, and unfortunately he can stay close, but that doesn't mean anything about possession. Helix left to Crispy, high lob over Guh. Wova's got to be careful because of that. Gets dunked only temporarily, and now here comes the fast break with Oath. A lot of boost, high flick, but a well wide. Guh, the putback, also gonna find that near side.
All that work and all for naught. You had everyone to run, you had to get it on frame, just said otherwise not the case, but I love the idea. You're trying to be as forward as you can to put something on the board early. You gotta make sure it's on target next time.
Now we have another touch, delicately going to the corner, but only to buy some time, in which they're quickly running out. Crispy, no boost. He's going to leave that to Samas. Guh, laser focused on that, is not going to be fooled. Does get there and gets the deflection. It's moments like that that really seem to be determining a lot of these defensive stands from both sides as Helix gets the pre-flip save.
Yeah, you really can't call it desperation. It's almost like both these teams are that scene of the Matrix, right? Neo being the one, like they just know where they're going to be. You're seeing these high IQ plays happening in real time. This is the kind of Rocket League you want. Two teams at the same level with simple but complementary philosophies coming at each other and trying to see who is going to be the one to blink first.
Crispy into the ceiling. That actually is open if Samas could get that touch forward. Guh is going to retreat back middle just to cover instead. And now going to have to be strategic, like a fake, like a light tap. Oath low, but going to be challenged high by Crispy. means that ball will be neutralized. Wova taking around the corner from an angle, but Helix knew exactly that he was the only one forward. He'll patiently wait out this touch and then try to slowly, I would say, get the clear, but no, it's going to be dunked temporarily, and now Helix upfield is just going to try and buy some time for some help.
Love the fact that he was going forward and trying to drew Gun to stay on the ground, because once you go up to the air, it's almost like Gun's guarding of the sky, right? So draw the defense out, try to wait for some teammates. I guess Ball State had that strategy kind of locked away, but I understand why they went in that direction to keep it low.
Wova gets slapped out of the way. Helix will take the easiest finish he'll ever get.
Yeah, easy, but definitely needed. Look at this one, making sure it was loose. Don't double back, just clean up the mess, and you got yourself something on the board.
And you can see a little bit of panic in Ball State there. Those touches in danger situations are not only just something you have to address as a defender, but sometimes both defenders back can start to think, should I go for that? Should I help you out? Do you need help on that? I'm just going to go. And then the double commit means that if one player gets beat, both of them do. Unfortunate for Ball State, but still a lot of time to play and some passes to make, albeit not that one from Oath, as I think you might have overthought it.
Yeah, overthought it because of the Shadow Ram, but this is a witching hour, last 90 seconds, and a very critical game 3. Ball State already have the momentum of winning game 2, but again, that pause, I wonder if that's ultimately going to be a big kind of shift on this game.
High lob and no boost. Helix, I think, understands that, so he's going to float in the air on the free jump and get it past 1. How about 2? Even 3, technically. So that's to rotate all the way back on the half flip. Samas, therefore, plenty of time to build out of. Into the ceiling with a musty top corner. Just a bit wide, but it still keeps in possession with Crispy. The dish across. Wova, last second challenge, and that was needed.
Oh, that could have been a critical scoring play. You don't want to be caught doing a half flip going backward on stream quite like that, but frankly, the finishing was a problem. That said, though, if this scoreline holds, it probably will be all for naught. Concord's very much in position to have themselves with the dub. Ball State has to act now.
Go with a lot of boost. Excellent first touch. Helix, though, wants to shut it down. He will not. Go over 1. How about 2? Crispy, 50 in the corner, goes for the boost over ball. That's how confident he is on that rotation.
That is trusting your teammates or not trusting the opponents to have something different up their sleeves as a plan B. Either way, it worked out for them.
Oh, I love the pass downfield. Oath should have it on the near post, and it does! Not even the crossbar can keep that one out on the counterattack. In the clutch, Ball State makes it count.
Well, yeah, if you're going to trust your teammates, you got to double back with defense, man. You just can't be like, my job's done. So, maybe I was wrong on that one. Equalizer late in G3.
I also like that approach from Guh. It's so tempting to just go for the shot, get all the power, but sometimes if you put it near post, it's something the defenders hesitate just a little bit on, and therefore you can't predict, kind of like Guh, doubling it up off the mistake.
I'm not sure if that counts as a ghost hit or not, but again, he was just caught going the wrong direction, just got that heavy touch from Simas. It was really easy pickings there, and that is a unfortunate mistake for Concord.
It's a tough one because, yes, that's technically a miss from Helix, but it's something that he has so much confidence in Samas to be able to get. Maybe Helix can make up for it because no one is up for Ball State as of right now. Wova a little bit late, but he can only get that one touch. Samas near post. Oath catches. He's bumped out of the way. Crispy will take it, but immediately be shut down. Ball State out of nowhere taking another.
You know what? I blame myself. I was like, oh man, Concord's been very close to win this one, 90 seconds, and bam! like that. One heavy touch, one shot on frame in the corner, and there you have it. Ball State's on series point.
One of those situations that this is exactly where, if I'm a coach, I'd like to take a timeout. We don't have them. We had the tech timeout, but that doesn't even count. Where you lose a game like that, and it is super hard to lock back in for the next one, because this was a game that is decided by one counterattack. That's fine, it's whatever, and then immediately off the kickoff, another one. 2 goals in the final 20 seconds. That's got to sting.
Yeah, it wasn't like the ball was loose and you got a double, triple, musty flip. Right, not at all. It was situations where you had a heavy touch or situations where you left the ball pretty much open, defensive lapses on the state of Concord, and that is just a lack of focus, and that's unfortunate. So yeah, if I were you, I would take a timeout. Guess they weren't being taken timeouts when they're best of 7, so we kind of threw them out here for best of 5s. But you take the full 60 seconds now and say, what the heck was that, guys? Take that last minute, slice it off, and go back to the original 4 as we head on to Neo Tokyo.
And we're looking at, as it is so termed, a spaceman sweep here from Ball State, losing game 1 and then being able to cruise on through, though it has not been an easy journey. Second straight game where it is a 1-goal margin, and I think it will kind of continue in that pattern. Of course, Hopefully I'm not cursing that, because that is exactly where we were wondering if that would happen on the previous series, ending in 4 and then almost not getting to 5 in our first of the day. But Ball State and Concord, they're our entertainers. I know along the way we're going to have plenty to hoot and holler about. Getting into Neo Tokyo, let's see if that actually comes to fruition.
Well, cursing is what I do, but if you Helix and Samas, go back to that vertical passing thing you do so well. And if you're Ball State, yeah, I would say not typically you want to hang back and look at mistakes like that, but what I want to say is when you did that, when you hung back and you were a counterattack team, it worked out in your favor. Maybe that may be something you focus on.
Samas, clever touch, and was waiting for it, especially now that he has nothing else. He's going to get the side boost. Helix is going to catch on the back wall. Slapped away. Time to create. Oath just goes top corner, and yet not going to go in. Bump away. Wova, do you have the power to get that on target? A little bit of a desperation heave, but I understood there was only so much of an opening.
Yeah, you know, I got the idea of going over, had a weak hit, but enough to double back and buy you some time, just in case it's going to be the long ball, which happened. So good foresight of kind of doing what they call a feint in boxing.
Helix going to look like he was trying to go for another feint, but that one's going to ultimately hit over and then knocked right on back. Wova trying to stay in front of Samas, but plays his angles well. Steals the boost, passes off to Helix, who will then take it near side with a dunk. Really had to overcalculate that one just to make sure that didn't deflect in.
I love the power. I mean, I understand that I couldn't get things on focus, but you drew the defense to the other side of the net. Well, in that situation where it happened, you do a long lateral pass. Didn't work out there, but those are the kind of things you put in your mental bank and say, okay, we have a Ball State team that's kind of really depressed on the defense. We could probably put them in a position we don't want them to be. Maybe next time we attack, we do something a little bit more creative.
Both a rare miss on that read. Wova once put up the line, but he knew Crispy was there, so instead he has to choose the lesser of two evils, Samas, who gets shut down on their air dribble. Wova to the skies. No bump, but a deflection means Helix is going to have a weak touch, means Oath can potentially take over, and yet it's shut down. Now a 1v1, Samas, quick flick, it's past him, but not past Wova, who gets caught on the post.
Wow, you do all that work to beat the 1v1 situation and then did a little bit of a chip shot and just wasn't enough power to get it past that last defender. I wonder that's the kind of plays that stick in the back of your head when you had to rotate back.
Ooh, open shot, Samas, no double tap as Oath is going to slow that one down. It will deflect. Crispy should have this near target. Oh, Felix is going to throw in the mixer again, but ultimately Concord, you can see them getting more aggressive. They're not even rotating at a certain point. They're just trying to stand firm, play for their 50s, and that is a dangerous game. But after all, this is not a comeback scenario where you have to be this aggressive. It is still an even scoreline as we cross halftime.
It isn't a comeback perspective, but like we said about grudge matches, we do things we don't usually do. It's that human element of Rocket that makes this game so beautiful. You say, look, we're going to come back, we're going to find a way to be aggressive, we're going to find a way to push, and your opponent goes the same. We're going to find a way to embarrass you on stream, and what we have is like this mishmash of dog piles and mechanical stuff, and of course cool moves like that.
Really nice backflip by not normally something I would compliment, but he got a lot of power, tripped up Crispy, was waiting for that clear, and now he's waiting for the next touch, which he can follow and get a reset on. Underneath not past Wova. Helix no boost, is trying to keep it in the mixer with Samas, who will lob that one high for Crispy to chase. Rotation locked in. How about the shots? It's open, a deflection. Crispy, it's a pinball for the lead.
I had no idea where this ball was going for a second. I go, what a save? Question mark. But you know what? That right there was critical. Late in the game, in a way right in front of the net. You can't draw it up better than that. Give or take a couple of bumps in there.
Now we will see the touch forward from Oath to try to ready things up, but apparently Concord, they found their confidence. Samas was already up yesterday for that read, and now they got to keep that momentum. That just sheer confidence in their game plan through the next 90 seconds. You know, Ball State, they're not going to take that one quietly, especially with Wova lurking and yet being shut down immediately.
Love the pinball by Crispy. I think that if this was a game ago, they probably would have hung back and tried to defend the net. But being able to be aggressive on defense and put that ball out of the hands of Ball State eats up valuable seconds with a narrow lead.
Samas delayed Musty has had full faith that that would be extended. And now it's up to Oath to try to put that one forward. Helix, full boost, but a little bit of a delay means Wova will take over as that deflects into the ceiling. Samas laying that one down. No boost, and really that's been something I've been watching him on lately. He's chasing around, he's using his speed flips to stay in the play, but there's not a lot of resources to go around for the Ball State rotation.
Yeah, I wonder if that was kind of like intentional at first. Like maybe it's kind of like, I'm going to lift this boost so you can get it. But it does seem that almost everyone's just being able to try to do things forward with as little boost as possible because there's little boost that's available.
Crispy went for it looked like the bump, but immediately peels off, steals boost, and knocks it into the middle. Nearly caught them by surprise, Ball State, but instead, it's going to go back to the midfield for Concord. I think playing a little less directly, knowing that it's more about clock management at this point, but you still got to get back. Helix, tough read, and skims it still. A little bit of a psycho on that clear.
Man, right there, all the skills are coming out as of witching hours here. 10 seconds ago, I would say it's pretty much in the bag, but you know me, I'm good at cursing, so I'm not going to finish that statement.
Oath, no more boost. You got to catch this one and keep it up, and that's a weird bounce near the lip. Crispy saw it, dunks it down. Of course, we're going to have to go to the distance. Game 5, locked and loaded.
Give it up for Game 5. You know what? That's something we want to see because these two teams are just really good at making sure they can adjust. We had the referee pause. I wondered that was going to be the buff for Ball State. They got the dub, and this time Concord responds in kind. Game 5, bring it on.
And I think it's only natural that we do go this way because, again, Ball State, they're getting wins, but let's not act like they've been just kicking around Concord. They're eking out some of these wins. And honestly, ever since Game 1, which seems almost anomalous at this point, it has been both teams really just trying to play that strategic aspect. You see Concord really just saying, Ball State, this is going to be, I mean, you're student athletes after a while. We're going to test your 50 acumen. We're going to see how close you can get. I'm just going to air dribble directly down into your face over and over and over and over again. And until you can prove that you can win every one of these 50s, we're going to find a way through. And that's what happened on that goal. A lot of 50s, a lot of rotations through the corners, and eventually one open shot and deflection leads to their opener and eventual game winner. I think that's really going to keep up as a pattern going into Game 5.
100%. Gus really locked down that third as a warden for Ball State. Now it's time for Woven Oath to play up front. They may be the heroes here if Ball State walks away with the series dub because they'll have the space to put things on frame.
So as we load into Champions Field, all the players stone-faced trying to get ready for this one because they know it's really up to execution. There is no luck in Collegiate Rocket League. You got to make sure you earn every series, and a win here for Ball State would do wonders to extend their confidence that, yes, it wasn't a fluke that they got through this closed qualifier. They earned this spot, and what a way to earn it against one of the most successful teams we've seen in all of Collegiate Rocket League in the past year.
And I do think Concord understands what that means if the loss is on them against a team like Ball State. So you're going to expect no quarter giving in this Game 5.
Crispy, air dribble, and that's a lot of space. He's going to use it to maximal effectiveness, or so you thought. Oath shuts it down, misses the boost though, so no air dribble to follow.
Did look like it was going to be a tag team play right in front of the net with Simas, but yeah, bumped off the line and kind of broke everything down. Good heads-up play.
Let's break this one down step by step because it is filthy. Over the back pass, Simas smells Guz waiting, hits it around him, fakes the follow through, and bumps the goalie. You can't do it much better than that. What an assist.
I don't know if that was planned or not, but it was executed perfectly. It was a mess, but still it came out with the goal.
Oath, I think, trying to get a bump on Crispy doesn't work out, but how about this air dribble instead? He's off the ceiling. Simas, bouncer. No one reads that one. Guh trying to find his way through. Wovo call him off, and now instead it's Guh as the last back. Crispy trying to speed it up, but only can do so much with that amount of boost.
Yeah, you see the wide stance of that defense from that Ball State side. They're looking to really be an anaconda to make sure they get possession back. That might be the goal of this game, is really lock down the lion's share of possession and use that to your advantage. That offensive attack went nowhere, just the way Ball State planned it.
Wova clears it well over. Simas, no boost, and actually nothing in the corner either. He's out, and I don't think Ball State is fully aware of that. They're just going to let them drop that one into Helix. Takes over with a wave dash. Inside 50, leaves for Crispy. Back post, Wova was not anticipating that.
I don't know if there were cement shoes or what happened. What was right there waiting for something, didn't get it. Not sure if it was kind of like a flash bang, but yeah, that right there was just perfect. 2-0.
There's this thought from a lot of players watching SSL gameplay saying, well, every goal has to be extra fancy. I mean, how do you beat out players? Sometimes it's doing things you don't expect. Crispy understands Wova's probably waiting for a 50. What if I just hit that one behind the challenge onto the back post? Can he read that? I bet he doesn't. And right now, Concord, they're trying to see if they can read this one. They don't have to. They wait out the miss, and now here comes the counter again. Can they put this one to bed early? Helix thinks they might be able to, but turns away preemptively, just trying to prioritize that defense, it seems.
you raised a good point. It's hard to stop what you can't see. And yeah, you can go bang, bang and try to do balls as hard as possible or as fast as possible, but really it's about timing and making sure your opponent doesn't have themselves in a position to knock away your shots on frame because of the timing of those shots. And that's why you get some slow rollers. Sometimes you get shots like that out of absolutely nowhere, and that was knocked away with the savior medal. Shout out to Oath for knocking that aside.
And that's a dangerous one. Coming in from that angle, sometimes you preemptively jump and then it actually gets knocked into your net or deflected off a defender. Does not happen for Ball State, so instead, they can rebuild and focus on the next pass, if not for Helix from the blind side. 1-2, flicked high, but well wide. Helix in the putback also can't get that one through. A demo leads the way, though. Concord is just marching ahead unimpeded.
Now, this right here is my goal of the night. Helix going on forward, and we saw the critical demolition by Sinmasa open up the scoring lane for Crispy. And that right there is how you use the strengths of everyone on your team to make sure a decent goal becomes one that's a guarantee.
This is where Ball State really start to have to get worried. It's one thing to have to come back by 1 goal. How about 3 with less than half the game to go? The way Concord's playing, that is definitely looking spooky as a prospect. They are getting perfect air dribbles. They're getting touches back and over. They have people on 0 boost having to make these backboard saves, as is Oath. Crispy's just going to keep the pattern going. Watch how they know they have the boost advantage and keep lobbing it high for Ball State to waste even more.
Yeah, absolutely. In the earliest part of the series, I said, yeah, it's great to hang back for Ball State and be a counterattack team because you're just particularly proficient. Shot across the frame is a bit wide. But what's happening now is that you're out of time. You're down by 3. You got less than 2 minutes. Now it's everyone forward. 1-9 formation if you're playing soccer. Forget the pleasantries. You got to have to swing that hammer.
And you got to also just start sending the house. At this point, caution has to get thrown out the window. You need goals. You need them now. You can't rely on kickoffs. You can't rely on go, though. Bar down, out. Wova put back. And that's a clutch finish to at least keep this in the realm of the possible.
Look, the goal was great. I'm not going to underscore that, but that right there was a desperation if I ever saw that. It was a nice clear. It was no one back to knock that ball the second time, and that was open. You're not going to get that situation again. You got to come up with something different for Ball State. The time is of the essence.
Wova will let that one drop and look for that back post flick into Gov. Pass down, or rather across Wova's body. Now it's up to Oath. Heavy cut. Crispy didn't see that one coming, but neither did the back post. That one will skim right by. Honestly, Concord, I think, was completely confident that they did not have that read, and luckily they knew that angle was not headed on in.
Yeah, one time you go up and you kind of miss represent where the goal is going to be, and you realize, oh wait, it's behind me. It's 10 pixels that way. Exactly what happened. But yeah, the defense was pretty much going either we have no chance or we're just going to see how it works out. So let us know how it ends up after that.
Samas from the corner, reads that one. If only Wova had any boost, but unfortunately just lurking back, grabbing pads. Helix flicks over. Samas actually gets beat over the top, which means Crispy left all by his lonesome temporarily. No pass available from Ball State, but there is a boost steal. Oath looking to get it to Guh. He has to half flip out. More time, again, just continuing to tick off this clock. Concord knows that it's time on their side. They don't need any more in the back of the net.
This right here is anyone who's playing Rocket League with their friends or clubs. Yeah, you want to kill some time, don't do long passes, do these half flips, and then put the dagger in when you have the opportunity. Helix, critical, it was textbook, and this is one maybe all she wrote.
And really well done by Helix, understanding that in those situations, you're not going to catch it, you're not going to clear, you're not going to throw it, you're going to catch it to the sidewall. So he plays the sidewall, wins the 50, and knows that it's going to be wide open. Concord, from start to finish, it hasn't been clean, but it has been effective. They will take this one, a revenge series over potentially an emerging rival in Ball State. GG's to Ball, but you're going to have to try again next time.
Let the record state that I predicted Ball State to win, so don't call me a hater, but the results can't be denied. Concord, complete performance, walking away with the win.
And again, it seems like Split 2 is just a narrative of the teams that had struggled a bit returning to form. Another league win, as you see the smiles all across the Concord roster, knowing they had to eke that one out, but it has to feel so satisfying. Again, not only getting a win, extending the league play record, but doing it over a team that really just took you apart in the close qualifiers.
Yeah, you know what, and frankly, I always say this, that the tag team efforts of Helix and Samas on any given day is top tier elite. It just so happens there's some games where the defense falters or maybe they get caught in the middle of a wide rotation and that's the end of them. Ball State had all the momentum and they stopped them pretty much in a good way that last game of that series. Take that, review that, and that could be your Rosetta Stone of figuring out the rest of the split.
And especially, we also want to give our flowers to Helix getting the MVP for his team in that Game 5. He was instrumental on defense, but also just watch his facilitation. He has a lot of gravity to him on these dribbles, and it forced out a lot of awkward reads from Ball State. They were not able to adjust, and half the time for Concord's goals, it's really just Ball State trying to fumble over themselves, trying to get it clear, and it's just so hard when Concord seemingly taking away every single escape route.
Yeah, and Concord really had a challenge there because I did see Ball State hang back up front of their net, and there were some opportunities where they couldn't go left or right, and they had to shoot straight. And when that happened, it was almost like everyone can't, like a swarm of bees from Ball State knocking them out. But they found a way to really put them off of the front step by just pretty much drawing them out of their upper third. And that's something you have to do on the fly when you get to further on in tournament play and fall play as well. So props to them for seeing a challenge and adjusting on the fly to make sure they walk away with the win.
And especially good for Concord because they still have to stay warm. They are another series coming up next for our another double header. Ball State we'll see a little bit later, but we'll see you guys in chat in just a moment as we go to break. Coming back with our last match of the night for CRL on another week.
All I want is you. 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 Is you. All I want 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 is you. 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 is you.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control. Leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to CRL. My name is Oliver Bass, and I'm joined alongside by Samas of Concord University. Samas, first off, my guy, congratulations on the win. How's it feel?
As expected, we oh my god, I'm stuttering. Alright. Nah, we expected to win. Was not really difficult. We just kind of gave up 2 games because we're bad, but they played terrible, so we take it.
Okay, wow. All right. I mean, it's an easy way for me to segue into my second question here. So I was going to say it's the run back versus Ball State. You guys faced them in the close qualifier. Not to bring up bad memories, but it wasn't close. It was a 3-0 victory. You stated they played bad in this series. You've also at many times said you shouldn't be losing to that team. We've had the narrative that this has been like a rivalry, but the rivalry kind of flipped because they beat you guys, but you still have the record. Do you see it as a rivalry, or is this just another day at the office?
To be honest with you, we win when it matters. Every time they beat us, they win whenever it doesn't matter. So we don't really care at this point anymore.
So it's not even a factor. Not even a thought in your mind about any sort of background history with these guys, huh?
No, not at all. I mean, when's the last time they beat us when it mattered? ECAC last year in the grand finals. Was that it? Oh, it's just a couple opens. Couple opens, right?
Yeah. There's some opens, but they also didn't win in open. You guys won, you won like a semester. I feel like that maybe is a little bit more important. You get the idea here. But speaking of which, the start to this semester was not what you guys were looking for. Obviously, this is a thing we talked about a lot, whether it's with you, with TJ on broadcast, or somewhere in between. This has definitely been a different start to the second split. Is there anything you attribute that to, or is it just sort of you figured out the issues from split one?
I mean, we just figured it out. We just decided to play the game and lock in. We just got too complacent. I said this in my other interview. We just didn't play the game as much as we should have. And then when we started playing, we feel normal again.
I mean, you guys have been playing a lot. Again, the results have been mixed, but it's very clear that you guys are back. But are you back enough to repeat your performance? It's you guys versus West Virginia next. I know this one, we talk about the rivalry with Ball State. This one's a little more personal. It's an interstate rivalry here, plus a team that you guys have already beat. What's your expectations going into the next series?
I mean, I don't want to say we're going to sweep them, but we do plan to win. We want to continue our winning against them every single series, and that's what we're going to do.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck, Samas. The floor is yours if you got any shout-outs here to end this one.
Shout out to Concord. Obviously, shout out to Kentucky. Shout out my man Chipmunk over there. He's a beautiful man, and he let us play here for while we're playing the tournament. So shout out to him, and we're ready to beat West Virginia.
All right, shout out to Chipmunk, and shout out to you, Samas. Again, congratulations to you and Concord on the win.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, that was Samas from Concord, and as you could hear, they didn't really think they were ever going to lose that series at any point, Vod.
Not at all. I mean, seeing the confidence from these guys is what we were hoping from the first split, and it didn't really start out as well as they wanted to, but it's all smiles across the board from them. You could tell even Helix was playing out of his mind during some of those games. So cool comment collected from Concord is the state of being that we saw them when they won the fall championship, and now they're back into top form. It's only up from here, it feels like, and that's exactly what we needed to see from this team going into Split 2, because this is the one that matters the most, Taco, and hopefully they can keep that going.
Yeah, the biggest thing is that we mentioned across the previous times where we're saying, well, West Virginia's playing super well, and we just talked to Samas and said, like, well, it's an interstate rivalry, and he's like, well, honestly, I mean, is it? And when you look at the stats, I mean, Concord, of all time against West Virginia, granted it's been a different roster, technically with one player swapped out for West Virginia. West Virginia won the very first meeting back in 2024 at the Hugh Invitational, and since then, Concord has won 5 straight series, of which they've only dropped 1 game in 4 best-of-5s and 1 best-of-7. So clearly it seems like, yeah, maybe we're trying to say, well, Concord and WVU, they're very evenly matched. Concord's like, are we? Are we really, though?
Yeah, that's the big thing here, too, is that they're showcasing that they're a step above. And these teams in Ball State and in Concord from the previous series that we just watched, kind of 50-50 in matchups. But Samas was kind of pointing out that, it's only when it matters that we're the ones who actually come out on top. Sometimes they beat us in other competitions when we're not really focusing as much. But this is where everything matters most. And this win matters so much more here, Novanta, for the side of Concord, because of how unfortunate they started out their journey in Split 1, and now it's a completely different story. They're 2-1. Their only losses against Northwood, who are currently 3-0, who took down Winthrop and now took down West Virginia and Concord. So not too surprising that Northwood's doing so well, but this bodes well for Concord if they want to try and make it into that top 4.
You're absolutely right there, Vod. But you take a step back between Split 1 and Split 2. They were so close together. I wonder why they have the split even in general, right? You think it'd be kind of the same thing, continuation, but it kind of feels like a different expression already. Teams that we thought were kind of inevitable are not, and teams like Concord are finding their new footing again. This is what I love, and the fact they're able to double down with that and say they have the confidence to keep moving forward is icing on the cake.
Well, we'll see if they can keep things going into their next series. It's our final series of the day, the Battle for West Virginia. And WVU have lost it every single time that they've faced at least Rocket League. You talked about the ULAN in 2024, they lost, but then in the exact same event, Concord were able to come out on top afterwards. Will fate change here for WVU? The biggest thing on my mind is that Concord, hot off a win in Game 5, West Virginia, hot off a loss against Northwood in a 3-0 sweep. Talk to me a little bit about the mental here, Bass, for WVU to try and recover before going into this series.
You got to just take it a game at a time, and I think that's the big thing for West Virginia here, is believing that they are capable of not only taking a win here, but continuing to be one of the top teams in CRL. Again, they finished second overall in the last split. They did end on a loss to Concord in the final week of league play, so it's a little bit of a rough remembering of back then, but I also still kind of feel like, again, it's West Virginia. Even on paper, you look at the names of Gyro, Matt, and Tool, they should be confident coming into this series and at least feel good. And I asked them as soon as we got into the servers, everything's getting set up, how we feeling? And without hesitation, Matt's like, I'm feeling fantastic. I'm good to go. And I do think they're basically just kind of, memory of a goldfish. In any other context that is an insult, here it is a benefit to Rocket League players to just kind of wipe that one away, forget it happened, and just play for what's at hand, even if what's at hand is a overwhelmingly bad record for you guys.
Yeah, not the best start that they wanted for their Split 2. They are 0-1, currently can go 0-2 if they do drop down. So we'll have to see what these teams have it in them. Again, looking towards the horizon for both of these teams. West Virginia, they had a great start to the last split, but I kept talking about it. Outside of that, they were struggling in other competitions. They do have a LAN win themselves, but the team that's on LAN currently is at Concord. You can see them getting ready. Crispy just getting his hands warm, going towards the setup as well. I mean, the confidence from Concord is part of their greatest strength, I would say, going into these. When they aren't on top of their game like we saw last split, then they are just second guessing themselves, their teamwork, their decision making. And how is like that 3-man rotation with Helix specifically being that anchor for this team here, Novanta, so integral for them to try and come out on top with?
Yeah, absolutely. And we kind of touched upon that in the last series. I was talking with the Danger Taco at the Player Burrito. But yeah, it does feel like sometimes they kind of break out into almost a 2v2 kind of formation. Hill and Samaj are kind of that bang play. I don't say this is the passing game. It's the offensive game. It's a defensive game. It kind of looks like they're on a string, both vertically or laterally, and it ends up becoming a game within the game. Can you somehow beat Concord, but can you find a way to make the Helix Samaj connection irrelevant? And that is like a side quest that a lot of teams are just not prepared for, because it always seems to come out of absolutely nowhere. So that is what their special sauce is, according to their speed as well. I gotta say that when teams find a way to do that, it's kind of interesting to see how that breaks it down, but no one really has a repeatable formula, which makes this team Concord so dangerous and so fun to watch.
So we'll be able to see what they can do once they take the field, get into the lobby, warm up a little bit there. But West Virginia, we talk about this record against Concord. Only won a single series in Game 5, mind you, with a different roster. Currently with this roster, they lost 3-1 in the previous split. Taco, how do they change their fate?
It's tough because, like, when we say change fate, it's like we're acting like this has been like a years-long journey, when in reality it's only been a couple weeks. But the thing is, it's Split 1 and Split 2. And I mentioned earlier when we were talking to Garrett in the interview that, yeah, it might not feel like a huge change, but in a way, it's kind of like we're halftime of the season for 7 out of the 8 teams here. If you're Ball State, yeah, you got back into league play, but everyone else, it's a continuation of what's already happened. You have a clean slate of games, and you got to go forward. I think the biggest thing is just understanding Okay, yeah, you can talk about this first split as kind of a warm-up. This split 2 is where you need to make sure every game counts because we know the middle of the table is going to be a bloodbath. You need to make sure every game not only is a win for the series, but if you lose, you can't be losing in a sweep. You can't be going down. And I think with West Virginia, honestly, I would say going in, they have a lot more to worry about. That 3-0 to Northwood might be not only a head-to-head result that might really ruin them, but that's -3 on their game differential, which could be a tiebreaker going forward. You got to at least get a little bit closer in these games and make sure you eke out something out of losses, even if you do take them.
With teams stepping up, you can't afford to drop to a sweep. And speaking of sweeps, aside from the one that we just witnessed this past split, every other game that West Virginia has lost against Concord has been in a sweep. So we could see a similar story. For their sakes, they hope it goes to 5, similar to how we saw Ball State keep things going on that side of things as well. So a lot of things in favor for Concord to take this. There's a lot of things for West Virginia that they got to keep in mind going into this so that they could at least get a game or two and hope that they get the series because they need to start out 1-1 with how competitive this split 2 has already shaped up to be. But with that all out of the way, Novata, give us your first prediction.
I like West Virginia a lot. I really do. But seeing Concord really stop the momentum of Ball State and the confidence words between our interview, got to give the Concord, man. They look like they have the hot hand, and I'm always on the momentum train. So Concord it is.
Okay, keep that momentum going. What about you, Taco?
I think for this one, that result from Concord is too convincing out of Ball State. But on top of the fact that they do have the history against West Virginia, who is also coming off a 3-0 loss. They only scored 1 goal in that entire series. They shot, I think, 5% against Northwood. I don't like how it's looking, and I think Concord is able to cruise to another one.
Okay, 2 for Concord. What about you, Bess?
We have yet to successfully avoid the curse in this second split. And it's probably going to continue because I'm also taking Concord. And I don't like... Bud, please save us from this. I don't have anything more to add here. I'm just begging you to pick West Virginia.
I'm so sorry. I fell on the sword before with Oklahoma Christian, got burned. I'm not doing it again. It is going to be Concord all the way. The desk is sweeping one more time. Can the Concord break our curse or will they go down in flames? West Virginia, the Mountaineers, all eyes are on them. We talk about changing fate. We talk about the 5-1 record between these institutions. This is the time to shine if there ever was one. Split 2 is where it all comes down to it, where every series and every individual game matters most. We'll see who takes the field once they actually get into their driver's seats themselves. But again, there's still some time. These teams taking a bit of a breather so that they have at least full mental clarity going into this matchup. So again, we got to see what West Virginia have on the table. I think the biggest thing is when Gyro's popping off, they can actually rally behind that. But when Gyro's not feeling as confident, that's a struggle for them. Only seeing that a single goal came out against Northwood is a tough spot for them to find themselves in. So if they start off strong, that is the big thing to see here from West Virginia. But as they're getting set up in the background here, Novata, I'm just going to throw to you for a second. Who do you want to see pop off from WVU if they're going to be able to try and take this the distance?
Yeah, you know what? We were talking about what it means to be a double team going 2 games in a day and what that means for like the fatigue factor. But now I think about it. Now we've seen a couple of those this season. It's always about who's going to come off quote unquote cold going from off stream on, especially being in the finale. And West Virginia, a team I tend to favor heavily. I kind of rank them on a bit of a curve historically. It's about Gyro, man. When that man was signed to that squad, it was like it was supposed to be a revelation. In some ways it has. I'm not denying any of that legacy there, but now's the time for you to punch through that tier 2 into that tier 1. You should be in the same conversation as Winthrop. You should be in the same conversation as a reserving Northwood. It should be, hey, Ball State, West Virginia are on an upward trend, not Ball State and I don't know. So to answer your question, I want the whole team to pop off, but it has to be Gyro. The tip of the spear, the brand name, if you will. That's what I'm voting for.
Trying to delete the competition off the map is Gyro leading the charge for West Virginia. They've lost the battle of West Virginia time and time again, but will they be able to change the odds this go around? Concord, 5-1 record, looking to make it 6-1 against the Mountaineers. We'll see how the Mountain Lions take advantage.
You all know the song. Mountain Mama has brought us home. We are in the West Virginia battle. It is Concord versus WVU. And I would say, Taco, for one of these two teams, this win matters a heck of a lot more. If West Virginia cannot get this, the basically inverse of what happened to Concord last semester will happen to them.
Yeah, you're really starting to drop a lot of series, and as we mentioned earlier, in most league play or double round robins or something like that, you have a lot of leeway with losses. Not so in this format. West Virginia, right off the rip, is already getting taught the lesson that Samas can take you apart.
This is the problem. You cannot miss a beat with a team that has been this hot already today. Samas dancing around everybody, and it's the main man, Helix, who has been the tip of the spear for so many of these offenses. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he had the most goals of any player on the team through the first 4 games. Technically, Crispy evened it out with a 1 goal per game average, just like Helix in game number 5. But for the most part, Helix was the hyper-involved player when it came to their offense, and he's proven it already. 1-0 to Concord, not even 30 seconds in. West Virginia, buckle up. This might be a rough ride.
And right now, it's rough to be able to fall behind, but right off the rip just shows, okay, well, this is a series that historically has not really gone our way, but it's fine. We got a new roster, it's a new split, and we got scored on. And it's like immediately it kind of colors the rest of game 1. But they're competitors. They've been through some weird odds before. We'll have to see how they remedy it, especially with Tool getting a nice read and recovery. Almost gets past Crispy, but he was almost waiting for that exact touch.
I do want to mention, as much as we're talking about, that Northwood series factoring into who we think is going to do well here, Concord also lost to Northwood. So it's not like either of these teams have played well against Northwood, but it's also not like anybody necessarily has. The only team that's able to get them to 5 has been Winthrop, our former...
Not so high that you're going to bar it out. Good job by Tool to make sure that you gave all your opportunities in a row, although the passing play is going to have to be a lot more complex to get past Samas on a play like that.
Not quite able to do so, but plenty of time for either team to start developing some more complex plays, or just send it back to your own day. Gyro, not sure what the plan was there. It definitely didn't work out, and that's 2-1.
That normally isn't super bad. The problem is he's trying to pinch that and get around it, but unfortunately he gets directly below it. I mean, right down the middle. So it doesn't go up line, it goes out, and even on the recovery, yeah, you can get there, but there's only one place you can put it. You either fake it or you knock it in the middle. That's where Concord guesses it goes, and what a surprise, it's in the back of your net.
It does kind of feel like West Virginia right now are kind of shaking off the rust a little bit. We talked about this. Their Atlanta adventure at land was not exactly what they were anticipating. They did end up winning it, so I want to give them credit there, but it very much was a shaky start and somewhat of a shaky end as well. Wasn't necessarily a guarantee for them. So I do kind of feel like West Virginia going through growing pains and cutting me off mid-sentence again. It's been 2 minutes and we have 4 goals.
One early flick by Matt. Samas trying to get in the way, and then Matt says, get out of my way. The demo with a statement as well as a simplistic flick. I mean, if you don't have space, you can create your own. Good job by Matt, just making sure that he's staying laser focused, not on the distance he has to cover, but how he's going to navigate through those layers of defense.
I have no idea how we're going to navigate the rest of this series. If it's an absolute barn burner with just shot after shot after shot going against either net, I'm cool with it, but not exactly how I anticipated this series to go. Plenty of time for either team to find themselves some normalcy here, as we've got 3 minutes in game number 1. Tool's got to pass out to potentially Gyro. Helix kind of called the bluff and waited there, and both teams get a little bit stagnant out of midfield. I mean, Crispy not going to take this one initially. He's actually going to fake it out in the corner, give Samas a chance here as he fires on target, and Samas gets the dunk on Gyro. If that had been communicated a bit better, I think the follow-up would have led to a goal. It still might, but goodness, Concord, they're getting fancy with it.
Yeah, Samas actually mishit that one. He was going for, I believe, a reset double tap, but the problem is he actually hit it so lightly, it didn't work out. That's fine. Maybe this one can go in. Uh-oh. Everybody commits. Matt trying to speed it. Crispy takes the correct angle, even with nothing in the tank, is the only reason that does not go all the way through.
Am I allowed to say I hate this? I don't. There's nothing I can predict right now. It feels so odd. Both teams are kind of playing the same chess match that we talked about in the earlier series for Concord and the earlier series for Winthrop versus OC. It just feels like both teams are trying to find those variables of going super fast at the ball, full on pulling off of it. The hesitancy plus the aggression has made for a weird feeling so far, which I guess has made it entertaining, but very, very difficult for any predictions here with 100 seconds left.
Well, what that predict Crispy's going to be have to be man-marked off the ceiling. He is not, so he'll get a demo. Helix flip, reset, back post, and it's just that simple.
Ugh, that's disgusting. Helix continuing to be the star man here for Concord, and a reset with perfect timing will get him yet another goal. He's well on his way to not only getting that 1 goal per game average, but potentially passing that.
And not only that, but he gets the reset, but it flicks across the body of the defender. That was the important part, not the flick up. It's really the lateral movement. West Virginia wants to answer back. I thought that pass might have gotten through as Concord's waiting a little too long for that 50, but works out for them and works off the ceiling as well. Matt springs into action just in time. Same with Gyro, as Helix will gladly get on out, get the boost, and ready up for Gyro to maybe launch one off a musty. You can see Crispy rotating back just in case he slapped it.
I like the confidence I'm watching Concord play with right now. It does kind of feel like every time they go at the ball, they've got a game plan, whether it's individualistic or as a team. They recognize that they can do some stuff, and in any moment necessary, Crispy looking for the reset and the bump, kind of gets both, but doesn't get past the defense. The minute to go, it's a chance for West Virginia to respond. His Tool does receive the pass, the waterfall down. He's blocking Helix, and Gyro knows it. No chance to escape, and it's tied again.
Tool's got a big brain on this one. I like this high lob up because he knows it's going to delay things, but then immediately forces Helix to go for the in and out, which is something you can calculate. The problem is you have to make sure you get the hit and you make sure you stay behind it. Otherwise, that can happen. Gyro plays the dunk, it goes straight on in, and all that hard work yet again reset back to 0 for Concord.
We're going to just keep getting back to this, huh? It's never going to be one team just definitively in the lead. It's going to be the constant back and forth. And again, we said a shootout would be fun to watch, but I bet you it's stressful as heck here for the two teams with only 30 seconds to go. A single mistake could make or break you, and that's a couple of mistakes out of midfield that now give Concord some offense to work with. Crispy off the sidewall. A little bit of boost, but it's quickly taken away as Gyro comes diving in. Enough time for maybe one more approach if Concord can even escape their half.
Helix brave challenge as well. I was trying to fake that one out and nearly worked, as Matt actually will play that one just behind Samas, which means temporary giveaway. Gyro, light touch, Crispy calls the bluff and wins the read. Side boost gather, Matt, far side, nobody reading this one. Can he skim that middle? Or maybe just fake it to Gyro, who overthinks the shot. Could have been the moment, but instead, we got game 1 OT.
How many times are we going to see a scenario like that, though, where both teams just kind of play chicken and say, no, you challenge, and this time it kind of works out for West Virginia because they get to overtime, and Concord had no idea how to escape unless you shoot it off target, too, with, I'm not going to say an open net, but pretty dang close.
It's not an open net, but it's an open shot. Nobody contesting, and I think that's what he was anticipating. He approaches that as if he's about to get 50. I think he thought the defender was going to be right in his face, and turns out it isn't. Missed opportunity. That's the comms that have to come through. You have to say, yo, rip one. You got time. Gyro, take a 50. How about? That's also on the comms. And how about pass middle? That was aware of by Crispy. He gets in the way, and Concord kind of on the brink here on some of these defensive plays in OT.
They've at least gotten their boost totals back to, I'd say, a relative normal state here, and it's given them some opportunities to start making challenges midair and advance downfield. Can they keep this going? Only time will tell. And as time continues to tick away, we get a minute into OT, and it seems like Concord will keep this offense going. Crispy looks for the bump, and Helix cannot get there in time. Gyro, I think Novanta called it right. He has been the savior so far here for West Virginia, but for how long can he keep this up?
On the very least, West Virginia, how do you keep this up? Nobody is marking Samas as he takes his time, tries to go for the musty. Clearly not too concerned about their capacity to get shots off, but maybe need to do something a bit more high percentage. But I guess if you're as good as Samas, any shot is a high percentage chance.
I'm going to go for this one. Samas eventually, but just to keep it away from West Virginia. Not going to develop into much, or maybe not initially, but Crispy and Helix trying for something just past midfield. Dive from Samas is going to leave this real awkward for the defense of Concord. Need to be careful. Not a lot of boost around for anybody to play with, and apparently a player downfield. Samas just going to get open space, and that's going to end this one. Samas has two defenders on him. They don't know how to get the ball off him, and Helix says thank you very much.
Game sense. The moment Tool turns back to the corner, Samas knows he's playing the larger hit, and he knows the player behind him hasn't challenged yet, which means he's also shadowing. He hard cuts, lobs it high back post, knowing there's only one player that's going to get it. His own teammate for the dub.
Very impressive game here from Concord, especially considering the chaos that unfolded on the pitch here. I think the stats are going to show, though, that this definitely was Concord's to lose, considering they had, let's do the math, 15 14 shots to only 6. 9 saves required for West Virginia. So, I don't know. With the stats looking this way, I don't know if it even should have been this close.
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, this was kind of scrappy in a way. A lot of goals just flying on in. And typically when you see a lot of goals, it's not usually because of good offense, because the defense is kind of playing a little raw, driving in on stuff. You obviously see some mistakes in the replays we just saw with Gyro. You see kind of this cross map. It just looks a little bit weird, but that is like definitional game one type stuff where everybody's getting warmed up in the series. Like, yeah, you got the hours, you're clocking in with scrims and kind of warm ups beforehand, but when you actually get into a series against a team this creative, it can be a little tough. The only thing I can say about West Virginia that looked good is that they were in that series, they were being creative, they were going forward, but ultimately I think the tell of the tape that you're going to look back on is Tool having the open shot, misjudging the 50, having no 50, and then rolling it wide. Like, that changes so much going into Forbidden Temple.
Yeah, it's going to feel a little bit odd for West Virginia to now take 4 games straight in losses here. So, you know in the back of their mind is, how do we break this? How do we stop this? How do we find a way to kind of not only instill confidence in us, but maybe find some normalcy in the rotations and the way that they play? Again, we talked a lot about this sort of game of chicken where both teams would approach the ball but not really make a challenge. Here in Forbidden Temple, they cannot allow that to happen again. They need to find that confidence because you can see it in the way they are playing. Everybody from Concord is confident as we already see challenges off the ceiling.
Tool. Nice aerial. As I was saying, he was a little bit too late on this one, but he does get at least a win forward, and now can maybe reward himself on downfield. I think Matt wanted to kind of dime him off the wall, but I do like West Virginia trying to focus on high percentage opportunities and 50s, but nothing's guaranteed against Crispy. Take it on 2 and still coming away with the ball.
And also getting a good 50 after, despite 0 boost. Again, just the confidence that we're seeing them, and they're really not letting the nerves get to them. In moments like that, you might panic and say, well, I got to make an approach now. I got to try to fake them into something. No, just get a touch on the ball, get a 50, and make sure to disrupt them. And that disruption play has left West Virginia with very little options at the start of game 2. They still do have some offense, and Gyro almost had something there, if not for getting bumped off the ball by a Concord defender. What do you do here, though, as this one goes to the backboard? Helix pops it up high, and Crispy's already there to fire it on target. That should be back in time, but again, Concord's so quick to transition out of what was entirely a defense for them.
Samas beats out Matt. Tool downfield. Helix trying to cause some chaos. He's lurking upfield. He doesn't make any contact, but you know Tool had in the back of his mind that he has to make this save, and so does Crispy. Tool looks up and says, don't mind if I do.
I think Tool read this perfectly. You can see Crispy fakes out on the challenge, but he doesn't have a lot of boost left. So I think Tool recognizes, okay, you want to use your boost to get back. You better be able to make the save. Calls the bluff, gets the shot, and West Virginia find their lead early here in game 2.
The downside of playing really aggressive on offense is that you could get bit if one thing goes wrong. Crispy actually almost still gets back to it, but you got to shut him down. Speaking of, is nobody on Gyro? Almost goes straight through. Matt does on the follow. Hello, where is the chow?
Oh, okay, so maybe this is the concern with playing so much offense, is that as soon as your defense does get tested, you triple commit and nobody clears the ball, despite, I think, the average boost being probably 90 there? Yeah, not great for Concord as the time ticks away, and West Virginia are starting to figure them out.
That's a tough one right there as Gyro's coming in. I think they're respecting the flip reset. The problem is that if no one challenges, then everyone's kind of stared at it. I'm going to assume it's a missed call. Maybe someone else thought they had a better angle, but regardless of whose fault it is, you got to just lock in and make sure you can keep this one close. This is the largest lead of the game so far, or series rather, from West Virginia. We'll see if it might even get extended at this point as Gyro's fully boosted back and Samas has run out of options.
Chance here for Samas on, again, very low boost to maybe just get a 50 and keep this offense going. If they can get back to the shot totals they saw in game number 1, eventually they'll find something to sink, but eventuality is going to tick time off the clock, and already 2 minutes elapsed here, and potentially a third goal for West Virginia. Defense starting to get exposed here, whether on the ground, in the air, or on the backboard. Things are not going right for Concord.
Yeah, but this is cold from Gyro. Look at this back flip, because he knows he's playing the 50, but also if he just stays a little bit behind it, make sure he still travels that to the right, and not only gets around the challenge, which is most likely playing the near post, but he is able to tuck it in on the back post. Great composure from West Virginia, something that obviously we saw them lack a bit in the last game. Now it seems like they are fully charged ahead. Gyro's going for a demo play right off that kickoff, opening up for Tool, and it's just an avalanche of goals coming down.
Can't even keep track of them at this point. This is a 4-0 now, and not even halftime here for West Virginia, and it's very similar to the game plan they did have in game 1, though. It is unselfish play. Every player on the team for the second game in a row now has at least 1 goal, so it's kind of showing that as much as Concord can stun individually, you got to mark every player on the other team, whether through passes, whether through individual plays. They can get it done a myriad of ways, and right now they're getting it done in quick succession. Like we said, it is not even halftime here in game 2, and It already feels like West Virginia might have closed the door here to even out the series.
Yeah, let's not forget that not only obviously is important for split, but it's also for pride. Like we said, this is a West Virginia matchup. This is a team that has really had their numbers. So West Virginia, having the best iteration of the roster that we've seen so far in that program's history, wants to make sure they can close these games out. And I think moments like this show, it's not even necessarily Concord mistakes outside that one gyro play on the near post. It's really just West Virginia making sure that they are forcing out awkward 50s. And if Concord not able to deliver it like this, then who knows what's going to happen. Speaking of, Samas almost with a double, almost was going to be a crazy cross field, but instead, I guess he'll settle for this pass into Samas, top shelf, and a miss.
Gotta make sure you're nailing shots like that. It's one of the few opportunities we've seen from Concord so far throughout this game. Get another one here, and it'll go off the bar again. Technically, it's a save from Matt, and that is just straight up a miss. Yeah, I don't really have an excuse for that one. Helix, that has to go in.
I literally said surely in that moment, because I'm like, yeah, that's going in. And
oh, no.
Baz, it's like everything Concord misses, West Virginia rebounds in. Like, they just are locked for right now. The shooting percentage looking spectacular for them as they're shooting over 50% in this one. And Concord, I mean, at this point, maybe even 2 goals ago, it was already a GG go next.
I do appreciate if you look over at the Concord cams, they're not taking this as a, oh, I can't believe we're letting, they're laughing. They're recognizing, all right, yeah, this is just move on. Like, this is not going to happen. Okay, or maybe it could. Look, 4 goals in a minute 30. I've seen weirder things happen.
Honestly, if that goes through, I think we just call this series and just say, all right, Concord, you deserve it. You won by, you came back in 5 goals in regulation, like who knows. So that would be crazy, but I think it ultimately comes down to moments like that, getting your open goals, but also these kickoffs.
Please, I want a reason to start cheering at the end of this game. Or Matt's just going to stunt on them. I feel like Matt's going to stunt on them. Not quite, but he's going to get the bump on some moss and almost open the lane for his teammate. West Virginia clearly not done. They've got a little bit more that they want to inflict against this Concord team. It may have been a mistake, actually. Gyro, not sure why he stayed with that ball. Gives now room for Samas to try and get another. And hold your horses. We're not done yet.
And there's some more goal scoring, but I love how simple this is from Samas. If no one's shutting you down, you keep carrying it. The moment someone charges in, your air dribble doesn't have to really continue. Just tap it forward with a bit more acceleration, beat that first man, and trust that everyone else will knock those defenders out of the way.
So, you said surely before. Surely this doesn't find an OT from Concord responding with like a minute to go, right? Okay, that should be a goal the other way. Never mind, it's off the ceiling.
Yeah, honestly, it would just take so much from Concord to do that. I think West Virginia understands shutting them out completely is going to be tough. They've had a huge goal lead, but ultimately in high-level play, if you have a 3-goal lead, it should be guaranteed. If you have a 4, you through. And if you have a 5 and somehow go to OT or lose that game, honestly, bro, uninstall for the week and just kind of rejoin nature because you need to take a break.
Yeah, this is a good go touch grass type of moment, you know? And truly it could be, especially as Helix has the breakaway but can't get the 50. Again, there are glimmers here of just being like, they're gonna do this, and they're not. 15 seconds to go. This game is but a formality from here on out, but it's a good response from West Virginia after game 1 they would likely hope to forget.
Yes, and so therefore West Virginia going to stat pad a little bit. Matt was kind of left out of the statistics a little bit, so he says, okay, well, I want to grab a second one, shooting 100% and getting 4 saves to get the MVP for his team. I mean, if you're talking about a march back, if you want to say, hey, let's get back in this series, this is quite the way to do it.
It's a great game for them, and it's a great game for every single player on the team as well. At least a goal and an assist for every player on West Virginia, and if I'm not mistaken, probably, no, not quite a save for everybody. Gyro goes without one, but 6 combined saves goes to show this team is playing on both sides of the pitch right now, and for a Concord that did that in game 1 and definitely did it in game 2, it's time to study up, make a couple adjustments, and get ready for what might be a long series.
Like to see it coming out from West Virginia, because that's the offense that we really want to see from them. Yes, there are some mistakes from Concord, but ultimately it's them taking opportunities, they're drilling it into the crossbar and in, they're making sure they're chasing down reads, and also making sure Concord executes. I know that's kind of the obvious thing, like, oh, well, maybe make sure your teammate actually puts the ball into a good position, but ultimately if you're chasing them down through the corners and they're not getting the exact touch, for example, right there, Samas tries to dig it up the wall and instead knocks it middle, you can pounce on it. I think West Virginia did exactly that. They were just continuously throwing Concord into situations they could not improvise their way out of.
Yeah, it definitely feels like improvising throughout this series is going to be important for both teams. We talked about creativity in game number 1, and I think a lot of that is going to come through surprising your opponents with goals that aren't as typical. We saw this, whether it was the fakes out in front of net, whether it's the weird passing plays or the physicality, whether it's stealing boost or just straight up removing your opponent from the pitch. They got to find a variety of ways to get past the defense, and this really goes for either end here. Clearly for West Virginia, they found a way to slow down everybody on Concord in game 2, but as we talked about, Concord are good at this, man. They'll make the adjustments. They will throw something you are not expecting in this next one, whether it's a knuckle, a curve, or somewhere in between. Get ready, West Virginia. This is going to still be a battle against a Concord who, again, have very rarely even dropped games to you guys.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at the West Virginia team, they're not really talking much. Honestly, Angel might just be in their ear trying to chat as you see him behind Tool on the player cam. But ultimately, yeah, they know what they have to do. They have to just keep playing their game and bust out some interesting kickoffs, both faking this one. Unfortunately, the read didn't go the way Tool wanted.
Faking the kickoff while also sending two. Somewhere out there, Carmine Core just got a shiver down their spine. They're not really sure what happened, but they know that they've been, I think, disrespected to a degree here. 15 seconds into game 3, and already it's the same as before, though. It's West Virginia very quickly in the offense. Gets sent packing as Matt has to do something with this one, and Crispy will call the bluff. If he can get this off the backboard, there's a chance, and Samas will guarantee it. Goal number 1 goes to Concord.
Tool, I think he misjudged this angle. He comes at this, and then last second, instead of playing across the goal, he plays the direct pass. Samas has the near post open, and it is still, in a way, just kind of a steal. A bit too greedy from West Virginia, lobbing that one middle and expecting them to beat that arrow. Crispy was up for that immediately.
Chance here for maybe West Virginia to find a response. Things get a little weird off of the kickoff. Gyro looks for a shot, cannot find it. Matt tries to keep this one close in the corner, and Helix will take it away very quickly. And you can see Concord being very careful on their defense right now, which does make sense because they probably should be. And with 50 seconds gone, it still seems like that one goal is going to be for Concord, but West Virginia getting closer and closer to a response.
Tool no 50, but he will make his own, as Helix will extend one. Gyro getting chased for his life right there, and actually does really well with minimal boost. Now Crispy with full can take over. Delayed flick, no bump. Going for Matt, though, and he is able to sidestep that one and get a crucial clear.
Touch from Helix off the sidewall. Gyro the one to receive, though. No boost in the tank, so I think Samas knows that and will call the bluff as he takes it to the sidewall himself. Pass down to Crispy. Crispy the shot on target and in, and Concord are already responding in game 3.
Top 90. How about this finish? Samas does all the dirty work, being able to bait in Matt off the ceiling, but look at this angle with the side of the corner of the car. I mean, it's a weird approach on it, but hey, if it works, it works. And West Virginia, deep sigh, already down by 2 here. Feels like game 1 all over again.
I was going to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but they fixed a lot in between the games. Clearly something was broken, and they brought out the hammer, the wrench, the bunch of stuff. I'm not a carpenter. I don't know how you fix things and stuff
Drills.
like that. Either way, with 100 seconds gone here, it does feel like Concord have made the corrections necessary, and I'm not going to guarantee them the game quite yet, as we saw the flurry of goals that West Virginia were able to outpour in a very short amount of time in the last one, but the physicality is back. Those demos, while they may seem insignificant in the overall feel of this game, it is clear West Virginia are a lot more uncomfortable, and they're doing a good job of exposing that in multiple moments. However, what?
High-level gameplay, Bass. This is the highest rank in the game. Lock in, because you got to be prepared for the unexpected crossbar off the Helix. It's just like they drew it up.
Tool, brother, if you had missed that shot, you would have been getting a very angry DM from me later. I swear to you, with the how are we making this so close on what feel like open nets? I'm very confused. My confusion doesn't matter. West Virginia score a goal here, tie us up, and okay, I guess not.
Tool, I love the fake and the pass even better, but the thing is, Concord saw that coming. Matt, also being read like a book by Crispy. Good student, always reading their assignment, and right now, it seems like everybody is on their assignment. Helix locked in on that follow-through, gets a 50 into Crispy. Decent touch, can he get past one? No, Tool just has too big of an angle on him.
Samas, don't you dare. He tries to go for, I guess, technically a psycho there. Not really sure what to call it. I would call it somebody approached the ball. What on earth? 3 defenders back, and that's the freest goal West Virginia will get all day.
Tool say, okay, this time I'll put a top shelf. How about that one? As Gyro gets a reset, no more boost, and unfortunately, Crispy and Samas not on the same page on that one. Double commit leads to no one being able to follow.
All right, we haven't brought this conversation up yet, but I'm starting to think we might need to. When does the fatigue start to set in for Concord, who are now in their 2nd series straight? They are on land, meaning they're playing other series at the land they're participating in. I'm starting to see some sloppiness that just wasn't there in their initial series versus Ball State, and it's understandable as this is now their 7th game in a row. Surely you get this one. The initial shot was off, but they'll correct me as they do get a 3rd.
And be able to see Crispy get the read off, and ultimately, yeah, you just have to beat that first defender, especially when it is basically off that kickoff. I would say fatigue is a factor, but ultimately, I think a lot of it is just the fact that West Virginia, this game at least, has done a lot better of a job of getting the boost starvation, getting those pads away, bumping them away, because ultimately, double commits often really aren't off of miscommunication. It's someone not having an angle they want or thinking that someone needs help when maybe they don't, because you can only communicate so fast in the VC, and you can only get on those reads so quick. And yes, Samas still finds a way.
Of course, Tool, on the one time that it's not an open net, it's like the hardest angle ever, and he nails it, and it's blocked out and safe. And of course, they immediately counter into another goal. Concord, it took you forever to get these goals, but they're now coming in quick succession.
Yeah, Concord loves plays like this, and Samas is a master. Honestly, one of the best CRL players at doing exactly that. Keeping it close, baiting in a challenge, then right as the defender leaves the ground, he flicks it right by him, lets his teammate do all the dirty work, 50 that one straight in.
This is continuing to be the series of chaos. The CNCRL stands for chaos, and apparently both of these teams are aware of it. 100 seconds left, and it's still, I would say, anybody's ball game, because as much as there is a 2-goal buffer here for Concord, we've seen that dissipate quickly, and also seen them score a couple of more. Gyro takes a while to get to that touch off the backboard, but will make the save where necessary, and can they do it again? Helix, the drop down to Samas, and it's just a bit wide.
That would have been a banger. Always love it when players are hanging upfield, but now you got to get back, and you're getting bumped all around. Problem is Matt can't get around it. Maybe a dish into Tool off the crossbar.
You're kidding.
Again! The crossbar is the busiest defender on the pitch right now.
What did you guys do to the woodwork, West Virginia? Like, what, did you get cursed? Is there some sort of voodoo we don't know about that's just like you cannot, if it goes off the woodwork, go in? It's just got to be a straight shot or nothing? Because apparently that is the curse they have right now. It is not going right for West Virginia, as multiple opportunities to potentially tie this game. This one surely goes in, and Tool finds another hat trick here through various efforts.
I'm holding my controller to spectate, but when I saw this deflection go up, I thought that was going to be off the bar again. I would have thrown this controller. That's actually absurd. But what's also absurd is that this game is still very much in contention for both teams. West Virginia bringing it back and now has to activate in the clutch or off the kickoff. Crispy, first touch, and a delicate one to make sure that is not going to be an immediate follow.
Crispy needs a perfect 50 here if he wants to just waste time and try and get it off his half. And the problem is he doesn't get that, and the low boost totals now mean that West Virginia, if they just wait for their moment, they should have a chance to strike. Could it be this? Somebody wants to challenge. Tool eventually gets there, but it is far too late, and Concord now set up shop on defense, and that's probably all they're going to focus on from here on out. Unless they want to dive downfield. Helix is looking for bumps. This one's off the backboard. Is Crispy going to dive? No. Recognizes, I don't need to take that risk. We are in the lead, and with 10 to go, all they need to do is see this one hit the ground. Crispy, around 1 or not around 2. Samas is there, though, and if he gets the pass out, that should be enough. He's going to go for it off the backboard, and this ball goes downfield. Finally does hit the ground. Concord, it is a very close contest, but they will win game 3.
It was so strange because oftentimes when we watch a series like this, first game typically is really erratic. And then after that, everything doesn't get necessarily formulaic, but everyone kind of settles into their style. I felt like we had a couple games of that, and then this one was just chaos from start to finish. There's a lot of crossbars, a lot of misreads, there's a lot of demos, there's a lot of physical play, there's a lot of double commits, boost starvation, and you're thinking, okay, well, I don't know how this one's going to end up. All I do know is that Tool has his hat trick, he's playing well, but after that initial burst, it felt like Concord was just consistently putting it off to the point where it was kind of an inevitability they would take this one. Definitely a lot to take away from this from West Virginia, if not anything else than just frustration.
Well, my takeaway is that Concord can only win games in the series if the scoreline is 4-3. 4-3 in game 1, 4-3 in game 3. They lost 6-2 in game 2, but apparently the threshold for Concord is 4 goals or nothing, and they do it twice now, so I don't know. I've got confidence in Concord to be able to close out this series, but confidence has been a weird topic throughout this series. Talked about how it was good for Concord initially with their challenges being timely and the constant dives that put pressure against West Virginia. Now my confidence has lowered, maybe not theirs, but both teams are just looking way too shaky for me to guarantee literally anything.
Yeah, what's especially funny, at least to me, about this series is coming into it, I was looking at West Virginia and Northwood saying, oh man, that's tough. They lost 2-0. Then they had a 2-1, and then they had another 1-0. And it's saying, man, You only scored 1 goal in that whole series. I don't know how that's really going to work for you. I think this might be a low-scoring note on. Just so many goals, our highest scoring one of the day, and I think it only continues here on Neo Tokyo. That's what the fans deserve, so therefore, of course, these players are entertainers. That's what they will provide.
Pop up high to get game number 4 underway. Neo Tokyo could be the resting place here for a West Virginia who really need to find a way to stretch the series as long as possible. Not just for the win, but also for the fact of their game differential not exactly being in a favorable place right now. With Crispy getting the 1v1 early, things could go from bad to worse quickly. Breakaway play, not going to work out for Concord, but you can see it. They're not missing a beat starting up game 4.
Gyro doesn't have that one. Crispy honestly going for as much of the ball as the player. Gonna make minimal contact on both. Tool wrapping around, pass middle. Matt's not there, so is Samas. That's an interference with the goalie, and it doesn't get much cleaner than that.
That is bullying to the nth degree. I believe it's Helix who, without any boost, just starts absolutely attacking Gyro. And try as you might, you're not getting there in time. Crispy gets the assist, but I'll add a little asterisk for Helix on that play.
It's a tough one, and really, that is an assist. That really should go in. Maybe in the future we'll have advanced analytics, but for right now, we only have the most direct ones, like goals, like shots, like bumps maybe, as Gyro does get one on Samas. Not enough momentum to really carry it forward from there. Helix, carry, Tool, minimal boost, and that's an own goal in the worst kind of way.
I mean, I'm happy to see Helix continue to stun. That's the end of my happiness for this play. Just awkward for Tool. I think he thought he had more boost coming off the backboard than he did. By the time that he realizes, he just goes for any touch to attempt to keep it out of harm's way, and what it really does is speed up the process here. Speaking of which, is this going in? No, not quite. Samas will be there in the corner to receive as well, and oh boy, West Virginia, things are starting to fall apart for you guys. Please be careful. If you let this scoreline spiral out of control, I don't know if there's much chance to find a way back.
Still trying to stay involved, and that's going to be another one. The air dribble, and you take out the man, then the second man goes through. West Virginia, meanwhile, they are just spread out to the far corners of the field. Unfortunately, nobody able to assist if one thing goes wrong.
And we talked about coming into this series, it was Helix, the spear, or the tip of the spear for Concord when it came to their offense in their prior series. This time, it is definitely Samas. He's not going to get another goal there, but it's not like he needs it. He's got 6 goals through the 4 games, averaging over a goal per game right now, and this would be his 3rd game in a row with 2 goals. You guys really don't want me to compliment Samas. All right, I get it, West Virginia. Shut me up and get into the game. It's 1-3.
Well, I mean, honestly, Samas is doing fine on that one. He actually should deserve a compliment for stopping the first one. Problem is, defenders getting bullied, Crispy's downfield. It is a 3v2, and that often goes into your net at this level of play. West Virginia at least being able to just grab hold of a rope a little bit, pull themselves up and say, no, okay, we can get back into it. Unless Gyro launches himself off the near post, and Tool gets dunked. Not quite yet, able to get out of there, and Gyro just saying, please get this off of my half.
There's a lot of counterattacks right now. This ball just kind of careening down the center without anybody impeding it on either end. And I don't know if I love that, but it's at least worked out so far here for Concord. Look, I gave my flowers to Samas on... Oh, please tell me. Let me get through this. Come on. I just want to talk. All right, you know what? Fine. It's the main man anyways. I was about to say, Tool, an offensive monster. That is, if I'm doing it correctly, his 9th goal of the series.
Through gameplay, it's telling Bass to shut up. Really rude. Because every time, you're trying to start a narrative, you're like, well, this is how it's going to go. No, there's a goal. It's going to go through right there because it's just really clean passing play. I like that lift from Matt, but the thing is, the only reason that works is that the pre-jump essentially comes in as soon as it's off his front bumper. And now, Matt has a chance of going through everybody, if not for that 4th defender.
That was an incredibly impressive play, both for the defense as well as also the offense, just kind of holding that flip for the right moment. Matt knows what he's doing, but do they know enough to be able to get themselves back into this game? It was 3-0, if I'm not mistaken. Now, it's 3-3. Tool, what are they feeding you out of West Virginia? Your 3rd hat trick in a row.
Sometimes it's Mac, sometimes it's the threat of them. Crispy gets faked out, and one more extension means Samas can't catch up. Bess, we haven't even played half the game.
I know I said I would be super excited if this turns into a shootout. I'm taking my statement back. This is lasting forever, and I think we're gonna get another. Gyro looks for the lead block, cannot find it, and honestly, the worst thing for me so far is that if West Virginia do lose this, Tool's gonna have put up 10 goals in 4 games, and it'll be for nothing.
I mean, 2 straight games with a hat trick as well. I mean, things can't sting much more than that in a losing 3 straight games with a hat trick.
This is his third game. He scored 1 in game 1 and then 3 every game after.
Yeah, so, okay, maybe put a little bit more respect. Tape, Gyro and Bat, do you want some stats too? Because I think saves are great, but so are goals. They rack him another one right there, and Helix is going to have to reconfigure how he approaches this one. Gets past 1, but loses that second 50.
All right, I think we're starting to get to some normal, potentially, unless Crispy just wants to start stunting. Great touch off the sidewall, it won't do enough, and Helix misses that boost out in midfield. It'll technically work out as Crispy can grab it, but it's given some space now for the reverse from Tool. And you kind of just have to imagine that as soon as he goes up, it's like, all right, well, that's another goal for West Virginia.
Honestly, the moment no one stepped to it, I'm like, that first guy doesn't get it. That might just pinch on the ground. And it almost did, but no. There's deflection, there's a clear, there's Crispy getting interfered with on that blue trail. You can see it. Tool really getting by Samas. Maybe you want to take the sideline next time. Maybe not take the direct route, although I can understand his temptation on that. Gyro immediately going, but Helix, nice way to circumvent.
This has been a little bit more normal latter minute here, but anything could change with the pressure on the line. Again, for West Virginia, this is do or die. They lose this game, they don't even get to see Champs Field or a chance to win this series. Well, main man of the hour so far, trying to get something started off the side, well, will not. And Samas is going to beat everybody. If he can get to this ball, and he cannot, it could have been a chance, but Gyro back in time saves the day for West Virginia.
Gyro played that perfectly. You don't want to hit it hard because that's what Samas is waiting for. Tap it lightly and then just wait for everyone else to react. Speaking of, you got to react to this one. Got to react to Matt. Tapping a high lob. I thought Tool might have wanted to stay on the backboard, but no. They will stick with their conventional rotation and ready up for the next one. Fake by Gyro. A bump play, but Samas leaps over all of it and takes it down the other way.
I like the idea that Matt has a full tank of boost and he goes, no, Tool, go for the ball. I know that you've got a better chance of me just purely how you're playing on the day, and maybe not the perfect decision, but it will work out. They don't concede on the counter and get another chance themselves with 20 to go. The pinch out barely goes off target as it goes off the bar. But things are getting weird here as everybody for Concord dives. WVU, no, they still have a chance.
That's a really good bounce for Helix as well. Tool knows it, and that's a deflection. Crispy interfered with. No, it's just going to play sheer ball as Gyro ricochets it down. Tool off the corner. Helix is not stepping to this one. It's there for Gyro. It's on target. Matt on the doorstep. He doesn't have the angle. He doesn't have the time. All we have is overtime to see if we go the distance.
This has to be the goal for West Virginia. If they concede here, this series is over and they will take another loss after finishing the last semester, the second team on the table. Concord, they've talked about it. They want that position and they're playing like it. But Tool is playing another level. If the shot was on target, he had the entire defense beat.
There is such a thing as going for too much placement sometimes on a shot. You got to make sure it's on target before you make sure it is perfectly into the side netting. On this one, Matt trying to keep things alive. Awkward placement from Concord. They have him in a little bit of a bind, but doesn't mean anything unless you can actually make sure you deliver on those shots or those air dribbles. Tool immediately says no to Samas.
I understand why Crispy waited there. You do not want to just give a bump to Tool when he is playing this well. He would have gone heat-seeking missile straight at you, and as a result, he takes his time, makes a little bit more of a careful approach here because you do not want to be the one to make a mistake that could potentially send this series to Game 5, or you could end it. Crispy, the open net from the dunk out in mid, and that'll do it. 4-3, 3-1. Concord do it again and stun West Virginia.
Just too aggressive. West Virginia, you wanted it too bad, and that is the error. The clear was a little sloppy, but he was still following it. You do not send the 2 players forward and have the third man challenge, because if things go wrong for him, that is how you lose. Game 4, it was a thriller, 3 unanswered, but you need a 4th to win, and Concord was the one to be able to get that 4th. Excellent series, but again, it's another dub in this really one-sided conflict in West Virginia.
I gotta say, I know that we talked a lot about the chaos of this series, and I said there would be one constant, and somehow it held true. If Concord win, the scoreline is 4-3.
Yep.
Every single game that they won in this series was 4-3. 2 of them in OT, 1 of them in regulation. But Man, there's going to be a pretty difficult bar for people to clear here, and having a series more chaotic than whatever we just witnessed. I'm trying to do the quick math in my head of total goals for both sides. I think it's 15 for WVU, and I believe it is, let's do this right, 14 for Concord. So technically Concord walk away with less goals, but still get the dub.
And at the end of the day, I mean, it's a rough play as well because you could see the avenue through which West Virginia wins that one. Honestly, I would like to rewind things and play that out without that last chance because of all the ways to lose. It's one thing if Crispy, Samas, Helix gets a fine clip and be able to just pull it all together. But it's another thing when you know that it's just off of a 50 that you didn't quite calculate or you thought you had the beat, but you didn't really. Honestly, this 0 second, I don't know if it's going to be on the replay, but that broke my heart that he did not have the opportunity to fully get up to it.
Yeah, this is definitely a heartbreaking series for West Virginia because we talked about the difficulty when they played Northwood was that they could only score 1 goal. The difficulty for them here was that they kept losing by 1 goal. Every loss they took was a 1-goal game. So, I mean, it's not bad, but like, again, you're West Virginia. You were number 2 in the league last split. You cannot be starting off your league play like this because you know, as much as there's obviously a target on Winthrop's back to try and take that number 1 place, there's now a target on West Virginia for the rest of the league to take their spot in playoffs.
Yeah, getting another loss, it can be so brutal because you know this is a team that expects to be high ranking. In fact, in a lot of power rankings, West Virginia is a top 3 team. Concord, I don't know if for many people has breached top 5 for a lot of people, maybe right on the edge, but I think their stock is continuing to rise, especially when it comes at least down to this matchup. It is very one-sided, but you can see it's for a reason. Concord is delivering time and time again.
I truly do believe that the only time we had Concord even in that top 4 was coming into the season. I think we actually did have them at number 1 basically for the way that they finished off last semester. Yes, they lost to St. Clair, but then they went out to outside leagues and lands and won everything else. We went, all right, surely they're back. And it took an extra month in the semester for them to be back, but they are back. A win over West Virginia definitely solidifies that this team has found themselves a little bit more of normalcy. And now we gotta wonder, did the desk feel the same way, or did the outside chaos maybe also influence them?
The curse is broken. The desk can no longer curse teams, hopefully, for now, in terms of sweeping things.
Wow, you just delivered, in not breaking curse, you just delivered another one. And now
Maybe.
the curse is
it's coming back
we can
now.
never curse
so-
again. That's crazy, bud.
But the big thing here is that, with all intents and purposes, this is a better series from West Virginia, right? They took a confident game against them. They were able to at least get 3 goals per game against the side of Concord. Yes, they did go down there, but they looked more confident. The unfortunate matter is Concord also leveled up since we saw them in split 1, and you can see exactly why they were able to close things out at the end of it, even with Tool having an absolute insane match out of his mind. I mean, got a hat trick for himself, 600 total points, or 607 specifically, 3 shots, 2 saves, and a demo just to keep the aggression going. Like, Tool did everything that he could to keep that game and that series alive, but needed some help from their teammates. It's just such a tough spot to be in, and I don't want to put too much credit or too much pressure onto one specific player, but in that last game, I just wanted to see a little bit more out of former Dot, now Matt, as he's going by, because it just feels like Matt, with the previous roster in this one, still trying to find his exact place and footing on the WVU team in these sort of moments and where exactly they can fit best on the field. I don't know if you felt similar there, Navanta.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to use a personification, right? It reminds me of like one of those fighting games or even a real street fight. Here's somebody who has really tough hurt bombs, can really knock you out, but just doesn't have the quite balance. Sweep the leg, they kind of fall down. This is what happens here with West Virginia. They are a solid team. The 3-1 scoreline really doesn't belie their level of their skill ceiling. They just feel a little bit unbalanced at times. It felt like kind of a wobbly with the rotations. Didn't feel like the shots on were clean as they could be. Even when they had the time to make the decision, those things can be tightenable for time with Chem or even going back to the training pitch. But as it is right now, unfortunate that was the display we got today, even though they played the best that they could.
Well, Navanta, I'm actually going to be sending it right back to you because we have an interview with Samas coming in hot.
Well, first things first, congratulations on order. Back-to-back wins and back-to-back interviews. How you feeling?
Good, man. You know, we played amazing that series. You know, it's probably the best we've ever played in ages, so always feels good to play good.
Yeah, how did you keep loose? I know we had the cameras on you between, so you guys walk around, maybe use the bathroom. Like, what's the strategy here when you go between the double-double? Whoa!
I mean, we just chillaxed. You know, we've had a long day so far, so we just kind of took a break from the game, and then we just came back and won somehow.
You know, here in the booth, we always talk about the differences between Split 1 and Split 2, but let me ask you, it felt like you guys were good in Split 1, but now even better Split 2. Was it a philosophy change? Was it different tactics? I know you can't tell me everything, but what was it different on your end?
Oh, I'll tell you everything. We just played the game. We just decided to play the game, and it just worked.
Oh, okay. I like that. Simple and plain. Overtime situations, talk to me. They're not really fun for a lot of teams, but you were there to really double down and restore your mettle. What is the difference going to overtime now? Something that was kind of seen as a weakness before, but now seems to be one of your strengths.
Yeah, I mean, if we feel like we are winning the game and have all the possession, then we don't get nervous whenever we get to overtime. There's no like added pressure to like, you know, the golden goal. There's no added pressure to that when we get into overtime. So we kind of just chill and go win.
Yeah, 2 stream games, 2 dubs. Do you celebrate tonight, or is this business as usual?
We're gonna hit up Activate Kentucky. Shout out, it's amazing, and we're gonna have a good time.
Hands down, the first half of Kentucky, I heard all day. Any last moments for friends or enemies or haters? Anyone watching right now, here's a chance to sound off.
Hey, what's happening with the power rankings now? That's all I want to know.
Wow, man, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, thank you.
Champ League, you're now put on notice. Rankings, where you at?
I mean, that is a good question. Where do Concord fall in the rankings currently? They got swept by Northwood, but a lot of teams have been struggling against them. They've definitely moved up in the rankings themselves. Concord, a lot less doubts that we had from the first split, now being questions answered here in the second one. And I think I can speak for all of us is that, well, a lot of teams, not just us power rankers or people that are fans of Collegiate Rocket League, need to keep an eye out for this Concord roster, Bass.
I mean, this is more Concord, in my opinion, returning to form. Again, I think to a lot of our audience that has maybe only watched CRL this semester so far, you're probably like, what are you talking about? What do you mean Concord returned to form? This is how they played last year. This is how good they were in the last Scholastic year when they won one of the semesters. Like, it was an incredibly impressive play for them, and that's where I kind of look at this and go, okay, back to normal for Concord, but I don't necessarily know if I want to be like, you know, this is insane, I can't believe they're doing this, or if I want to just be like, okay, good, I'm glad you're back to where you're supposed to be, because this is how you meant to play the whole semester. So I'm happy to see them here. I think it's answered most of our questions of what went wrong in the first semester, but I still got a couple more questions for them, because as much as they're starting good, we still got like half the split left.
Yeah, and there's a lot more action that'll be happening tomorrow as well for those games. Taco, I mean, kind of stealing the stat here from Bass, 2.5 goals per game average from Tool. He did all that he could that entire series. Who needs to step up and help this man for WVU?
I think I don't want to fall into the fallacy of saying if one player is scoring all the goals, it means everyone else isn't stepping up. At the end of the day, they're not solo plays, they're passing plays. He's following up on reads and 50s. Like, the whole team has to work together. Tool's just the one that actually gets it through. And I think the biggest thing for WVU, though, is that when they are in these scenarios, I'm not even concerned about their offense. I'm more concerned about the defense. I don't care if they keep winning. If you're giving up 4 goals every single time you're losing, like, your offense can score a hat trick all the time, but if you're giving up even more, it's going to be tough. And the way that series ended is emblematic of my biggest issue with them. They're sometimes getting a little bit too high on their own supply when it's like, okay, well, we got the offense, we got to lean into it, Oh, that's a 50. You know what? It's fine. As third, I'm going to go, and I lost it. Oh, there's no one back, and it's a loss. Like, that cannot happen. In fact, that is the way on that very same map Concord was able to beat Northwood in the fall championship. It was off a really rough 50 in the midfield that the third man just jumped in on. Like, you can't make that mistake. You get too locked in. And I think that was a moment where if they backed off a little bit, it felt like they might have had Concord leaning back and maybe reeling a little bit. And if you don't take advantage of that game awareness, that situational awareness, then you're not going to really be able to close out those close series against those elite teams.
Defense wins championships is what I am hearing here and now. But let's talk about the end of the day. We had some great series throughout the matchups that we were able to broadcast for our first of the 2 days of competition we have this weekend. Northwood took the victory, reigning supreme 3-0, top of the leaderboard right now for Split 2. A different story than where we saw them last time, barely eking it in. Oklahoma Christian, they took a game this time against Winthrop, but couldn't really do too much afterwards, not getting a single goal in those following 3. Ball State forced Concord to 5. Concord clutched things out in the end, and well, they clutched even more so against West Virginia, still not giving them more than an individual game in any showcasing against their institution, except for one back in 2024. So keep on wearing the crown in WVU, in West Virginia specifically for Concord. But out of these matches, Novanta, I mean, which was the most surprising result for you?
Let's go up top, right? That Northwood Winthrop. Look, I understand they were coming off a loss in Winthrop's case, but we all thought that the ship was going to be righted. But not only was it not righted, and there really was some questions to be answered before they had that recovery series, but ultimately how they lost. I mean, I've never seen a team start off that sluggish in such a long time. If I'm watching this, a team that's not Winthrop, I wonder maybe not they showed a little bit of the soft underbelly for split 2 action. I know Garrett G tells me don't even worry about it, but I'm going to keep on worrying until the end.
I worry for every team that's competing in the competition right now, especially seeing how Concord and Northwood are doing at the top of it. Let's look at the standings to see exactly where we are after our second broadcast for the final split here. A couple of schools still need to finish some of their matches out, but St. Clair currently at 2-0. Concord looking at solid as well. Ball State, they have a bit of a recovery journey. Same for Winthrop. Baylor, I mean, they didn't start out as strong as they wanted, but look at all the other teams joining them. Oklahoma Christian, West Virginia. Still a lot can change in these leaderboards specifically. And talking about that, Bass, I mean, who do you expect to see have the biggest change from where we see them currently?
It's either Winthrop or West Virginia. It's one of the two W names here, because Winthrop, theoretically, as we heard from Garrett today, it's win out from here on out now. They have faced the best competition possible, and those are the only losses they have taken, which is to Northwood and to St. Clair, the two teams at the very top of the table. Similarly, West Virginia, your odds of making the playoffs have definitely diminished after that loss here today, but I do think there's still a chance for them to rebound a bit and definitely not end up as the bottom team on this leaderboard. So I look to either one of them to find a way to rebound back, but I do now think because of them both taking 2 losses to start the semester, they might both be battling now for that 4th place spot.
It's going to be
that's
tough.
That's the thing I'm looking at is exactly where they're saying, well, we just have to win out. Well, you have to run into each other to win out. So that's not going to work.
Oh, man. I mean, Oklahoma Christian as well. They took another loss to St. Clair there. So now they are 0-2 themselves on the leaderboards. So, like, they still have their work cut out for them. A lot of teams who made it back in from that close qualifier trying to change their fate for Split 2. But this is as competitive as it gets for the competition going forward. We still have more action happening tomorrow, as well as some other great matches that will be going down on that side of things too. But I mean, talking about some of the other competition that's happening as well, on Wednesday there is that 2v2 action that will be happening. There's a lot of community streams. Definitely recommend checking them out. I know Bass and Taco, you guys have been putting some of those on. Mr. Bepic, DJ. We've seen some people like Somber on some of the actual team streams themselves. Some great community members that are giving it their all to provide some coverage for it. But final thoughts, gentlemen, for the day. How are you feeling about the halfway point now for Collegiate Rocket League Split 2? Almost towards the end of it for the Fall Championship. Start with Novanta on this one.
Man, again, it's topsy-turvy and all that jazz, and the fact that we have a doubleheader this weekend, it kind of underscores that fact. I can't call it. My predictions are terrible. They're about half right, half wrong. They're coin flips because it really is one of the most unpredictable ones. That said, I am so glad that we're having some teams really overperform and really go against what we thought expectations were. The last thing you want is have a non-competitive streak.
Okay. What about you, Taka?
I do like how Split 1 and Split 2, part of me was thinking, like, I don't know how much that'll change. I wonder, like, what, like, the midpoint will bring. And it feels like the whole table has just, like, Twilight Zoned itself, and it's everything's flipped upside down. We have West Virginia somehow 0-2. We have Winthrop at a losing record, and yet Northwood and St. Clair, the two teams that were struggling into the very last series of Split 1 to make it into Split 2 are somehow actually just flawless, and they look elite. So, like, everyone is stepping up in the way they need to, and I do like to see that. So who knows what the next couple weeks are going to bring, but the fun thing is technically next week comes tomorrow because we're doing that double headers for broadcasts.
It's going to be great to see exactly how those go down. I'll mention those series at the end of it, but Bass, what are your final thoughts?
I'm excited to see how tomorrow wraps up because I do think that this is kind of the fun part of having back-to-back days is that you do get a better sense of how the team feels at the end of the weekend versus just, seeing them play maybe one series. We're going to have a pretty good idea of what the table's going to look like. We're going to have the ability to kind of predict who most likely making it into that playoff scenario now. So I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow. I'm especially excited to see the predictions keep going because I do want to give Novanta a little bit of credit. Novanta, you actually got back up to 50% today. You are now officially 50 flat here.
Stop the count.
You
Stop
might
the count.
have fallen underneath 50% today.
I took that on the chest for the breaking of the curse, at least for a little bit on that side.
We appreciate you for that, man. We really needed that
I had to
desperately.
sacrifice myself as the host. But I actually won't be in the driver's seat tomorrow. It'll be Novanta hosting the show alongside Bass, Chixa, and Seb. So make sure you tune into that action. We have some amazing matches for that. Winthrop versus West Virginia, Oklahoma Christian versus Baylor, Northwood versus Baylor, then Northwood versus Ball State. This could determine already if Northwood wins those. They guarantee themselves a spot in the fall championship. It all comes down to this. We'll see you on the broadcast tomorrow.
And what you did to